And good morning to all of you. And I'm going to say Happy International Tea Day because even though it was technically on Saturday, what are we doing? We're kind of making the most out of it by stretching it out, which is what I personally do with my birthday. And I think tea is special enough to do the same thing with. So we are celebrating our SOFA Summit on today, obviously. And thank you to those of you that are already awake and joining me. Understanding, of course, that not all of you are at 8:30 in the morning, because I know that we've got great support from around the world. So what do we have in store for you today? Lots and lots. This is my third annual SOFA Summit. As most of you know who have been with me on my journey, I started this out of necessity as we were celebrating our very first International Tea Day during lockdown. However, the ability to pull so many friends together from around the world through this format, which even though it's not the best because, we're not in person, we can't hug, it is as close as I can get to whipping around the world and seeing as many people as I possibly can on this really special occasion. So for those of you that are tuning in that may not know, or perhaps listening later, Resolution 74-241 was passed by the United Nations General Assembly, put forth by the Intergovernmental Group on Tea, which Canada is a part of, as well as many other countries around the world. The resolution was put forth to celebrate May 21st as International Tea Day. And it is a recognition of this truly special product and the importance that it plays in the lives of millions and millions and millions of people around the world. So I encourage you to go to our website, tea.ca, click on events, and go to International Tea Day, and you'll find our microsite dedicated to this special occasion. What you'll also find on the site, however, is Teazle. And Teazle is a massive, big crossword puzzle that we put together with Jenny Dodd of Jenny.tea. You'll see her later on this morning, or maybe it's this afternoon. I don't know. We've got, I think, about 75 different clues put together for this crossword puzzle. For those of you that think you know everything about tea, challenge your knowledge. I promise there are going to be things in there that you're going to have to go and look up. And I encourage you to go and look them up as well, because you may just learn something new, and that's what it's all about. But we did hold back 15 clues, which I will be sharing with you today, throughout the day. And your first clue comes right now, and that is clue for 15 down, which is teas that range from floral to nutty to honey. 15 down is teas that range from floral to nutty to honey. Yes, we will post all of the clues once they've all been read out by the end of the day. When you've completed the crossword puzzle, send it in to us, and we will enter you in for the chance to win a beautiful tea basket from Teas from Nepal from Jenny Dodd. So with that, I would like to introduce to you my very first guest, and I have traveled first to Kenya. Good morning, Leah, or good afternoon to you. How are you?
Good afternoon, Chapman. This is afternoon in Kenya.
It is indeed. It's such an honor to have you with us, Leah. How are you?
Very fine, thank you. And I would like to start by wishing you a very happy International Tea Day and everybody else on this podcast.
Well, thank you so much. It's a treat for me to have you on for a lot of reasons. But first, let me start by letting you tell everybody. I will tell everybody you're from Eastern Produce Kenya, but I want you to tell everybody what you do at Eastern Produce Kenya, because that's what I'm excited about.
At Eastern Produce, I'm company director. That means I look after um, part of the operations. That is, I'm in charge of the client's operation. These are businesses that Eastern Produce manages on behalf of clients. I also look after some 14,000 smallholders who supply tea to Eastern Produce Kenya.
So I'm excited, as I said, for two reasons. First of all, because Eastern Produce is such a significantly big company within the world of tea. And for those that aren't in tea, you're going to hear names of companies you've never heard of and yet are vital to our supply chain, which is what we're celebrating today, our entire supply chain. But the second reason I'm so excited, Leah, is that you are operations manager. And I know it's 2022 and we are two women sitting here, but you and I both know that women in your position are rare. This is not, would you agree?
Yes, I do.
So I think it's a real treat to start off my day with you. So Leah, why don't you tell me your tea story? How did you get into tea?
Wow, that's an interesting story. I got into tea very many years ago, straight after college. I think I'd had a very brief career or a start of a career in dairy. And that was during those days when tea industry was thought to be predominantly male. So when Eastern Produce advertised for trainee managers, I did my application, but everybody told me, sorry, they'll not take you because it's only men who work for the tea industry. All the same, I did put my application through, and when I got the invitation letter, it was addressed to Mr. L.
Oh,
Kibij.
of course it was.
So I came for the interview, and it was very interesting because they expected a man, but a small girl turned up. But Eastern Produce is a wonderful company. They interviewed me and they told me I'd passed the interview and that they would take me. And this is how I got to this position.
Good for you. Good for you. And I'm certain they haven't regretted it. So hats off to Eastern Produce for being open-minded enough to not turn you away, because you're absolutely right. I mean, not only, I'm sure at that time, very, very male dominated, but still today, it's very much a male dominated industry, isn't it? Has changed a lot. I know in the 20 years that I've been in tea, but it's always a treat to see women leading. So tell everybody about Eastern Produce. You mentioned that you oversee 14,000 smallholders.
Yes, Eastern Produce is a very large tea producer, as you know. We are situated in the western part of the Rift Valley on the beautiful hills of Nandi in Kenya, East Africa. Eastern Produce has some 5,400 hectares of tea. Part of this is our managed clients. These are fairly large farms that we look after, but we manage fully, but we don't own. We have 7,000 equivalent hectares of smallholder, made up of about 14,000 of them. Now, these are smallholders that supply our 7 tea factories. Of these 7 factories, one of them is owned fully by part of that 14,000 smallholders.
Oh, wow.
And this was a factory that was sold to them by Eastern Produce. So we have the 7 factories and the 14 smallholders. Now, these smallholders, we encouraged them to plant tea many, many years back, about 20 years now. A lot of them planted the tea. We supported them to do the planting. We trained them on husbandry. And today we are proud to say that they've grown up to a level where they own a whole estate and factory, and they supply us with about 40% of our tea that into our factories.
That's definitely something to be proud of. That is amazing. What I think a lot of people don't realize is that 60% of the tea that is produced for the tea industry today globally is actually produced by smallholders. And they're such a significant part of our entire supply chain and cannot be forgotten and must be supported. So good job for you at Eastern Produce for recognizing that and empowering that, right? That is so important. So Leah, running an operation your size is no small task. Tell me, what do you find are the challenges of running, an operation the size of Eastern Produce?
Yeah, we have to be highly structured. We have a very efficient structure where we've split our operations into 4 regions.
Mm-hmm.
Each region headed by a general manager with several senior management and down to junior management.
Mm-hmm.
We also have a technical department that supports the operations. We have a very highly trained and highly motivated labor force, including management.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to continually do training. And yes, we have to do a lot of training to keep our managers up to date on the most recent and the latest practices. And so that we can also have that continuous improvement, because we realize that everything changes. There's climate change that we have to deal with, and so many other things that we have to deal with the customer needs and that kind of thing. So we must ensure that we are producing the highest quality product. Eastern Produce prides itself with producing the best quality tea in the world, and we want to maintain that.
How have you seen the industry change in the time that you've been doing what you've been doing?
Yeah, there's been a lot of change in terms of technology,
Mm-hmm.
and this is something that we have to continually embrace in our factories.
Mm-hmm.
So every year we are trying to innovate and change to see how we can improve. We can have technology going in tandem with our production.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there's also been a very big change in the management.
Mm-hmm.
I came in as the only lady, and today we are 33% female in terms of
Really?
management in Eastern Produce, something to be proud of.
Very.
I've also seen a big change in ways of the husbandry of tea. We are trying to improve our husbandry as time passes. We have also improved our labor force a great deal.
Uh-huh.
I see that what we currently have is a highly educated workforce, as opposed to the past where we had a number of the tea industry was seen as a place where those who are less educated would go
Right.
and black tea and that kind of thing. But we are consistently seeing a change with more educated labor force, which makes work easier for us in terms of training and
Mm-hmm.
in terms of helping them own the process.
What do you think? What do you think are the unique responsibilities that you have as a large producer within the industry?
Well, of course, starting with the production, our core business, we have to ensure that we are delivering quality product consistently to the market.
Mm-hmm.
Then secondly, there is the big social aspect of the business that we have to look after. We have our workforce to ensure that their living quarters are good. We are giving them the basic amenities, health, hygiene, good housing. Then we have the CSR part of the business,
Mhm.
which is very, very close to my heart because that touches my 14,000 smallholders and their communities.
Tell us
So
about that. No,
we have,
tell us about that because I want to hear about that part.
yes, so we realize that our communities have various needs. And the first need, of course, was to ensure that we empower them economically
Mhm.
so that as the company grows, they also grow with it. And I've already mentioned that we brought them to a level where they own a factory and an estate and
Mhm.
are able to supply us with quite a lot of tea. Then there are other needs like education. We support the schools to ensure that they have enough facilities. We give them desks. We help them put up some classrooms occasionally. And within our own workforce, we have about 21 schools we have put up, and we look after the infrastructure. We have partnered with the government to give us the teachers and to help us run the schools. So the CSR is a big, big operation where,
Mhm.
apart from education, we also have the health aspect. We support dispensaries around the communities. We give them infrastructure when we can, and we make sure that we help them with the trainings. We help the maternity wings. We've helped to extend maternity wings in various dispensaries around our communities. We also have the sanitation bit where we help them access water
Mhm.
where we can. We have done gravity water for the communities.
Mhm.
We also do harvesting of rainwater for the schools and for health centers and that kind of thing. During the COVID pandemic, we were very instrumental in supporting the hospitals around us to get equipped and ready for the COVID pandemic.
Mhm. 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 And International Tea Day, what does it mean to you? Why do you think it's important? Why do we do this?
Yeah, an important day to make the whole world stop and think about this beverage that's in every family around the world.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So it's a day that we think about this tea, and not just the tea, but it also reminds us that it's a cash crop that has supported communities around the world. As I told you, I'm very passionate about the smallholders. So we are looking at what the lives it has transformed, this crop, and we are also looking at the health benefits of this crop, seeing that it's it's a product that's produced without any addition of any chemicals, nothing. It's a very clean product, right from the farm to the cup, and it has its health aspects as well.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that what where you say to ask everybody to just stop, like just stop a moment because we all around the world. I don't care where you are. If you drink tea, you boil your water, you put the tea bag in loose leaf, however it is that you prefer to drink your tea or whatever type of tea that you do. We make it without putting much thought into what goes into this cup. And one of the things that I hope to do today, and that's why I started off our video, our SOFA Summit today with the video that I did, that I want to celebrate our supply chain. And that supply chain is made up of so many different people around the world. And you represent that beginning part of that supply chain because you're responsible for that part of the chain that is actually plucking teas and producing them in the factory and getting them ready for that next stage. You're sort of the birth of where it happens, where that humble little leaf is transformed into something beautiful and precious. And I think that it's important to recognize that and to just honor it, because when you honor it, you're also honoring and thanking the hands that were part of making this happen. So I think it's special. Yeah.
Yeah, also to realize that it employs a lot of people around the world. Eastern
Yeah.
Produce alone at the peak employs about 10,000 workers. Together with their dependents, we'd have a population like 40,000 just within Eastern Produce alone.
You're
Before you
kidding.
talk about smallholders and
Yeah.
their extended families. So it's a huge, huge operation that touches the world.
Yeah. I mean, you're a city, and I think what a lot of people don't actually understand and appreciate is this community aspect of what you were describing, what you said is close to your heart, and that's the education, the health, the schools, the homes, etc., that tea estates around the world are responsible for and provide for in order to make all of this happen, right? It's really about embracing. And I know that years ago I was in Assam, and I was on a tea estate where there was another fantastic woman who was actually running the estate, and she described it as her family. And she would go out every single day into the field, and if she was in the city, she had to go away on business. The people in the factory and the people in the gardens, the people in the fields, they got worried if they didn't see her for a couple of days because they were a part of her family. And I think it's a big piece that not everybody fully appreciates and understands about the world that we're in, which is why, as I've said before, once you're in tea, you can never get out. It hooks you, right?
That's my story.
That's your story too. You went in for a job, and here you are. How many years later?
About 30 years later.
Well, Leah, it has been an absolute honor to have you with me, but I can't let you leave yet because every year during SOFA Summit, every single one of my guests is subjected. I don't know if anybody's told you this yet or not. If Joe's warned you. Did Joe warn you about this?
Yes, you did.
He did warn you. Okay. So everybody is subjected to one of my questions from Marcel Proust. So Marcel Proust, famous writer, and he actually wrote a series of questions, and these questions became very popular parlor games in the 1920s. And I find it's a nice way to get to know my guests a little bit. So you get to answer one question, and your question, Leah, is, what do you value most in your friends?
Sincerity and truthfulness.
Those are good ones. Sincerity and truthfulness. Well, Leah, I truthfully and sincerely say thank you to you for joining me this morning, this afternoon for you. I'm sure you still have a day ahead of you producing some gorgeous teas. I thank you from this side of the world for being a part of this precious supply chain and making my cup of tea possible. Cheers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I am planning, before I let you go, actually, I should let you know that, so my colleague, Sharon Hall, who is my counterpart in the UK, we were supposed to come to Kenya in 2020.
Really?
Yes, we were supposed to come to Kenya in 2020, and obviously something happened and we weren't able to. But we are planning to be with you next year, 23.
That's great.
Yeah?
You're highly
So we'll
welcome.
be able to drink a cup of tea together.
Great.
Okay.
We will.
Well, I look forward to
Cheers.
meeting you. Bye-bye. Bye, Leah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks. Well, what a treat. And what a great way to start off International Tea Day. Well, the extension of International Tea Day. I'm just going to call it International Tea Day, and you guys are just going to go with it, all right? So we already have a lovely international crowd with us. Canada is in the room. Hello, Canada. A special thank you to anybody who is in the room from Canada because it's actually a holiday today. It is Victoria Day, and it is a full-on federal holiday today. And actually, it should mean that you should all be online watching me today. So Canada is in the room, the United States is in the room, as is Kenya, besides Leah, who was just my guest, Italy, Turkey, and Japan. And I'm sure that we're going to get a lot more throughout the day. I can't remember what our record was last year, but we had a really good turnout last year as well. I know that the FAO is just wrapping up its sessions that it had earlier. So as soon as those are over, I'm sure we're going to get more people in here too. So that was Ms. Leah Kibichirchir from Eastern Produce, Kenya. And I can't tell you what a treat it is to introduce my next guest, who is also a lovely woman. Hello, Hong.
What's up now? Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How about you, Sabnam?
I'm very good. It's lovely to see you.
Me too. I just heard the the talk between you and Lila from Kenya. It's so good to see her from from the your website. It's so good to be here to see you and her and maybe the other people after that long time.
Well, you know what? It has been a very long time for all of us. You and I, when did we see each other? We saw each other in 2019 in China, March, right?
Yeah. It's 2 years already, right?
19, 20, 21. I think it's been 3 years, no? 20, 21, and 22. 3 years, yeah.
Yeah, 3 years.
I know.
But we sometimes see each other through the internet, right?
Well, thank goodness for the online world, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's not a substitute, but it's better than nothing.
And you look fabulous, seeing the same.
Well, you're lovely. So do you. Thank you for being here. I see we've got Argentina in the room, and we also have Australia in the room. It's getting late for you, Australia. I know.
Oh.
I know. So, Hong, let me introduce you to everybody else. Hong is from the Vietnam Tea Association, but I always like to let my guests tell everybody exactly what they do and where they're from themselves. So tell everybody what you do.
Yeah, thank you, Sabna. So I'm Hong Nguyen from the Vietnam Tea Association. And what is this? Vice chairwoman, also the general secretaries of the association. The association founded in 1988. It was the first second association in Vietnam. Back to that time, we kind of like communist countries with a bit close down with the other.
Mm-hmm.
And cheese, I think, is one of the first products helping the country to export to the world. That's why the ministries of agriculture at that time, 34 years ago, make decision that they should have an association to promoting tea in Vietnam, supporting its member, and also developing tea land, tea production, tea events. So at the beginning, we had only about 10 members. It's like 10 company producer. But up to now, after 34 years, we have more than 100 members now.
Wow.
It's including the producing company, it's also tea people, tea institution, and the NGO as well. Nowadays, we're not only developing tea, we also working with the government into negotiate with the government for the policy. We're also working with the local government in Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
We have about 20 local government, I mean the provinces, in which they have tea. So it's kind of like the policy in each province different with each other.
Right.
We kind of like, okay, supporting our member in that to work with the provincial. For example, this year in Lao Cai province, they have changing policy. They want to support the farmer for organic tea.
Okay.
So we are the one connecting among, between the local company, because they're quite small and medium
Right.
size, with the people committee of that province. What we're doing in those, we can come and talk with the agriculture department, saying something like, okay, if we're doing the organic tea product, is meaning the support for farmers exactly 2 years in working in the land, working with the tea tree, changing the habit of using fertilizer, and also its promotion in the telecommunication, saying that, okay, start from this point, this province now focus on organic tea. It's something like that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's about support of for example, the example you just gave is with this organic production. What's really interesting is I guess and what I didn't realize either is the government understanding or recognizing the importance of tea as an export and connecting with the outside world and establishing an association to do that.
Yeah.
So
it's also, we need to bring in the what we call technical support from the international NGO. For
Right.
example, some international NGO from European Union who know everything about organic products and also so we kind of connecting, okay, in Vietnam now for this minority people or this province, we need help,
Right.
especially in different, support. So it's kind of connecting people as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell me, okay, so before I actually ask you my other question, I want to know, how did you get into tea? What's your tea story?
It's a lovely story. I was born in a tea family.
Yes.
My dad and my mom was like the first people in Vietnam after the war who joined into the tea industry. So they kind of built up many tea factories in the mountain. So I was born in the mountain, in the North Mountain of Vietnam, and my childhood is like breathe in tea, smell of tea in the factory. Also climb up to the hill, like seeing the farmer who farming with tea. It kind of like I have 10 years when I was very young,
Yeah.
up to the far north Vietnam, and then my dad moving down to the capital, and he is a director of the Vietnam Tea Company at that time. It's government company. So almost of my family member working on tea business. Someone working for production, someone working for the testing tea, like my mom. Someone working in selling, and myself. My dad saying, okay, you could do something that helping the industry, because at that time, after the collapse of Soviet Union, the Vietnam tea industry was very difficult to looking for the new buyers. So what he said, like, okay, doing something, kind of like telling people what we have.
Right.
You have to go overseas because you can speak English fluently, and that you can help. So I study finance now. I want to be a
You
financial.
studied finance.
Yeah, I was studying finance at that time in Australia, back home, and I'm thinking, oh, I should working for financial market with more money then, right? My dad just saying something like, okay, come on, you have to do something, You learn, you grow up in a tea family, and you should do something for tea. And then I felt like, yes, why not? Is the job quite interesting? Like going overseas, seeing people, telling people what I have, what we have. At the beginning, I have no idea about promotion. Like, okay, I don't know what to tell people.
Yeah.
It's funny, like I brew some tea and tell them, hey, please drink our tea. and tell them story. Oh, it's funny.
Yeah.
But I love. We learn a lot after 20 years of promotion, and then we learn a lot. Nowadays we have, I think, like more and more buyers than ever.
Yeah. So it's in
Yeah.
your blood.
Sorry.
It's in your blood.
I have to tell you, like, in my blood was probably because my mom, she was drinking tea when she pregnant, producing. And me every day now, like my job in the morning is tasting some tea, and then of course brew some tea for myself. It's in my blood.
It's definitely in your blood. And you try to fight it and you can't fight it. So you had to come back. Finance.
Yeah.
Finance.
But
So, okay, but so Hung, I want you to tell everybody about this really special product that you have in Vietnam. I've been to Vietnam many years ago. I was in the south of Vietnam, so I did not get up to tea country, unfortunately, which you know what that means, right?
No,
unfortunately.
Next time.
I have to come back, exactly.
Maybe next year. Start
exactly.
now.
Exactly.
But if I try to do new tea mastercard, you be there as one of my. Yeah, you have to be here.
Exactly. See, we have to make up for 2 years of not traveling. But I want you to tell everybody about this really, really special tea that you have that I've had the privilege of tasting because you sent me some, and that's Snow Shan. Tell everybody about Snow Shan.
Snow Shan is something similar like Yunnan old trees. I think most of people know about the Yunnan tea. Yunnan tea is similar like Vietnamese Anson tea tree. What we call is the old tea trees. I think it's like born about 100 or more than 100 years old.
Yeah.
Some tree even like 500 years old. It's huge, like two people holding like this.
Wow.
Because it's living in the deep forest and it's so tall, it's about 20 meters, and then it's kind of like go up to sky and breathe in. That's why the bud have something white.
Yeah.
The white, so we call it snowy. We call it snowy in the bud. That's why we call it snow sun.
Oh, that's where the snow name comes from.
Yeah, sun.
So
there's sun.
So it's like a hairy down that covers it.
The white hairy.
Yeah, which is kind of like the Chinese yin zhen, the white needle tea, right? It's got the soft furry. It's like So that's where that's why the snow comes in. That's where the snow name. Okay. Interesting.
I think the kinds of the white tea tree is been there for so long, similar time with Yunnan and with Sisongbana. I think in Sisongbana, Vietnam, the north of Vietnam, and also Yunnan. The three countries have that kind of tea.
Yeah.
Like we have to say, like back to thousand years, maybe the origin land that tea born. So the tea tree that stay there for so long, we just like don't really know about that. Why that happened is because back to the time Vietnam under French, the people who is actually, we have to say thank you to French people who actually went down there and tried to looking for what the difference between the tea they drinking in Vietnam at that time. So they found out the way that the minority people in northern Vietnam pick up the leaf, dry under the sun, and then brought everything to China to, what do we say, to Pu'er or to Yunnan at that time. And then the Chinese people packing in the tea keg, the brown one, and then sell it back again to Vietnam. So the French people found, okay, it's very good business for them at that time, for the Indochina, is in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia at that times. We found many report about that back to, I think it's 1880 something. We still have the report now from French about that. And then later on, we've seen that people been beating those tea in Hong Kong, like for more than 50,000 $50,000 per cake.
Wow.
Wow. And it's made in Vietnam. For
So,
10
sorry, hang on. So the tea was going from Vietnam, it was going to China, it was being packed, and then it was being sold. The Vietnamese tea was being sold for $50,000?
Yeah, for 50, but not in Vietnam, in Hong Kong.
No, in Hong Kong. I know, but it was Vietnamese tea.
Yeah, even the character, the Vietnamese character on the tea cake saying like it's in Vietnam, and it's about 70 years ago, 70 or even 80 years ago, something like that. And then we just thought, oh my God, how come? I mean, like we just thought, oh, it's a great story. We have this Santi here for many years, but have no idea because because it's a specialty. What we've been producing in Vietnam for many years after French people is a commodity tea. It's mean the tea similar like Assam, Darjeeling, and Sri Lanka. The tea like OP or green tea, the small one that we've been selling it were quite with the commodity price as well, like $2 or $3 per kg. But there's no Santi in Vietnam. Normally selling in Vietnam for about $10 per kg or even $50 per kg.
Wow.
And then we're thinking like, oh my God, that's so precious. Like how can we never know about that?
Yeah.
And it's again like thanks to French people who really want to help Vietnam again. So they said, okay, they are the one who put the first step at that time, 200 years ago, and now they want to help again. So they came back asking us as the tea association, what do you want to do now?
Yeah.
We said that I think it's nearly 8 years ago. I said we want to do something with Snow Santi. At that time, not the name Snow Santi, but it's Tea Santi. We want to investigate about that. We want to really understand how big it is we have, the potential of that, how we can help the farmer, how we can make it better, and how we can promote that. So after a project by the French Development Agency Hopping, we found out that we have at least 6 or 7 provinces in North Vietnam have that tree.
Okay.
And in different land, they have a little bit taste.
Yeah.
So what we try to introduce is like telling people, okay, keep that different things. Don't mix up. So we're going to have different things in different provinces. Yeah. And also helping them like, okay, nowadays the people in the world drinking not that strong, not bitter, because the people in Vietnam have a family with the drinking tea very strong, very bitter, very bitterness. But so we have to tell them that okay, the international people, the one not drinking like us, the one drinking something more, smooth and more sweetness, more umami or something like that. And then we turn the way.
Western palates, we don't appreciate bitter as something positive.
Yeah.
We think it's bad, and I don't know why, because bitter is actually we've just grown up believing that bitter is bad. But and there's lots of, I think in the East there's an appreciation for bitter. It's not a bad thing, right?
Because the bitter, up front the bitter, but after that the aftertaste is sweetness.
Yes.
So people say something like our life at the beginning we made very hard. We're working very hard and life not so good. When we're trying hard, we get, a better in the end. So it's kind of like, okay, for the bitterness, you feel like, oh my God, it's your taste changing. And then
I love that.
You appreciate the later, the aftertaste, something sweet comes in. And it's also the bitterness helping your mouth, inside your mouth, like you feel more warm. When you drink something bitterness, you feel like, it's no more. It's too much water for you, and you're just feeling like you have enough. You have something very full, very good, something like that. And
I love that.
Yeah, about that bitterness. It means catechin. The catechin inside tea is the quality of the catechin is marked. So also in Vietnam, we believe that the bitterness helping us people look younger. That's what we believe.
Is that right? The more bitterness that, oh, okay. So I need to have lots of bitter.
Not a lot. You don't have to stop now, because nowadays we try to reduce the bitterness a bit, more to helping the, the Western people to
Yes.
learn that and to understand. So that's why you have snow shanty with very, very sweet and then better than
Yeah.
the
So
Vietnam.
I have to say that when I tasted the snow shanty, I didn't find it bitter at all. I thought it was beautiful. So for anybody listening, so the the tea grows in high altitudes, right? So in the mountains in the north of Vietnam. So anywhere between 900 to 2,000 meters above sea level, right? And as you said, the trees also grow to great heights. You said 20 meters high?
Yeah, 20 high.
Wow, that's big. And because of the cold and the climate, that soft down is to protect the leaf, right? It's to protect the leaf not only from the cold but also from insects. And and from what I read,
No
what was that?
fertilizer. It's no fertilizer and nothing used.
No.
It's
Yeah.
natural percent. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's actually a unique varietal. It's Camellia sinensis, but as you said, it's closer to the Yunnan varietal
Yeah.
than it is to the Assamica, for example, or the Japanese, the Japonica, etc. Right?
You know that people nowadays have something like Camellia sinensis, Bar sinensis, is
Yes.
main variety from China,
Yes.
and then they have Camellia sinensis, Bar Assamica.
Yes.
So mean like it's come from Assam.
Yes.
Recently we say something like Camellia sinensis, Bar San. San is SH.
Ah.
So
Oh, varietal. Yes, I saw that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. SHAN San, the Chinese character meaning mountain is
Yes.
mean the tea from the mountain, big trees.
Big trees.
Yeah.
And you produce from it all categories. So you produce white tea from it and green tea from it and black tea. So you do produce different categories. It's not just one category that you're doing, right?
We have 6 different categories.
Yeah.
White tea, green tea,
Yeah.
yellow tea, oolong tea, black tea,
Yeah.
and dark
So
tea.
you produce all. So you're producing all 6 categories.
Yeah, all
from
6
Snow Shan.
Yeah, from Snow Shan.
Ah. Okay.
We have the oolong tea with the round shape. You
Yes.
know, with the round shape, not the loose lip, but the round one, look like the Taiwanese.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
well.
The Taiwanese, the tight roll.
Yeah.
Those are my favorites.
Thank you. Actually, like nowadays in Vietnam, people drinking that because they found out that there's more polyphenol, catechin inside.
Yeah.
And the how can I say is the what do we say this the difference in the note of flavor. It's not only one. When they have that tea, they say, okay, first smell is something like smoky smell, but the second something like the flower. They have some white flower.
Mm-hmm.
Then this one is something like the apricot, but the dry apricot.
Yes.
Yeah, it's something like a dry fruit or the
Yes.
fruit.
It's like it's like a stone fruit.
Yeah.
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 It's like that, and then it makes things more interesting.
Yes.
And if the tea give you more water, for example, normal tea we have 1, 2, 3, or maybe 5 water. But for this Snow Shan tea, you can make 10, at least even more than 10.
Really?
Even more than
Wow.
10. We always kidding with our buyer, like, okay, keep quiet.
I know.
Drink.
Otherwise, you don't need as much tea. It's not good for your market.
You just
Don't tell everybody that. One steep, everybody. One steep. One. Maybe 2. I'm kidding. So it's one of the beautiful things. You likened it, the bitterness to the bitterness and the sweetness to life. And I use that same analogy when I'm describing what happens to teas that grow at high altitude. So the higher the tea, the higher the altitude at which a tea is grown, the more complex and interesting the flavors are. And
Yeah.
that happens for two reasons. First, because the higher the altitude, the slower it grows, right? And if we think of us as human beings, if we're climbing a mountain, what happens? Thinner air, lower oxygen, and you move slower. You have to move slower. And the leaf is the exact same. Everything it grows slower. It's also under stress. And because of that stress, it's fighting a little bit more. And that's the analogy that you draw between bitter and sweet in life. I draw that with tea, that the more stress and the more struggle there is in life, the more interesting a character somebody usually is.
Yeah.
So,
Sure.
and tea is very much the same, right? It struggles and comes out as really complex, interesting flavors.
And one more reason, because the root, the root of that tea tree, normally for the commodity tea in the garden, the root like this, like very low.
Yes.
But the root for the tea tree is like very long, and then it can go deep inside the soil. That's why they can bring in more mineral. Even when you know something, you feel the mineral in your tongues. You feel like it's something like you touching to a spoon. Because
Right.
or even you feel a bit sour, not sour, sour. You feel
Because
sour,
the roots go so deep that it's drawing the minerals.
then they take more and more mineral inside than the other.
Interesting.
And also because on the top they have more smoky. When smoky comes in, it's helping for the leaf as well.
Yes.
The leaf from snow sun tea is more thicker than the normal tea, but it's also making more difficult for producer. It means they need to have more time for dry,
Yeah.
withering, and also more time for fermentation as well, and also happen when you dry the tea later. It will make the thing more difficult, more and more difficult. We produce another tea.
So, tell everybody where they can buy Snow Shanty now that we've done such a good job selling it.
I think I'm selling to American a little bit. We have Serenity DP in America selling something. We have someone in America as well, and then Sabna, please, you have to help me, for some agency in Canada to selling that kind of tea, and we also selling in Paris. I think French people like it. They buy, yeah. And of course, most of our tea now go to China. Chinese just love the Chinese people
because they know good tea, right? I mean, let's face it, they know good tea. Well, I think it's exciting because people are always looking for something new, and this is different. Like it really is. It's a really, really special product. So you and I will talk again after this. But
not only about product, but tourism as well. I have so many buyers from the West just coming, like a week. Even some of them drive the motorcycle up to the mountain, try to, climb up to the trees, pick up the leaf and dry and see what happened. So before COVID, I made like in 2 years mainly track for the people from Tea Master Cup Master.
Right.
Our buyer go there, stay in, nearby the mountain, and then they really enjoy it. I even have some friends, coming back and stay for 3 months, try to help the kids by teaching them English. And someone says like, okay, you need a worker here. I want to stay here. I think they love the life in the mountain, and also they love the tea tree. For them, it's like amazing. They never see some huge thing like that.
Well, Hung, you live in a beautiful country.
Thank you. You too.
Well, but
as well.
Canada is beautiful. That's true. I will grant you that. But Vietnam is really a beautiful, beautiful country with some of the happiest, friendliest people I have ever seen. I loved my time in Vietnam. Really, really, really loved it. And I look forward to coming back again.
Yeah, you always welcome.
So, Ms. Hong, you know about my Proust questionnaire?
What the
Everybody
next
has to answer a question from my Proust questionnaire.
Yeah, okay. So,
Your
what the-
question, is, what's your idea of perfect happiness?
wow. I think that you know what is enough. You know,
Oh,
you accepting the situation with what you have, and you know that enough for you because the world now has just like so many things out there, and then if we don't know that enough, that what we have is good, so we try to grab more, and because we try to grab more, so we might have to do something that is not really helpful for yourself and for other people. But if you think that's okay, that what you have is enough, so you're happy. And as I think that Vietnam very famous have I think a monk who he's very happy. He's very famous, right?
Thich
His
Nhat
name.
Hanh.
I think what he have something like be in the moment. But I try to say like it's not only being a moment. It's you know what you have and you're happy with what you have. So it's happy.
That is beautiful. It really is beautiful because, yeah, it's beautiful. That's all I have to say about that. Knowing when you have enough, that's the idea of perfect happiness. So that is very much something that Thich Nhat Hanh, famous Vietnamese monk, who sadly passed away
Yeah.
not long ago.
Yeah.
And he has a meditation that he does with tea. Have you done his tea meditation?
I try to telling people the message of meditation now. I'm telling you now, son, now,
Yeah.
like every day you can spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes for meditation. But with tea, even with 5 minutes, it helping you. How? Like that. You see the tea master when they prepare for the tea, right? They will clean up the cup, the pot. They try to arrange things in the table. They try to boil the water, wait for the water a bit. On that kind of activity, maybe take you 5 minutes only. But
Yeah.
with that 5 minutes, it calm yourself down. Even
Yeah.
like you out from somewhere, you angry with someone, and someone even come to see you angry with you and want to say something, but you just say, okay, slow down. I want to make a tea for you,
Yeah.
and then 5 minutes, would you do thing very focused, okay, very focused, touching thing with your heart. 5 minutes only.
5 minutes is all it takes.
It can yours is can be the person who came to see you, come to see
Yeah.
you as. So it's meditation, you know. Meditation
Yeah.
is mean you put your mind in the activity, one
Yeah.
activity in it, and then it's
Being
meditation.
present.
Yeah.
Just being
And
present.
then when you brew the tea and you just like the first breath,
Yeah.
and now you feel like, oh, you smell, what is it? And you know what you smell. That's tea meditation. Very easy, right?
It is very easy, and we tend to complicate things in life. So I'm going to leave you with the words of Thich Nhat Hanh. Drink your tea slowly and reverently, as if it is the axis on which the world, Earth, revolves, slowly, evenly, without rushing towards the future.
Yeah.
So I raise my cup to you, lovely Hong. It was so good to see you. Thank you for being a part of my precious supply chain, our precious supply chain, and bringing beautiful tea to the world.
Yeah. Thank you, Satnam. You are helping us connecting people and telling people our story as well from the producing country is beautiful job. So
Thank you,
you do.
Hong.
I wish you
Thank
all
you,
the
Hong.
best.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So if you haven't had snow shanty, get out and find some. If you have a tea company and haven't had snow shanty, get out and try some. Because if you want to show something different to your customers, I'm telling you, this is it. It's a really, really special product, and it's got a beautiful story. And, you know, Hong was talking about promotion and marketing of tea. And you know, I've said this many a time. We're very, very fortunate in the world of tea because we have this amazing product that sort of pops up out of the ground with this lovely little story attached to it. And we take it for granted because there are marketing companies and advertising companies that rack their brains trying to come up with stories and romance around their products. And we've got one that just pops up and says, here I am, and here's my story. So we have to do better at telling that story everywhere and around the world. So with that, I take great pleasure in introducing my next guest. Hello, Jenny Dodd.
Hello, good morning. Happy observance of International Tea Day. It's so good.
Oh, that's a good one. That's definitely a good one. I like that one. Perfect. How are you, lovely lady?
I am so good, and I'm so happy to see your beautiful face and share this wonderful event with you, which you just created out of thin air. Amazing what you've done in the 3 years that this is the third year you're doing it. This is an amazing event bringing together the whole world of tea. And I think your theme this year just exemplifies exactly what you're doing, from field to cup, like that whole supply chain. And we're going around the world today. It's amazing. So congratulations.
Well, I thank you. Thank you. That's kind of you. But I say this every single year. I can't do this without this amazing industry. So some of you have heard me tell this story before. You know, as I said, very first International Tea Day was in the very beginning of COVID. It wasn't even partway through COVID, right at the beginning. And we were all in lockdown. And oh my God, what are we going to do? And we can't not celebrate.
Right.
And this idea was born on like a Tuesday morning. And by Thursday, I had my entire guest list confirmed, locked and loaded, because every single person that I messaged came from a place of yes. Everybody was yes, 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 yes. And we did our very first SOFA Summit. And here we are 2 years later.
Isn't that the story of tea, though? I mean,
Yes.
It's not like other industries.
No.
We are a family in a whole different way, and we work with each other. Even competitors work with each other and help to build each other up. And I don't see that in other industries. So we're really lucky in that way.
I agree. I totally agree with you. So I'm before you and I start, is Kamal joining us? I know that Kamal is he having trouble logging in?
I thought he was in, but maybe I thought he was coming on. Let me see. I'll message him.
Why don't you message him while I read our second clue in from Teasel. So anybody who is listening, this is Jenny Dodd of Jenny Dodd Tea. Teasel is her brainchild, and we've partnered with her to bring you this very special International Tea Day edition of it. So our clue for 26 across is unopened leaf. So 26 across is unopened leaf.
I may know the answer to that one, but I'm going to keep it to myself. I might know the answer to that one.
Yes, I have to admit, we made a tough crossword.
We did. I mean,
we really did.
I mean, between the two of us, when we were coming up with it, I was like, I have to go look this up. I don't actually know the answer to that.
Well, I'll tell you, somebody who shall remain nameless at the moment, who's been in the tea industry for quite some time, said, you made a really tough crossword puzzle. I had to look up some stuff. So Jem said he missed 15 down. 15 down was our first clue this morning, and that was teas that range from floral to nutty to honey. And our second one that we're telling you today is 26 across, which is unopened leaf. So you're messaging Kamal, yes?
I did message Kamal, and I have not heard back from him. I wonder, sometimes there's technical difficulties in Nepal. That may be the issue today. I'm not sure.
No problem.
But-
no problem at all, lovely Jenny, because you and I are going to get started. And I'm going to tell everybody I never have double guests, but you're featuring for the second time. And the reason you're featuring for the second time is because of the great work that you do in Nepal. And Kamal Manali, who I hope will be able to join us, is from Himalayan Shangri-La. And he is dialing in from Nepal, which is perhaps why we're having some technical problems. But you, Jenny, do a lot of work with Nepal, and you do a lot of work with Himalayan Shangri-La. That's a question?
I do
Okay.
both of those things that you just said.
So let me start by asking you, how does a lawyer from New York City
Yes.
get involved and passionate and invested in, and I don't mean financially only, I mean invested in all of herself into tea from Nepal? Tell us.
Well, I mean, it is kind of a crazy story. I was a corporate litigator in New York City, diagnosed with MS, and not wanting to take medication, understanding that an autoimmune disease means maybe being a corporate litigator in Manhattan wasn't the least stressful thing I could do. Maybe there was less stressful things I could do. And I started learning about tea. I took all the classes you could take in the US, and then I thought, well, I need to travel to countries of origin. And that's what I did. And I think you understand as well, is once you start going to these countries and meeting with the people who grow and produce these teas, it's hard not to let your heart get entirely invested in what they're doing and how to make their lives better. And that became particularly true for me when I finally got to visit Nepal. And I would urge anyone who is thinking of any country of origin to visit, to go to Nepal, meet with the people who are growing and producing tea in Nepal. And I dare you not to be obsessed with Nepal tea after that, because there's no way you can't just become absolutely engaged and obsessed with this tea and the people there. And as you said, completely invested in their hopes and their desires and wanting to see them find a way to independently create economic sustainability for themselves, which they can do through this tea crop. And which I think is the point, if we read the UN resolution, which, you know, maybe as a lawyer I feel is necessary to read the language, is that I think that that's the purpose, is to expose. Namaste, sir. Namaste.
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 Sorry for delay, because
That's okay.
in our area there is no electricity. Just electricity just came.
It just came.
Load shedding now.
Well, the tea gods have aligned to bring us electricity for a short window, so we have you.
Thank goodness. I think we're lucky to have Mr. Manali, who I consider one of the most amazing
both of you.
in Nepal.
And
well, it's thank you very much for joining us. It is evening for you in Nepal.
Thank you.
So, Kamal, please, why don't you tell me, Jenny was just starting, why don't you tell everybody about Himalayan Shangri-La? Tell me about what you do.
You know, the Nepal is the between two very big country.
Yep.
South India and Northeast China, and we are a very small country, about 30 million people, and we have many diversity in our land. We are landlocked country. We don't have any seaport.
Right.
Yeah. So we suffer many problems from these things. So, and we have a tea in Nepal. Tea plantation started 150 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Not that long.
not long. Time is longer than Darjeeling,
Yes.
but professionally, commercially, no.
Mm.
It started commercially about 30, 40 years, since
Yeah.
40 years. So, but we didn't have something like Darjeeling. Darjeeling, very big tea estate,
Yes.
and our concept is tea garden. Every small farmer has grown their tea in their very small half acre, quarter acre, 1 acre, 2 acre, I mean, land, something like that. So they maintain their garden themselves.
Mhm.
And after I introduce myself, my name is Kamal Mainali. I'm a
Mhm.
director of Himalayan Shangri-La Tea Producers Private Limited, and our factory is situated in Ilam. It's
Okay.
yes, Ilam. Next is in India, Darjeeling,
Mhm.
just separate from international borderline.
Mhm.
So, and we don't have our own tea garden or tea estate. We are working with small farmers.
Okay.
We have Butley factory, and about 450 small farmers involved in our factory. Day to day, they pluck tea, and we collect from their house or their door to door service. We provide them to collect our green leaf, and we certify them organic. All other things also provide like a organic fertilizer or the other essential technology support. All these things. Jenny, you know everything because Jenny went many times in our place. I think Jenny's second home is Nepal.
It is, and I miss my home, and I miss my Nepalese tea family. I hope to get there very soon, very soon.
And our land is very fertilized land, and all there is no use any like a fertilizer like a urea, DAP, or something like that. Harmful fertilizer not uses, all
So
organic.
so your model is you are a Botley factory, and for
Yes,
anybody listening who doesn't know what that is, because we're going through the supply chain today, and your model is based on small farmers that that pluck the leaves, and then you purchase them in order to then produce it into a finished product.
yes,
Correct? Okay.
yes.
And
And
you said you've got over 400 farmers that you purchased from?
450 farmers.
450. That's a lot of people
Yes.
that are dependent
Then
on your Himalayan Shangri-La.
yes,
If I could, I think that if I could just interrupt for a second, I feel like
Mhm.
Kamal is being somewhat humble because it's not just that he's buying the leaf from these 450 small holders. He's also taking it upon himself and his company and paying the expenses in order to make sure that they are certified organic, because that's a challenge for smallholders
It
to
is.
manage, even to manage the paperwork, let alone the expense of maintaining, the records and all of that are required in order to become certified organic. But he's taken it upon himself. And I think, again, I say he's humble because he's not mentioning it, is that, it's not every Botley factory that will take that responsibility on themselves. And he works more with, in my opinion, more with the small holders as partners than as just like, I'm just buying the leaf. Am I wrong, Kamal? I feel like you
yes, you are right. You are right.
consider them partners in this process.
And about our factory capacity is 250,000 kilogram per year, but now we produce only 100,000 plus tea, and we have different varieties tea, some specialty tea, regular tea, like a white tea, gold and pearl green, different green tea, ruby tea, all different type of tea we produce.
Ruby tea. What's ruby tea? Stop.
Ruby.
What is ruby tea?
Ruby is something very round black tea, and when you brew it, leaves comes like a whole leaves, one leaf and one
Okay.
part. So it's a very interesting, very nice tea. Who drink very quite strong black tea.
Okay.
For them, this is very nice tea. And we put different type of green tea also, something like Pearl green tea, other Emerald green tea, regular SF green tea, and black tea. All this type of tea we produce, and our market is mainly we export in Germany, France, some tea in USA.
Yeah.
So some tea that I might just be drinking right now. I don't know.
So
Japan, like this, Slovakia, Czech Republic.
Tell us about the unique qualities, the flavor profiles of teas from Nepal, because they have a very unique flavor profile. Again, high altitude. But tell everybody, what are the unique flavor profiles of teas from Nepal?
Our land, our factory and farmers, they are about 1,800 above from the sea level. Tea garden situated in Ilam, mainly. Our factory also 1,900 meter height is our factory. These are called virgin land. No use any pesticide, fertilizer.
Virgin land.
Yes, it's fertile land.
Yeah.
So, and it's not the tea estate; it's a tea garden. The farmer plucking their leaves themselves, and very few farmer using the outside labor. So, and they maintain well. So I think the soil is right. Soil and environment. This climate is very unique for quality.
Okay.
That's why our tea is something different than other.
Okay. And Jenny, so you fell in love with Nepal, obviously. I know you have. I mean, Kamal, I can't. I think that people are brought into the world for reasons, and Jenny's destiny was connected with Nepal. Don't you think?
Definitely.
I think her destiny was connected with Nepal. For whatever reason, she managed to get her way there. She tried to be a lawyer first, and destiny said, no. We have other plans for you, Miss Jenny Dodd.
Nepalese people are very friendly, and even the 7 years ago there was a big earthquake.
Yes.
In Nepal.
Yep.
They didn't have any glasses to drink water.
Yeah.
But still they are laughing, talking. It's something different character of Nepalese people.
So, Jenny, you carry Himalayan Shangri-La clearly because you're drinking it.
I do. It's my most popular tea that I carry, and it's also the tea that I drink every single day. Because if I was going to describe a unique characteristic of Nepalese tea, I mean, there's definitely everything that Kamal was mentioning with the soil and how it's so the soil was just meant to grow tea. It's so nitrogen rich, that soil, because of the high elevation and the slow degradation of the leaf all the forest that was falling for hundreds and hundreds of years. But I would go with a little bit more poetic version of describing it. And that's that even though I have this tea every single day, and I've woke up in the morning in Shangri-La, literally Shangri-La, the name of this tea garden is very apt, and have experienced everything from plucking the leaf there all the way to the cup, is that I still feel like as accessible, as warm and friendly, as hospitable, and as like just generous the people of Nepal are, there's always just a little bit of mystery. And that's why I have it every single day, because I'm still discovering something new every day that I drink this
Thank
tea.
you. Good.
So, Kamal, tell me, how did you get into tea? Why tea?
Why tea?
You, yes. Why did you start?
I can't.
Why did you start your business?
When I was very young, about 22 years, I think, when I was 22.
Wow.
But my brother was tea planter,
Okay.
and he visited many Darjeeling tea, Assam, Duars, India, many places, and he planted some tea in Nepal also. So I influenced from my brothers.
You were influenced by your
Yes,
brother.
yes.
And no regrets. You've never looked back.
No, since
Good.
40 years.
40, well, that's a long time to never, ever look back.
I tell my age also. 40 years and 22.
It's as Hong said before in the previous session, it's all that tea makes you look younger.
It's all that tea makes you look younger.
Yes,
That's right.
it's a passion, It's a tea, for me, tea is passion.
I agree.
I enjoy
So,
it.
what do you want everyone to know about tea from Nepal? Because we talk a lot about, there's certain regions we talk a lot about. What do you want the world to know about tea from Nepal?
Nepalese tea is quite unique, and some specialty is very nice. You don't get even in Darjeeling, in Sri Lanka. You don't get some tea we produce in Nepal, and we don't have the tea garden, tea estate, a big tea estate, and we have a small farmers.
Yeah.
In tea sector, near about 18,000 small farmers involved in Nepal. So if somebody buying Nepal tea,
Yeah.
that indirectly support to those small farmers who involved in tea industry, and 50,000 labor
Yeah.
directly involved in tea industry, and mainly 80% they are in women and girls.
Women and girls.
Yes, you support those small farmers if you buy Nepal tea.
Yeah. And I think that's a really important point, because, as you said, Nepal's been growing tea for over 150 years, but commercially it's only been 30 to 40 years, which in the grand scheme of it is nothing. I mean, it is in its infancy, and so much potential. But, very much the same as what Leah was talking about at the very beginning from Eastern Produce. Eastern Produce is a massive, massive company. And even though they too deal with a lot of smallholders, it's still within the structure of a large commercial enterprise. And I think what's unique about Teas from Nepal is that it is very much small enterprises. It is made up of a series of a lot of small enterprises. And maybe what attracted you, Jenny, to want to scream to the world, drink tea from Nepal. And she does.
I do.
She does. She's a good
year,
ambassador.
This year, from this Russia and Ukraine war,
Yeah.
tea industry is affected badly.
Yes.
Even not only Nepal, India, Sri Lanka, Kenya, everywhere.
Yes.
Because we, and this COVID-19, we have very problem, because there is no flight to send samples, and if some flight we manage, cargo 3 times expensive.
Expensive. Yeah.
Yeah. Before we I think 20-feet container cost about $3,000. Now
That's right.
$10,000.
Yeah.
You know?
10 is a good price, Kamal.
Yeah.
It's more than that by now. I know. It's crazy. It's
So,
absolute.
when
Yeah.
this Russia and Ukraine war
Yeah.
affected badly because the international market, mainly India, play a big role in Russia and Ukraine. India total export to Russia 22% and Ukraine 8%. That means 30% total export to India affected. That means we also affected from
Everybody's affected for
a
sure.
start, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
So everything is very expensive now in Nepal. I think everywhere. I think, but Nepal also everything.
Yeah.
Very expensive.
Everybody's deeply
So,
affected by what's happening.
very
for sure.
difficult to survive this year. I don't know when this war is finished, and I don't know how long it will go. So, coming future, I don't know in tea industry.
Strong.
So
I always have faith in
all
the
tea
team.
drinkers should think. Start if someone is drinking 2 cup, start to 4 cup.
That's
So
I listen. I couldn't agree with you more. Every tea drinker.
Increase the tea consumption.
I agree with you 100%. If every tea drinker around the world would drink one more cup of tea,
1
per
cup
day,
more.
just one
Yes,
cup,
just 1 cup more.
everybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree with you.
I think that could be the new
Tea
slogan.
industry
One cup more.
will survive.
One more cup.
One more
I
cup.
agree.
Yes. This is the mission and vision for 2022.
I
Okay.
like it.
Okay, that's our. Okay, I'll take
1
on
cup
that
more.
slogan. I will take on that slogan. One more cup, everybody.
1
I
more
will
cup.
take on
Yes.
that slogan. All right.
Yes. This is.
So, dear Jenny and dear Kamal, everybody has to answer one of my Proust questions before they leave my sofa. Kamal, you're
Okay.
going to go first. And the question for you is, when and where were you the happiest?
When and where?
Mhm.
Now I am living Kathmandu. When I'll travel to tea garden and factory and I meet these farmers, I am happy at that time.
Good
And
answer.
I am very interested to stay in my place, because in my place there is no television, no internet, no
That is
radio,
happiness.
no radio. You know. So
That is, I think you just found the secret to ultimate happiness. Ms. Jenny Dodd, same question for you.
Well, I mean, I would say Kamal stole my answer, but since you went first, it's. But I would say my most sublime moment of happiness was waking up in Shangri-La tea with Kamal, having a cup of tea, surrounded by the roses right outside my bedroom with the verdant tea growing and the white Himalayas in the background. It does not get more happy.
Better than that.
No.
Well, I say cheers to you, Kamal, for being a part of this precious supply chain, doing the things that you do, not just in producing tea, but in truly being invested in what you do, because caring about what you do and caring and supporting the people that are part of what you do is really, I think, key to everybody's success as well as yours. I have great faith in the industry. I think we have a very resilient industry. I know it's hard. I get it, but we are resilient, and we will get even through this. And to you, Ms. Jenny Dodd, thank you for spreading the word of Nepalese tea to North America and beyond, because this was your calling.
We are ready to supply. So
yes,
please, one more cup.
One more cup.
One more cup.
One more cup.
One more cup, everybody. One more cup. Okay. Cheers. Thank you, and happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day.
Bye. Bye-bye. This is why I love doing this, because this is my happy time. Happy time. So we've got Kenya, Canada, Italy, Turkey, US, Japan, Argentina, British Virgin Islands. Don't think I didn't see you in the room. Australia, Brazil, India, Colombia, and the Philippines. Hello to all of you. Hello, Bigelow Tea. I see a hello from all of you. It's so good to have each and every one of you here on my journey. We're only a couple of hours in, an hour and a half, and we've got so much more in store for you. So we have reached our third clue in Teasel, and the third clue for Teasel is 54 down, and the clue is literally lidded bowl. Literally lidded bowl. That is clue 54 down. So for those of you that don't know what I'm doing here, if you go to our website, tea.ca, and go to events and International Tea Day, you will find our microsite where we have created a big, enormous crossword puzzle all around tea facts, tea information, some of it that even some of you that know a lot about tea are going to have to scratch your head and go look up. And that's the idea. You think you know, test your knowledge, and if you don't, maybe you're just going to learn something new today. So 15 clues we've kept back from you so that you'll listen to our epic journey. Oh, Latvia is here as well. Hello, Latvia. All right, so with that, I am leaving Nepal and the United States, and I am going to travel to India. Hi, Joydeep.
Hi, Shabnam.
How are you?
I'm good. Wish you a very happy International Tea Day.
I wish you a very happy International Tea Day. What did you do on the actual day, on Saturday?
Yeah, the actual day we had a series of events. Actually, you see, we had a seminar organized by the Indian Tea Association, and then we had in the evening a new NGO which has come in, set up by Ms. Arun Singh of Goodrick, so Tea Vision. So there was a meeting there, so meeting all the tea veterans. And then, of course, hopping in and out of the online like postings, actually, Instagram, Twitter.
There was a lot happening.
India did well. See, it was on Twitter. It was trending as #1, more or less for the whole day, actually.
Fantastic! I saw that. I'm always so happy when I see that. So good. And I saw the picture that you posted in the evening of the seniors of the industry, the wise men. Yeah.
Well, it was good. Actually, we had the leader of the tea garden. That is, I think, the largest trade union we have, called the ACMS. So the president of the Tea Workers Union also joined in. So that was the icing on the cake, actually.
Nice. So I should introduce you to everybody. Everybody, welcome to my guest, Joydeep Phukan from Toklai Tea Research Institute of India. But as I've said before, I like to let my guests tell everybody who they are and what they do. So Joydeep, tell everybody about what you do.
Yeah, my name is Joydeep Phukan. I work as the secretary and the principal officer of the Tea Research Association. So basically, Tea Research Association is responsible for all the R&D, research and development for the majority of the Indian tea industry. We look after 75% of the Indian tea production, spread over almost 10 states in India, like you see, from the state of Bihar till the borders of Burma, actually. So we do applied research for the tea industry. Toklai, in fact, I would like to inform everyone that it's one of the oldest tea research institutes in the world, which was set up in 1911. And from then onwards, it's 111 years now, non-stop we have been working. There were two wars, I think First World War, Second World War, where then it was British scientists, so they were called for forward duty. They continued the experiments, the scientific experiments, by writing letters through their wives, actually. And then that's how I think one of the most famous clone called TV1, Toklai Vegetative Clone 1, was introduced. It was Mrs. Tunstall who introduced, who's the main inventor of the TV1, actually. See, so that's really, actually it was a very good combination work between the scientists, their families, and the planters. So it was a real good work. So basically, Toklai does applied research work, like in all these 10 states. We have about 1,100 organized tea gardens which we look after, and the more than 175,000 small tea growers. And we have the advisory part. So we do, each garden gets 2 mandatory advisory visits from our scientists.
Okay.
So whatever they have problems and all, so they addressed, actually.
So, okay, so I visited Toklai, and it's fascinating because it's like this whole compound, right?
Yeah.
And you have a mini factory set up where you, I guess, I mean, you produce, because one of the things that you do is you experiment, right? It's a research institute,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
about addressing the challenges that are faced within your industry, not only in the field, but also in the production side. Am I right?
Yes. Yeah.
So the mini factory is fantastic because it's exactly that. It's a mini factory. It's like this whole
Yeah.
production line, but it's in a very compact area. So why do you think, tell everybody why are research institutes so important to this supply chain? Because it's a part of the supply chain that I think a lot of people, I mean, unless you're in the industry, don't actually know exists. Why do you think it's important?
See, to answer your question, I'll go back maybe right from the genesis of the research. In fact, you see, the Britishers, when they discovered tea in 1823. Actually, we are going to celebrate. Next year it will be 200 years of the discovery of tea in Assam. So from 1823 to about 1880s, 1890s, there were the forests were being cleared and tea were being planted, and there were a lot of mortality of tea bushes. Actually, there were tea pests and diseases, different kind of problems which are coming in. So in 1895, in a small room in Calcutta, the research experiments was conducted. So from 1895 till 1906, it was done in Calcutta. Then it was thought that they should go out and do research on field, actually. And finally, the Toklai was set up in 1911. So if you see the problems which the industry or the initial planters faced during the first 70 years, those were sorted out after the actual practical research was done on the field, actually. So the pests and diseases were controlled, then different planting material was brought in. So the importance of research was felt by the initial who set up the industry, actually. And that has given us a very good run for the next 100 years, actually. So what we now require is that we need to relook at the problems which are there. Like there are a lot of issues, like climate change is one of the issues. In fact, the very fact that the tea is losing maybe the attraction among the youngsters, I think that is one of the major areas where we need to, as a research body, we need to look in how to innovate and bring back the research, bring back the attraction, bring back the attention of the youngsters, so that they get to drink, they enjoy this beverage, actually. So they get to rediscover the whole goodness of tea. So I think the role of a research institute, I think it's one of the most primary thing which the industry should have. And we have seen, in fact, we buy all the new gadgets which are there. If you take Apple or Google, or their research is so strong, then that is why I think they're innovating and bringing out new things so that it's attracting new people actually. So I think we need to catch up on that, and then the funding to research is also very poor. I think that also needs to be enhanced actually, because that's an important area which we always face.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that, it's areas that people don't understand are usually the areas that are underfunded, right? If I don't understand it, how can I put money towards it? But if you actually start to explain the importance of historically what a research institute did and the problems that it's helped alleviate, and even the forward problems that it looks at, right? I know that, I mean, when I was in Toklai, I don't know how many years ago, a lot of years, too many years, we have to come back. I mean, you were doing a lot of work on climate change at that time, and the effects of climate change on the plant and how to deal with that within the industry. So it's about looking forward as well. And if these things are taken away, if these things aren't funded, if these things aren't supported, you're taking away a big, I don't want to call it a safety net, because a safety net suggests that something breaks and you have to fall into it, but it's a support of the system that has to be funded and nurtured and valued more than anything else, right? The chain, and I've said this before, it's every single person that I'm talking to today is part of this chain, and a chain are links. And if you remove one single link out of it, it breaks. It doesn't function without it. And we don't even within the industry, we don't always fully grasp that, do we?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So you mentioned young drinkers and you mentioned young consumers. What do you think we need to do to speak better to young consumers, new consumers?
You see, of course, like as a research body, what we have been doing at Toklai is that we were concentrating more on the back end part of the industry, like the agricultural side, the manufacturing side, so that the industry becomes more sustainable, and it has, like, I think there maybe some kind of we have done enough to for the industry to go ahead for some time. But on say getting to attract young drinkers, actually, the best thing is that to offer them a very good high quality tea, which is somehow missing actually. Because what is happening there is if the quality is missing, if you drink it, like if a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old, he gets to drink a very average cup of tea, or where he doesn't enjoy his tea. So I think from the beginning onwards, I think his liking towards the beverage is at a negative actually.
Right.
So our main effort should be, as a research body, is to focus more on quality tea production, so that the ultimate young people get to drink very good quality tea. And then, like, if you have a good product, I think it is very easy to sell.
Right.
But if you have a product, I think you have to push, and then ultimately, if people are not interested, then your demand goes down. So basically, I feel it's on quality which we have to focus, and that's how I think we have been trying to focus, both with the small tea growers as well as the organized sector.
So, and you're talking about improving quality to elevate the value of the product, right?
Yeah, elevate the value of the product. Plus, when you drink a good cup of tea, you tend to repeat that when you day in, day out actually. But if you have an average cup, or if you don't like the drink which you're taking, so I think that the repeat of those things will not be there actually. So that's what we are trying to see, that there is more emphasis on quality, and even Tea Board is also trying to basically focus on quality tea production.
Have you seen a reduction in the consumption of tea amongst younger consumers in India? Because you're a big tea drinking country, right? I mean, you're not only a big
Yes.
producer, but you also consume a lot of tea internally, domestically. Do you see a decrease in interest amongst young consumers in India?
You see, I think a formal study has not been made on the categories of the tea drinking population, but definitely if you see the general trend actually, which is there, because the cafes have proliferated all the main metropolitan cities and the tier 2 cities. So in the last 15-20 years, definitely coffee has made a lot of inroads in the cities. And the other infusions also, the herbal drinks and of course the soft drinks are there. But the good thing is that in the last 5 to 6 years, there's been a lot of startup companies which come in and which are focusing on quality tea, and it is basically very trendy actually. So like there are. It's more, they operate more like the Starbucks kind of a chain. So we have got a company like Chai Point, we have got a company like Chaios. So these are all floated by by entrepreneurs who are like out of the engineering. We have these IITs and the IIMs, actually the Indian Institute of Management's very bright students who have come in and become entrepreneurs, and they have floated these companies, and they are doing well actually. So you have this another two, three tea startups called the Tea Box, which is doing very well. Then Badam Teas actually. So these have brought in gradually. They are trying to bring in the interest among the youngsters actually. So they have, apart from tea, you have got the tea wares, the whole style statement which goes with tea. So I think that's what these are trying to bring back the focus. And to a certain extent, I think you see a lot of crowd in those these tea cafes actually.
What I love about things like that is that it brings tea, as you say, to a whole new market, right? And it's speaking tea to a consumer that may not normally think about it. We did a study in Canada late last year where we did a survey of young consumers. So between the age of 18 to 34, we're not allowed to legally go below 18, so we have to start at 18. But between 18 and 34, and we wanted to know, what are you drinking? If they were tea drinkers, that's great, but we also wanted to know what else are they drinking and why not tea? And I have to tell you that one of the number one reasons they said that they didn't drink tea was because they just didn't think about it. Like, it wasn't top of mind. It wasn't even something on their radar. I mean, flavor is one thing, okay, but they don't like the taste of it, which I think, to your point, is about quality. And if I taste something the first time and I don't like it, I'm not going to drink it a second time, right?
Yeah.
But also, I found it really shocking when I saw that amongst the top reasons was that they just didn't think about it. And I think that I don't think that's unique to Canadians. I think that's you can probably repeat that in lots of different places and get a very similar answer. And I don't know what the answer to that is. I think that, we're too polite. I say this a lot. We're too polite in tea. We just, thank you and please, and it's a lovely beverage, and do you know what I mean?
Yeah. We're not aggressive actually.
What was that?
We are not aggressive in promoting or positioning our beverage.
We're very quiet.
Yeah.
And it's okay. It's being thoughtful about tea, I think, is important, and there's a market that feeds into, but there's this whole other market that needs aggressiveness, needs to be louder, and I don't know. We have to innovate, Joydeep.
Yeah. No, you see, basically regarding you said about your Canada experience or the study, but say in India, you see, every household, like, they drink tea actually. It's a ritual, the morning tea and the evening tea, at least 2 cups of tea. Everyone, especially the seniors, 35 years plus or 40 years plus, would drink at home. So maybe their children So if they get to drink maybe a very good cup of tea, then the interest would continue. But if they drink, if the quality is not good, I think the 40 plus would have the loyalty towards tea because of their parents and because of maybe some emotional connect. But the youngsters, they will not have. If they don't find the product good, then I think they just disconnect actually.
So you are bang on there, because of the people that were tea drinkers, we asked them when they developed their tea habits, and 87% developed tea habits before the age of 12.
Okay.
Right? So you're absolutely right. If they drank bad tea then, they're not going to keep drinking tea. They stop completely. So yeah, we have this young generation that we're trying to convert, but the opportunity starts even before that in their parents' homes, right?
Yeah, true. If you have good, like you see, basically, of course, now gradually the focus is there, but overall, I think the industry is now focusing on producing quality.
Yeah.
And like we have seen, of course, because otherwise you see it's an economic scenario also, because you see you have got too many teas actually. There's like oversupply situation of teas globally as well as in India also. So if you cut down, produce quality, so you get better prices as well as you create the demand for future actually.
And those are just the simple laws of economics, right?
True, yeah.
Too much demand, too much supply is not going to generate high prices unless we increase demand. So we have to do that through quality. How did you get into tea, Joydeep? What's your tea story?
You see, I started my career with a financial services company, and then I think in 1999 I applied for a tea job. Initially, I didn't get a call, and then finally the Secretary General of that's Indian Tea Association, Mr. Ronnie Das, he called me and said that why don't you come for an interview? And then so I came, and then I got into ITA in 1999. And then I was a little restless, so I was in ITA for about 3 years. Then I joined the Guwahati Tea Auction Center, which was having something new. The electronic auctions was being introduced there.
Mm-hmm.
So there I was there for about 3.5 years. So in TRA I joined in 2006. So from then onwards, I'm here actually.
And you're never leaving. You're never ever leaving.
There's a lot of pressure on like you see finances. Of course, after joining this organization, within a year, I started having blood pressure medication. So
no.
So it's like I have to arrange funds for the organization. So like that's a big challenge actually, day in, day out.
That is definitely a challenge. What does International Tea Day mean to you?
You see, basically to celebrate this wonder beverage, number one. Second thing is that you see, there's so much effort goes on actually. You see, right from the workers, different scientists, the tea garden managers, assistant managers, even us, we promote this beverage so much actually. So we need a day for ourselves to celebrate this, and it has got such a long history.
Yeah.
So plus the health benefits. So I think all combined, definitely we need a UN-backed tea day. So we already had one earlier, but I think that didn't have the sanction of the United Nations. So I think in 2015, like when we were in the FAO intersessional meeting in Milan, so I was just suggesting to our leader of the delegation, Mr. Santosh Sarangi, saying that, sir, why don't you propose a UN-backed International Tea Day, actually. No date was finalized, just a proposal.
Yeah.
So he said that I will propose if you can convince other people if they are agreeable. So I spoke to Luis. I spoke to, I think, a couple of other people. Peter Gauji was there. And then finally everyone agreed, and then we proposed it. So from then onwards, I think the whole ball started rolling. We gave a proposal. Of course, China did quite a lot in pushing the whole thing. I think. So finally, we had the day declared in 2019, actually.
I think that and it's really representative of what you just said as well, and sort of what happens here on SOFA Summit throughout the day is, the power of what happens when we all work together.
Yeah, true.
Right? It's the collective. There wasn't one single person, there wasn't one single that could do it, right? It was it was an idea that started with one person for sure.
Yeah.
That and it's that support and momentum, and I guess the amazing things that we can do together when we actually work together, including trending on Twitter. All right, Joydeep, are you ready for my Proust question?
Yeah, I think before that, maybe I should sincerely appreciate you. I think that's the way forward, because you see this TN Health Working Group, which you are leading. I think if we can do something that's going to lead to something very good for the entire global tea industry, actually.
Yeah. Well, leading together with UK and China, and yourself and US. And Malaysia are also part of the group. So, it's the collective work that I think is really important. So I totally agree. I think we're going to do really good things with that group. I'm excited.
Yeah.
So, dear sir, your question is, who is your hero in real life?
Okay. So,
tricky question.
So, I think my like wife and my mother has been pushing me quite a lot, and then like so whatever I've achieved, I think they've been really they have contributed quite a lot, actually. So both of them.
That's a good answer. Strong women.
True. Yeah.
Well, cheers to you, Joydeep. It was lovely to have you on my virtual sofa. Yes. Thank you for the work that you do in supporting this precious industry and the value that you place in our supply chain. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Shabnam, for having me here, actually. Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers, Joydeep.
Cheers. Bye.
All right. So before I introduce my next two guests, because we're going to double team the next one, I'm going to read you your next clue, which is 10 across. And the clue for 10 across is grading standard with highest proportion of tips. 10 across is grading standard with highest proportion of tips. So with that, I say hello to my two colleagues. Hello, Sharon, and hello, Peter.
Good morning, Shabnam.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sharon.
Good afternoon. How are you both?
Yeah, I'm hot from the FAO celebrating tea event.
Good, and that went well.
Yeah, it was fantastic with our good colleague Yulu also on the panel with me.
Fabulous. And Peter, you're flying off to a lovely, not tea producing place.
That is correct. So
a well-earned holiday.
A little hectic. So getting things packed and checking the weights, the usual, but hanging in there.
Good. Well, thank you both for joining me on my virtual sofa. We just passed the 2-hour mark, so bright-eyed still.
You've got a marathon to go, though, Shabnam.
Yeah.
Just a few hours left, no big deal. All right, so for everybody watching, Sharon Hall is Chief Executive of the UK Tea Infusions Association, and Peter Gaggi is President of the Tea Association of the USA. Is that right, Peter, or is the US Tea Association? I
No,
never know.
It's the Tea Association of USA Inc. That's the mother brand.
All right. So I wanted the two of you to come on because we certainly think that we're an important part of the supply chain, and we know what it is that we do on a daily basis, and we know that this is a full-time job. But I'm not sure everybody else always knows the extent of the work that we do and the range of the work that we do. So I thought that this would be a great opportunity to just talk a little bit about the importance of associations, the supporting of associations, sort of in the same way as, you know, Toclai, for example, right? It's when people don't understand things, they don't place value and importance on it. So I'm going to start with you, Peter, because your life in tea has been going on for 854 years.
That's right. I knew Emperor Shen Nung. He was a good guy.
Personally. Good for you.
Yes.
So let's start with how did you get into tea? Tell us your tea story first.
So my tea story is kind of accidental. I graduated university with a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry and was hired by Lipton, which was part of Unilever at the time in 1978, as a research chemist working on pure tea chemistry, tea processing for instant tea, and also decaffeination. And within about 2 months, I realized I had truly chosen the wrong career and started interviewing
Chemistry.
for graduate assistantships. As a matter of fact, I got one at NYU to get a PhD in chemistry. And in the meantime, I was bringing samples that I was working on down to the tea tasters, who were all British. We had a separate tea buying division called Royal Estates at the time. And they would be tasting and making these strange comments like, you know, this is chesty, this is cheesy, this is horsey, this is brassy, this is germline. What are you talking about? So I started tasting with them to kind of understand what they were talking about, and then would go back in the lab and kind of fiddle with the parameters to either maximize or minimize that particular flavor. And so I got to know them pretty well and told them, look, I wasn't really happy doing research. So I was probably going to be leaving in the first of the year. And one of them said, well, I want you to talk to the president of Royal Estates. I said, okay, fine. That was Toby Fleming, who, for people in the tea business many, many years ago, he was a very influential character. And he said, have you ever thought of becoming a tea taster? I said, I don't even know really what one is. So they said, well, no, here it is. You know, we'll train you here for several months to see if you have a palate. Then we'll send you to overseas to work in London and Sri Lanka and Kenya. And I said, I was 23 years old at the time. I said, that's not a bad gig. So let me do that. And I've never looked back. And it was the greatest decision I ever made. So for over 40 some odd years, I've been in the tea business, some way, shape, manner, or form.
Once you're in, you never get out. That's what I told
right.
Sharon already.
Keep bringing me back.
They keep bringing me back. You never ever get out. And so then from there you went to running the association.
Right. So I worked at Unilever for 32 years with tea, mostly in supply chain, purchasing. I had a 1.3 billion euro portfolio of stuff to manage, of which tea was one. And I retired from Unilever and then moved in. Joe Somrani, my predecessor, was looking to retire. So they hired me, kind of did a changeover, as we worked together for a year or two. And then I took over as president. So I've been here since 2011.
And Sharon, tell us your story, and then we'll jump into the associations themselves.
I never realized we had so many overlaps, Peter, because I was also a research scientist, as you know, and Unilever funded my PhD. So we have Unilever to thank for many things. I was a research scientist, molecular biologist for 10 years. And I'd had just about enough of pipetting by then. So I was looking for something new. I took a master's in science communication, and then via various routes started to work in communicating science to farmers. Particularly in the potato industry in the UK. And this is going to sound very strange, but I was hiking to Everest Base Camp and I was actually looking at the potatoes they were growing. Smallholders were growing potatoes on the trek up. And I thought, I could really help you with my knowledge of how to improve potato growth. And I thought, I really want a job that has a sort of global impact. And then this job in tea came up. And so I've done some work in associations before, but jumped at the chance, and lucky for me, landed the job in the UK Tea and Infusions Association in 2018. So I've been here ever since.
So what do you each think, what's the importance of an association? Why have an association? What's the point? Why bother?
Sharon, ladies before gentlemen.
Oh, how very gallant.
Oh, let's let me go first.
Just want to steal your answers.
Well, you know, we're non-profit making organizations. We're funded by membership subscriptions, so people join us voluntarily. And I think the fact that we've all got healthy memberships shows that people consider we deliver value, which is great. And we provide a venue for businesses to come together to discuss and address non-competitive issues. But I think in more broad terms, we can be a voice for the industry in our respective countries. We provide a platform for industry cooperation. We can invest together in research and development. We provide technical expertise. We input into government consultations. We really work to create a pragmatic environment for people to do tea business. And most importantly, we do a lot of work to promote tea in our respective countries, delivering consumer education on health, taste, hydration, varieties, origins, and sustainability. So it's a really varied role as far as I'm concerned.
Broad.
And quite frankly, you've kind of touched on all the major points of an association. I think the key issue, and I think the fundamental overarching, is to protect the industry. I think on behalf of our membership, it's our job to make sure that brands stay proud and important and never come under attack. So we kind of take the heat. I think it's also important, as you said, to provide a collaborative environment in which companies can work together, not in a collusionary way, but certainly in a way that synergizes the kinds of messages that we need to bring to government and consumers that allow them to understand tea and understand the complexities of, particularly highlighted over the last couple of years, of supply chain, of sustainability, of economic sustainability, and again, to your point on promotion, in the U.S., we've really whittled that down to almost a single issue, which is tea and health. And it's very important, underpinning all brands to promote that message that drinking as little as 1 cup of tea per day extra will add positively to human health. So we are a little bit less consumer oriented over here in the U.S. That's sort of the Tea Council's role, but the association really is all about the membership.
So, but tell everybody, Peter, because I think that's what's unique or a little bit different about the way that the UKTIA operates and Tea and Herbal Association of Canada. So we as well were council and association. We merged those two, became Tea Association, and then became Tea and Herbal. So we've had a number of iterations. You operate Tea Council and Tea Association, and you differentiate between the two by one being consumer.
Yeah, so the Tea Council is purely a generic promotion of tea. That's its remit. It does nothing else. Underlying, of course, is an ability through the boards of directors, for people to meet and talk about next steps, that kind of thing. But it's really designed originally back in 1952 when it was formed to provide a forum for producer countries and tea companies in the U.S. to manage a message about promoting tea. And it's undergone many iterations in terms of what that message was. Right. But today it's really been whittled down to tea and health.
And I think that's probably, I've said this so many times. One of these days I'm gonna manage to put together the elevator pitch of what it is that an association does, because it's so hard to encompass it into that elevator pitch. But I think that if people understand that there's a collective interest that everybody within the industry has on certain issues, right? Sharon, you talk about sustainability and promotion. Peter, you talked about, and both of you talked about government and issues and those types of things. There are collective issues and there are collective concerns that everybody has within the industry as competitors. I mean, you can be a competitor and have a collective interest on something. And, you know, for an individual company to go and speak of their interest to government, for example, is really difficult because that's self-serving. And that's where we come in as that conduit of, this isn't a selfish interest of one particular company. This is the impact you're having on an entire industry because of X, Y, or Z that you want to do, right?
And definitely in that pre-competitive space, Shabnam, collaborating together, sharing conversations really helps us to get to solutions much quicker. I think you probably both would agree with that.
Yeah, and I think one thing that can't be overlooked is that we represent an entire industry when we go to international meetings. So our voices, I'd like to think, carry some weight when we're in an FAO meeting or in some sort of international forum, that we kind of bring with us a gravitas of an entire industry. So we're able to consolidate, the United States kind of views in a consensus and bring them to everybody to discuss. So I think that's one of the other pieces of an association that kind of people don't get.
Yeah. So Peter, you've been on both sides of the coin, right? Because you're on this side of it now, but you were on the other side of it, for a big part of your career, and not a small company and not a small player within the industry, for sure not. Tell me, what do you think was like? Where did you see the association play the biggest role that you've seen so far, like historically?
Well, it's funny because I think the mindset of many members is that, why do we need an association until there's an emergency?
Right.
And then suddenly everybody needs, so when there's a crisis, everybody's crying out to be a member or to have the association act on their behalf. And there have been a couple of instances in my career while at Unilever, Lipton, that kind of highlighted what an association can do. And the two simple ones were, in the early 1980s, the Tamil Tigers had threatened to poison tea. So shipments from Sri Lanka were dramatically impacted. There was a shortage out of tea because of export tariffs out of India. And then, of course, domestically in the 1990s, around the mid-1990s, there was this whole microbiological thing where iced tea that was manufactured by restaurants had high microactivity. Now, it was never dangerous, and all the activity was caused by a lack of cleaning in the local restaurant, but tea got the blame because it was iced tea that they discovered it. So the association stepped in both instances and really helped navigate the solution and really protected the industry so that consumer sales were not dramatically impacted at all, if at all. So those are kind of two examples of how it works.
What do you think, and this is for both of you, what do you think people misunderstand? Because let me back that up for a second. One of the things that I'm celebrating today is this entire supply chain, right? And the importance of every single link. And there's a reason I wanted to do that. And that's that in my time in tea, I have found that a lot of people actually don't fully understand the entire supply chain, and because they don't understand the entire supply chain, they don't value every part of that supply chain. So, and in what we do, I think we're very fortunate because we are exposed to every single part of that chain and therefore value it. So my question to each of you is, what do you think is most misunderstood about any part of the supply chain?
Maybe if I can jump in. I think what I have learned, I only came into this sector in 2018, and I was probably as guilty as everybody else of not understanding the huge amount of work and expertise that goes into bringing you the tea that sits in that tea bag that makes your wonderful cup of tea. And I think many consumers have become disconnected with that. They don't understand the origins and they don't understand that level of work. And that has really translated into perhaps us not paying the appropriate amount for our tea in the supermarkets. And I think we as an industry and as associations representing that industry have got a real job to do to really educate consumers and actually retailers as to the amount of work and expertise that goes into all along the supply chain, goes into bringing us that cup of tea.
I couldn't agree more. I think that consumers tend to stop thinking about the tea supply chain once they put that box into their cart, and that's kind of over. I think there's hope. I think even events such as International Tea Day, and here in the U.S. we run Iced Tea Month and Iced Tea Day, and National Hot Tea Month and Hot Tea Day, and those give us opportunities to highlight the producer. And I think that the millennials, and particularly the Gen Z, those two cohorts, are starting to want to understand where the dollars they're spending for their products are going. So by highlighting origins, and International Tea Day is a great time to do that. That's part of our promotion, is that, look, this tea is created by the hard work of people at origin who, maybe it's a family-owned farm and they're selling their green tea to a factory who's then converting it to a finished product, who's then shipping it to the United States, who's then putting it into a factory and putting it into a tea bag and then fanning it. I mean, this number of steps and iterations are incredible. So by highlighting what it takes to grow tea, it adds value, and maybe we can get them to pay more because it's clearly undervalued, and we need people to pay more and understand that this money, and getting the retailers to understand that this money the consumer pays needs to not go in your pockets, but needs to go in the pockets of the growers back at origin, so they can have economic and social sustainability in their homeland. So it's a long message, but I think I'm starting to see a little light. You know?
Yeah, I would agree. And I think, added to that, there's this increased interest in sustainability and understanding the sustainable credentials of the products that we buy. But we have to communicate that those come at a price, and that, that what we need to do to invest to make tea even more sustainable comes at a price, and we have to be prepared to pay that price.
I think that I agree with both of you completely, and I think that we have power as consumers, and I think that when you ask a consumer the question and you make them actually think about these things, these light bulbs kind of go off. If you go to your grocery store and you're buying a box of 100 tea bags for $5.99, you do the math on what a single tea bag costs. And now break that down for the consumer and tell them that, that bag is, or that tea bag, which is now a fraction of a penny, that is the price of the bag, the tag, the overwrap, the box, the cello, the marketing, the packaging, the importing, the growing, the logistics, and the tea. I haven't even mentioned the tea yet. I haven't even talked about the tea yet.
And you haven't mentioned the margin of the retailer.
Yeah.
Well, and I haven't mentioned you're absolutely right. And the margin of the retailer. And you make them say, this is a fraction of a penny. And all of these people that I just named, and I just super simplified version of the supply chain. I totally appreciate that. But even in that simplified version, every single person is supposed to make money off of this. Everybody deserves to make a living. And I think that we forget that, especially in, I'm going to say it, Western consuming countries. We have forgotten the value of products, and we've forgotten the importance of the dignity that everybody deserves in making a living, whether that be a packer. I'm going to say it because they deserve to make a living as well. And the importer and the broker and, logistics and the factory and the pluckers. So we talk about pluckers, and they're very, very important, and smallholders critical, because none of this exists without that. But I think the point of what I'm hoping to get across today is that every single part of that chain is important, and every single part of that chain deserves to make a living. And that doesn't happen when you're paying a fraction of a penny for a cup of tea. It's ridiculous. It's not sustainable.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. And I think a big part, coming back to what we all said at the start, a big part of our role as associations is to elevate tea.
Yeah.
Peter talked about health, firmly agree with that. You know, the health credentials of tea. I've just come off a call where we're delivering cups of wellness. There has to be a huge value to that. We have to talk about Peter, I've heard you say it lots of times, the terroir of where these teas are grown, it really putting tea into the next category up of product, and not something that is just a commodity that is a basic. It's not, it's so much more than that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, I mean, you say you see a glimmer of hope and change there, Peter. Tell me where that glimmer is coming from.
Well, I think that it's kind of a tale of two cities, if you will. So I think millennials and Gen Zs, we've done a lot of qualitative research over the last couple of years, and they value tea, particularly during COVID.
Yeah.
They talk a lot about how it de-stresses me, it calms me. They believe in the immunity boosting powers of tea. So these are all positive messages. Then you come up against, well, how do you define tea? And then it's, oh, well, you know, it's anything, you know, it's anything you put in a pot and boil water over. And I go, no, Camellia sinensis. Now, I know that I'm talking to two organizations that have botanicals as part of their portfolio. I do not. My remit is completely Camellia sinensis. So I'm always talking about how do I break through that clutter and make sure that green, black, white, oolong, dark teas are the only ones they consider as true tea. So that's where the hope is coming from, is that they are really trying to support the supply chain back to the grower and and trying to make sure that they are adding value to their lives. So that's why I say, and not only that, but also the fact that this younger generation drank more tea during COVID and intend on drinking tea after COVID, just generationally helps you out. And we know in the US that as you age, the incidence of tea drinking gets higher. So that's why I say there's hope.
Yeah.
So apparently, and this is one of the things, and I have to find the study for it and learn to quote it properly, because it's quite interesting. It was a podcast I was listening to, and they did a study on the likelihood of you adopting new habits the older you get. And it's something like, if you haven't had sushi by the time you're 30, you're never, ever going to have it in your life. And it's a psychological study that was done somewhere in the United States. And I think that glimmer of hope that you're talking about, Peter, I think it's important because it is about this younger generation, right? I just said earlier to Joydeep that, you know, the group that we spoke to, that, you know, these 18 to 34s that were actually tea drinking, they already developed those habits in the home when they were 10, 11, 12. It's like the numbers were crazy for me. And converting and capturing these consumers at this age, it's almost too late by the time they're in their 30s. Do you know what I mean? And getting them not only to drink it, because that's important, but also to value it and elevate it, because that then is how the industry benefits from it.
Yeah, I know. I think we've got somewhat of an image problem because Peter sort of talked about herbal infusions, botanicals, and that's definitely a growing sector in our UK market. And I think younger consumers see them as having health credentials. They see them as interesting. We need to position tea in that same umbrella. We need to, you know, talk about the fact that teas have a vast array of tastes and flavors. They're all different. When people talk about tea, that I think in the UK, they think, you know, brown tea with milk in it. And they don't, you know, it's what my granny drinks. And we just need to totally reposition that as something different. We were given tea from the ages of 4 upwards, I think. I do remember drinking tea from very early on. And certainly the young people in our family all drink tea. And we just need to spread the word. We did some research recently through the Tea Advisory Panel, looking at the benefits of tea through different age groups. And it was picked up by the media, who said tea is an excellent swap for sugar sweetened beverages. And, you know, just that message alone, I think, is really powerful.
Absolutely. Now, I face a little bit of a different issue here because iced tea far outstrips hot tea as a consumable format. So people are drinking tea at a very young age, but it's iced tea. And the interesting thing about the 2 cohorts I just talked about, where they are drinking a lot of hot tea. So that's a big difference for us.
That's amazing.
So that's going to be interesting to see how that manifests itself over the next decade or so. Hopefully I'll be out of the business then because I'm old. But
I hope not, Peter.
No, we're not letting you go, Peter.
Yeah,
Come on, Papa Peter. What are we going to do without you?
no, really, I'll pop in for a comedic routine every once in a while. But yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, tea is 1/6 the size of coffee here in the U.S. And it's not a substitution really until you age, to your point. And then people start saying, oh, I can't have as much caffeine, so I'm going to go back to tea, which is why tea consumption increases as you age, because people can't drink the caffeine anymore. So there's a lot of positives going on, still a lot of things to overcome, but that's why I say I still have glimmers of hope.
All right. So you know that nobody leaves my sofa without Prost. Prost. So I'm going to start with you, Sharon. Which talent would you most like to have?
Oh, which talent? I'd like to be much better at
No,
speaking.
hang on. One that you don't currently have.
There's loads that I don't currently have. Actually, do you know the weird thing that first came to mind was trapeze artist, which is really random. I don't know where that came from. But I was going to say I'd like to be more talented at speaking different languages. That would certainly help me in my current role.
Okay.
And be a trapeze artist.
And be, okay, a multilingual trapeze artist.
Exactly.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Same question for you, Peter.
I regret my entire life that I didn't learn how to play the piano.
Yeah.
Really?
I have a degree in voice. So when I was studying chemistry, I also had a music minor in vocal performance. So was trained operatically and did a lot of musical theater for many, many years. But I could never just sit down and start twiddling on the piano. I mean, I could pick the notes out and I can read the keyboard, but I never learned to play. And there was nothing more powerful and made me more jealous than being at a party or in a public situation and somebody would just sit down at a piano and start playing. I'd go, God, I hate you. You know, you're so talented. So I really regret not having learned to play the piano.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, pretty much sums up Peter Gaggi, because when he sees something that is fabulous that he loves, his immediate response is, God, I hate you.
Feel the love.
You know it's not too late, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know you still can, right?
No.
All right, that's a much bigger conversation for another day, and perhaps with something a little stronger than a cup of tea.
True.
Well, thank you to both of you for being a part of the Brew Crew, because you're both part of the lovely Brew Crew. Thank you for truly everything that you do within the industry. I think that it's again, as I said before, because it's not understood, it's we tend not to value the things that we don't always understand. And the work that each of you do for each of your associations is truly critical for the continuation and the flow of tea within each of your respective countries. So to that, I say cheers. Happy International Tea Day. Happy travels to you, Peter.
Thank you.
And back to you, Shabnam. Everything you just said about us applies for you, my lovely. Thank you for having us on.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being part of this.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. Okay. So with that, I played for you a video at the very beginning, and that was our celebration of the supply chain. But we did a second video, and we did our second video this year with our members, I would say. We asked all of our members to be part of the supply chain, and I'm just going to let the video speak for itself. So with that, I share with you Tea, Our Supply Chain.
Tea Importers is proud to be part of the supply chain.
A Holiday and Company is proud to be a part of the chain.
From Chat Atelier to you.
Meridian is proud to be a part of the chain.
Red Rose, Salada, Lipton, Tazo, and Pukka are proud to be a part of this chain.
Ling Tea is proud to be part of the chain.
Tea, from Universal to you.
Universal Tea is proud to be part of the chain.
From Universal Tea to you.
The Art of Tea at Tassie Massey's Mystic Tea Room is proud to be a part of the chain.
From Trendsar to you.
From Eastern Produce Malawi to you.
From Eastern Produce Kenya to you.
Kalinga Tea is proud to be a part of the chain.
Escuela Mexicana de Té is proud to be part of the chain.
The Rainforest Alliance is proud to be part of the chain.
Oxfam Tea Canada is proud to be part of the chain.
From all of us at Bigelow Tea to you.
From Harney and Sons to you, cheers.
From Misty to you.
From Itowen to you.
This is from Higgins and Burke to you.
L'École Française du Thé et des Tisanes is proud to be a part of the chain.
Twinings is proud to be part of the chain.
From Terrasen to you.
The Tea and Herbal Association of Canada is proud to be part of the chain.
From C.B. Powell and Thai Food to you.
Happy International Tea Day. Kanpai. Drink to me, drink to your health.
Hello from Taylors of Harrogate.
From Harris Tea to you.
From Morgan Williams to you.
To each and every one of you that keeps the tea flowing, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Happy International Tea Day. Thank you.
Thank you, truly. With that, I am very pleased to introduce my next guest, Anil Cook. I have traveled now to Sri Lanka. How are you, Anil?
Hi. Welcome then to Sri Lanka.
Welcome to Sri Lanka.
It's truly a pleasure to meet you. Yeah.
This is as close as I could get. Yeah. How are you, firstly?
I'm very well, thank you. And I presume you're holding out very well. Just watching you perform all this while. You're remarkable stamina and capacity to keep going. Wow, this is brilliant.
That's lovely of you, but we're only at 2.5 hours. I have 11.5 hours of this, so I'm still at the beginning. You'll be tucked away in bed and I'm still going to be talking.
I'll tell you one thing. The next time we meet, I'll get you a pint of whatever works for you. That I promise.
That's a deal. That's
All
definitely a deal.
Absolutely.
Well, Anil, this is Anil Cook, everybody. Welcome. Anil is from Asia Siaka Commodities. But as I've said about all of my guests, I would like you to tell everybody what is it that you do.
All right. I started my career some 40 years ago. I've been in tea all the way through, a little more than 40. So Asia Siaka Commodities is a tea broking firm, and in Sri Lanka, broking is by law limited to representation of tea producers. And I've spent my whole professional career in broking. I started off at a company called Forbes & Walker, and we set up our own business in '98. And here we are, doing pretty well. But as far as the broking business is concerned, so we conduct the tea auctions and do much more for the producers. In particular, Sri Lanka, as a producer who is totally focused on the international markets for its everyday business. We have an outward-looking industry, I would say, by compulsion, and it has helped us stay competitive and commercially relevant, though it's becoming increasingly tougher by the day over the years. This is why Ceylon tea has the highest level of value addition compared with most producer countries. And as brokers go, we work with the gardens, the factories, one-on-one with the managers. We advise them on what to make. We have specialists who engage the estates. We give them weekly, daily feedback on their invoices as they come to us. So we are tasting teas continually, the different categories. And thereafter, with the auction, we have post-auction information and accounting. And we also handle the auction proceeds. In Sri Lanka, about 98% of all tea is sold through the auction, through the broking companies, and all the proceeds go through. So it's a bankable confidence that the financial markets have in the tea industry, that all transactions are conducted in a manner that is transparent and assures the producers of their produce. I beg your pardon, the payments on schedule, and the exporters in turn have a intermediary to the buyers, that is, to intervene if necessary, and then we have this whole operation that we do to service the buyers in terms of here's a little thing that goes on in Colombo. We are the largest auction center for Orthodox black tea, and we have around, say, 200 buyers operating each week, and we sell around 10,000 lots. So let's say it's 100 buyers and 10,000 lots. That's 1 million samples of tea are distributed to these buyers every week. And the entire auction system works on the premise that that sample is true of a bulk that is sitting in a broker's warehouse or in on an estate up there in the hills. And that's a critical aspect of what we do. So we handle the entire marketing to the exporters. We keep them informed of production, the quality of what's going on, draw their attention to new teas that are being made, engage with them in terms of what the market needs now, and conversations about what the buying trends would be as the market evolves. So it's a busy business.
It's a very broad business, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot of layers of what that you're involved with and you do. But let me back up for a minute, because you said you've been doing this for 40 years, 40. You started in the womb.
I'll take that as a compliment, lady.
Of course,
That's very
as you
smooth.
should.
Yes. Well, I did come
start?
from school. Yeah.
How did you start? How did you get into tea?
By default, really, I wanted to be a lawyer. I was ready to go into law college, and I lost my father prematurely. So I decided to start working to support my mom and my 5 brothers. And I think the universe had a great plan for me because I've thoroughly enjoyed every minute of it. I had many options of moving sideways, vertically, forward, backwards in marketing roles. I've thought about many other careers that I could have branched off in the country as things evolved. In fact, my 5 brothers lived in 5 different countries around the world. So I'm the only guy who remained in the cuckoo's nest, as we've now discovered. And here I am in paradise, enjoying a beverage that I truly love and have the highest respect for. The value chain, as you discussed at length, it is a critical aspect. I had the great pleasure of knowing both speakers personally over the years. Peter, in particular, who was in and out of Colombo in his career, and he's been a great friend of all of us, and a truly respected tea person. And so we get to know the others in the UK tea trade as well. And it's an aspect of the value chain that we see, or I see across the world, is I could walk into any tea event anywhere in the world, and I'm sure I will say, "Hi, how are you? It's been a long time." It's a great pleasure to see you. So, and so we are really also a community.
Yes.
We love, respect, and care for each other. And we share this common passion, and it's immediate how we find so much in common with each other when we gather. And I think that's a critical aspect of the value chain, because though it may sound a cliche that we are geographically separated, we are in fact connected all the time, every time, in terms of this wonderful beverage that we all work with.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And I just can't imagine, I don't know, the corn industry sitting and having conversations about how passionate they are about corn. Do you know what I mean? I just don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe somebody from the corn industry is going to listen to this at some point and send me an email saying we do. But I just don't see it. And it's a leaf. It's a leaf. We're talking about a leaf. That's it. It's this leaf that somehow connects us all. And you're absolutely right. You can walk into any tea event anywhere in the world, and you're either going to know somebody, or you're going to connect with somebody who you don't know very, very quickly and feel like you've known them forever.
Yes.
Because of this connection.
In a way, I wish that connection would transcend from the industry relationship and the value chain to the tea lovers, and we find that they are traveling more often, and they are visiting our gardens, and they're getting to know managers and so on. We had that as a growing phenomenon in Sri Lanka. There's a bit of a lull at the moment, and we're sure we're going to be like after post-COVID. All of us around the world are going to enjoy the company of a bunch of people who just turn up and say, "Hi, I just love tea. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you're doing?" Right now,
what I'm doing is knocking on your door, Anil.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've told us a little bit about the multi layers of the role of a broker, right? So you work very, very closely with the producer themselves, but also the auction and ensuring that what is in that auction and the quality of that product is exactly the same as what's coming out of the producer for the sake of the exporter, right? There's this whole jigsaw puzzle that you're keeping together here, right? And I without getting into politics, because that's not what we're going to do, there are a lot of challenges that well, the world has faced, as you've mentioned, with COVID, for sure. That's everybody's faced that in a very, very big way. Shutdowns and logistics, etc. And logistics has been exacerbated even further with the war in the Ukraine and oil prices, etc. And then for Sri Lanka, we're now going to layer on top of that a lot of other issues that you're having internally as well. So I know that you want to talk to people about the importance of, you're still open for business. This is, you haven't shut down. Sri Lankan teas are out there. They are available. They are still gorgeous, beautifully exceptional teas. So tell us about, some of the challenges that you've been facing and like, how are we getting over those or dealing with them rather?
Well, the reality is, it's a sad reality, but staying positive is that our country, Sri Lanka, has had plenty of match practice, as we would say in cricket or any sport, because we had 30 years of war. And many of the names I see who are tracking today's event, some of them were actually working in Colombo during this period. And we worked around making this happen. We had a series of insurrections, followed by the end of the war and a spell of peace. And then we had the Easter bombings. And we had that auction. The next 2 days later, we bought a bomb squad and had an armored car on the doorstep of the auction room. And we told everyone, look, you and your families are safe. And we won't take any photographs you want. This is the protection we have. And tell the world, as you said, Sri Lanka is open for business.
Yep.
So here we are today in the midst of a complex mix of circumstances. We are discovering the challenges that we have to face, those we can control, and those we are exposed to, like you pointed out of our control, sadly. The cost of freight, and I believe it is almost an act of collusion and super profits being taken by the shipping industry, which will contribute, will add to the strong possibility that the world will shift into a food crisis. And this is the most vulnerable as far as the tea industry is concerned, would be the farmers and the workers and the ordinary people in the producer countries, who are, after all, amongst the poorest in the value chain. Let's not shy away from that reality. And they are, in fact, the most vulnerable. And in our case, we did something brilliant, if I can pat myself on the back. We, during COVID, we converted from a manual outguide system where the entire trade would gather twice a week in an auction room, and we shifted to a digital platform. Strangely, we had been studying our good friends in India, and we thought, let them develop this, let them work out the kinks in the system, and so they did. But I must say openly on this channel to my dear friends in India, it's a strange thing. Just about 6 to 10 months before the COVID lockdown, we sent a team of young brokers to say, go become current on the Indian auction system. And everyone embraced them and said, here's what we are doing. Pick it up. These are the pros and cons. And we had some concept. We came away having a much better idea of what India was doing and how it would not work for us in some instances and so on, and what adjustments we had to make. And when the country went into lockdown in March 2020, in 7 days, 7 days, Sri Lanka was up and running, and we had by the first week of April, we had our first digital auction, and it worked so brilliantly that all the tech giants of the world, international bodies, everyone said, "Hey guys, what you've done is fabulous, and this is extraordinary." So that has kept us going as well. So we have our systems in place. We have our value chain, and small is beautiful, right? Proximity from the gardens, from the factories, and the fact that we, as Michael Porter would say, we have a very strong tea hub in Colombo, where all the exporters and all the value addition warehouses, auction system is centralized. So we are able to get on with what we have to do. And so far, by the grace of God, we are making it happen. And we, as you say, we are open for business. And the best thing you want to do to help Sri Lanka is pay a little more. Let that money trickle down. We have a very transparent system. As I told you, everything goes through the auction. So the farmers get paid on a formula based on the auction price. So the movement of funds, we have easily one of the most efficient tea to cash cycles of any tea producing country in the world that's working through an auction system. So there are lots of positives that are going for us, and I think we are going to make it. I know we are going to make it, because there are some critical changes that are happening even as we speak, and government has woken up to the reality that previous policy was not workable. And they finally listened to the professionals and the farmers, and the fertilizers are going in, and our teas will be available in the quantities that we want as the year progresses. So this is good stuff, as we go along.
I think it's, I mentioned this earlier to, I think it was Camille Manali from Nepal. Jem says, well said. There is a resilience to this industry that I have deep, deep, deep faith in. I think that, you absolutely, as a country, should be patting yourself on the back to convert yourselves within 7 days from an open cry system to, to electronic auctioning is huge. And I don't think everybody fully understands and appreciates what it takes to go from this to this, especially when what you've been doing for so long, is embedded in such a long history, right? You've always done it this way, and I know that for a long time there was perhaps the desire, as you say, to let others work out the kinks first, but the openness and the readiness and the adaptability of being able to switch from this to this, within 7 days, is quite extraordinary. And that, to me, is the resilience of this industry. It's what needs to be done when it needs to be done happens, and that's why we survive.
Exactly. In fact, our tech guys are brilliant. They're amongst the most sought after in whatever trade they are. But it is remarkable how a group of people, talking about buyers and brokers who are mentally conditioned from their birth in the trade, to go to that auction, study people's body language and employ a completely different set of skills to sit down and look at a screen and try and interpret competition, because the way we see the Colombo auction, one of its strengths is we have people who come there to buy their teas, and we have a whole load who come in and they watch what their competitor is doing, and they make sure that the competition ensures that they have paid as much as they did or more. So that is the sum of the parts that we try to capture through this platform. And for brokers too, to be able to judge the situation, they had to unlearn in many respects and start adapting to new realities. And we are still learning. Even today, tomorrow, we are launching a new app that will complement the auction system. And we will evolve as we are going along. because we have a long way to go to try and to integrate the value chain. That's our vision, and I think we'll get there as we move on a daily basis, because there's a team that's working full time. I'm happy to be a part of that group, and we got a great next generation team as well. So I think the industry is in good hands.
I couldn't agree with you more. Tell me, what do you think is the most misunderstood thing or not understood thing about a tea broker?
One of my dearest friends, he started as my one of my gurus. He's Peter Gorge's really dear friend. He passed away, Michael Soiza. He was the chairman of the Tea Traders Association. After many years in the trade, he had gone somewhere and he came up with this joke, and at the Tea Traders Association committee, he uttered this comment that brokers are the barnacles on the backsides of industry. And I looked at this guy and I thought, okay, you got to laugh, but we need to address this, because there must be people who see us as people who just take a commission, a fixed commission, and a very low commission on the transaction price, and all these other services that we do to add value to Ceylon Tea. For example, the broking community has invested in state-of-the-art warehousing. Our company pioneered it. We are actually one of the bigger, probably the biggest warehouseman to the auction system. We have the capacity of handling up to 11 million kilos at any given time. And they are state-of-the-art racking systems, reach trucks. So the tea bags that are packed on an estate or in a factory arrive in good order and are handled delicately and preserved, and the tea particles in that, because we make loads of long leaf complex grades that are, some of which are brittle, and they are held well and they are handed over to the buyers as well as they came. And that's an aspect of the value chain that sometimes gets neglected or taken for granted. It's not about stacking tea on the floor and keeping it ready and as in food grade quality. Our warehouses are ISO 22000 plus certified. That's across the board, and we have built the first green certified, LEED certified tea logistics center for the auction system anywhere in the world. And our belief was that this would fit in perfectly with Sri Lanka's aspirations of being environmentally responsible and carbon neutral, amongst the multitude of expectations the value chain has of us and of that we have for ourselves. After all, we are custodians of our little island, our rainforests, our mountains, our water tables, our fabulous natural environment and wildlife. You could run into a leopard on a tea estate as much as you would see an elephant in Assam. So it goes. It's our tea industry that we are caring for, and we are hoping that it will add value right down the chain. So you have to keep looking at reinventing oneself because the expectations are endless. And I do hope those people who take the packs and keep them on the shelves and skim their layer of fat do understand and actually take responsibility for their role in the value chain. I haven't seen that kind of engagement. And we because everywhere there is a value chain, and this place tends to has as an observer in the industry, these functionaries have tended to take value and compelled competition based on price just for survival rather than differentiation and excellence. So it's one aspect that needs correction. We hope that online trading will address that to some extent. But these are some of the challenges that await all of us.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's what I was saying earlier too, with the conversation with Peter and Sharon, is that if consumers and retailers actually understand and appreciate what is it that goes into this, into making a tea, and think about, as a retailer, what are you selling it for? As a consumer, what are you buying it for? Put some thought into that, and the number of people that is actually meant to sustain. It's not sustainable. It just isn't. I mean, there's no universe in which that is sustainable. And I'm gonna read you what Dan Bolton has written, because I think it's an important message. It's not a question, or it's just a message. And he says, resilient Sri Lanka, coping with little fuel, no foreign currency reserves, limited electrical power and packaging materials, and still shipping containers.
Yes, I think I thank the author of that comment. Yeah, we are battling one day at a time.
I know.
And we are innovative by nature, and we look for solutions rather than be overwhelmed by challenge. And that spirit of innovation will take us through.
Exactly.
And just if you're given the space to get on with what we have to do, and I'm sure we can.
I know you can. So Anil, that's how quickly time passes. And you are now going to answer my Proust question. Your question, sir, is, if you could change one thing about yourself, what would it be?
Form a rock band and play live under a coconut tree while I'm drinking rum and pineapple juice.
Oh my goodness, listen to you.
I mean, we are living in an island paradise, man. We got to live more. I think we're taking this whole game far too seriously. We need a lot more living.
I would agree with that. Well, to that, dear sir, I raise my teacup to you. I say Happy International Tea Day.
Yes. And to the world of tea.
To the world of tea.
It's a great pleasure to be here. And thank you again for all that you're doing. This is a remarkable achievement, and it really adds value. Thank you. Stay safe, everyone. God bless you.
You too. Cheers. Bye-bye. Thank you, Anil. Okay, so from Sri Lanka, we are going to jet on over to India. But before we do that, I'm going to read you the clue. For 18 across, Teasel's clue 18 across is over six. I've already given you the answer to this if you were listening today, but over 60% of tea is produced by this type of farmer. 18 across, over 60% of tea is produced by this type of farmer. So I am very pleased to introduce my next guest, Nikhil Pradhan from Burmioc Tea. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Hi, Shabnam.
It's lovely to have you on my virtual sofa. It's evening for you in India.
Yes, it is. It's bedtime for my child, so my wife couldn't join me today. She sends in apologies.
Well, please give my regards to your lovely wife as well. And I'm grateful that you were able to make it. So, Nikhil,
thank you for having me.
Well, Nikhil, I've said that I want my guests to tell in their own words what it is that they do, and you're no different. So please tell everybody what it is that you do, where you are, etc.
Sure. So Burmioc Tea is a young tea garden. We're in a state called Sikkim, which is in the northeast of India. Sikkim used to be a kingdom of its own until 1975, when it joined India. And this tea garden is very young. We're the only private tea garden in Sikkim. The only other garden is actually Timi Tea, which is the state-owned enterprise, which was started by the last king of Sikkim. So we are a small tea garden, a small farmer, and we're about 24, 25 years old only.
Wow, you
So
are a baby.
yes, we are. And so this tea garden was the founding member of this tea garden was my late father-in-law, who we lost to COVID during this pandemic.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. And so he's also a reincarnate Lama, or what we call a Rinpoche in Buddhism. So he was known as a Burmese Rinpoche. So in 99, there was this piece of ancestral land that he had, and there was a village community that lived around it. And so he was contemplating on the ways and means to really create some form of sustainable livelihood for the village community. And during that same time, the Tea Board of India and our own state-owned Timi Tea were looking at encouraging landholders and farmers to grow more tea in Sikkim. And so the two ideas sort of came together, and that's how Burmese tea was conceptualized. So it's been a sort of a long journey since then. It's a short journey for Tea Garden, but feels very long for the family. So we're the second generation sort of taking forward this legacy.
That's unusual, isn't it? I mean, maybe not for you, but it's a, to find the passion in a next generation to continue on with, I guess, a legacy that you've inherited. It's a lot of responsibility that comes with that.
Absolutely, and the fact that there was so much altruistic vision behind this tea garden. And that we have families that are sort of involved who are not a labor workforce, so to say, but are sort of co-invested with us in the success of the garden. So it does add responsibility, but it also sort of drives us forward.
So tell me about the unique qualities of your tea. What types of teas do you produce at Burmyoke?
So Burmyoke inherited tea plants from Timi. So we got the typical Darjeeling clonal teas, but we're at a lower altitude than Timi, and so that has created a different sort of character to our teas. So in the beginning, it was just black teas that we were doing. My wife and I actually returned from the city. We were not in tea earlier. We were working corporate career, so to say. And
tell me finance, because you're going to be like the fourth person today that was finance.
So I was in finance. I was in accounting and finance.
There you go.
Consulting Big Four. My wife was in advertising and marketing. And so about 7 years back, we felt that moving back to our roots, to the hills, was a better sort of life and more meaningful life sort of awaited us. And we came back, and the first project we took up was taking this tea garden up and managing it. So over the past 7 years, we've been trying to get the tea garden, up to a better state of operations, because the garden was run by the villagers. And in Sikkim, we don't have the Darjeeling tea culture where the people grew up around tea. So it was a new thing for them, moving from corn and paddy to tea. So we took it up, and we've started. We've tried to build it forward, get the tea bushes back to its prime health, get our manufacturing operations more streamlined, lock in our buyers, create our flavor profile. So all that's happened in the past 6-7 years, and we're a very tiny garden, so we're about 15 acres only. But we do have more land, and ever since. So we lost our founder last year. So ever since that, we've been more sort of committed to realize this vision. So we're taking a bold step of sort of tripling the garden size in the coming 2 years. So we want to become a 45-50 acre tea garden, and which is still a very tiny tea garden in India. But we think that will be more sustainable for the future. So we are biting the bullet and sort of doing it now. That's where we are at the stage of the tea garden.
That's a big step. Must be scary.
It is frightening. It keeps me up at night, but it has to be done, and for the garden's future. So that's we're doing it.
So what's the core philosophy that you run your business with? And I'm assuming, I mean, it would have been from what your father-in-law put into place as well, right? So what is the core principle? What's your philosophy?
I mean, we are organic and biodynamic. And by biodynamic, we are not 100% there, but we are striving to get there. So, the philosophy of the garden is really, for the people, by the people, is really the underlying philosophy. And obviously, to create something of meaning and value and quality is really what drives us. So, and against all odds. So, the odds are always stacked against a small plantation. Especially in India, where we have such large, tea gardens to compete with. So our philosophy, I mean, it's been actually a very difficult journey for a small tea garden in a rural area, in a state where there's only one other tea garden, so no real sort of industry to support. So in terms of our philosophy, it's really about like making sure that this little hamlet that we are in Burmioch, that we're able to uplift the local community, keep the environment as pristine as it was for the future, and create a name for the village.
And have you found a market that has been receptive to that?
It's been actually, we've been very fortunate actually. There's been a couple of things that happened before pandemic, which is the sort of rise of e-commerce platforms. A lot of tea brands have now gone e-commerce and gone global, and from India as well. That's been a sort of great actually thing for small farmers and for so we got good buyers from that perspective, who sort of took our teas and publicized it. And over the pandemic, I think the e-commerce platforms has grown even more.
Yes.
And we find a lot of new queries coming from overseas. A lot of new tea businesses are starting. People are getting into tea. Tea boutiques are starting, and they are looking for something different. And as and we are a bit different from other tea gardens in India. So there's been this good exchange of sort of connect that we've been having. So tea buyers have been very receptive to our story and to our teas. So it's been very promising. I mean, for us, it's been very encouraging.
It's all those finance people that are trying to get out of finance, getting into tea.
Probably.
But it's an interesting point that you make, that that it's e-commerce that actually has given you exposure. I mean, I've said this a lot. I think the internet is the great equalizer in so many ways, right? It's access, and access is critical to trade and commerce in general.
Right.
What do you think? I mean, you obviously you bear, and I feel it from you, that you bear this responsibility for this community that you are, that is part of what you do, and as you say, invested in what you do, right?
Right.
What do you think? What are the greatest challenges? I mean, being one of two estates in the area, that's got to be a big challenge, right? I mean, what are and I don't mean the obvious COVID. I understand the big challenges that we had in COVID, but in general, what would you say are the biggest challenges that you have?
So it may sound cliche, Shabnam, but really it is. There's been a frighteningly palpable sort of experience of weather change. This global warming and climate change has it's been a real problem. And in the past 7 years that we've been here, I've seen every year a difference in the weather patterns, and it's getting more erratic, as we sort of go forward. And this year was no different. We had weather temperature spikes in March, when we're supposed to be having, lovely spring weather. It got frighteningly hot. And then monsoons came in early. So, so all of us here, Sikkim and Darjeeling belt, we saw this sort of short period of good quality window for a first flush, and then we had so much rain that the quality went down. There was no crop, but there was no quality.
Right.
And this is happening, with every year the weather pattern changes. So our tea buyers ask us, they ask us when is first flush, when is second flush, and we can't answer that question anymore because we don't know what's going to happen next. So that, and for a small tea garden, that's even more difficult because we don't have the volumes, to really a large tea garden with about 55, 60, 70% of their production can cover their costs.
Right.
But we need 100% of our production to cover our costs. So that becomes a challenge for us because if there's low yield or there is low quality, then our entire price volume economics goes for a toss. So that's a really big challenge, and we don't see that improving. We'll have to obviously find a way to work around it. That's one. The other is workforce. So
workforce.
That's a challenge for the entire industry. And we feel what we see here is that the younger generation is moving away from the field.
Yeah.
They're going into urban centers. They would rather, drive vehicles, be a cab driver, then work the field. And there's an aging population workforce on the field. So that's a real challenge, and it's going to get worse, I think. It'll probably do a full circle and come around at some point, but maybe not in my lifetime. So workforce is a big challenge here for us. The other is the fact that we are so rural in remote area that we have huge challenges in infrastructure. We have landslides every year, road blockages, very difficult to get materials to the tea garden. And we have power problems all the time. So that's an ongoing challenge that we deal with. So these three would be the top three challenges for us at a small garden.
Yeah.
And the fact,
Yeah. And the last point in terms of rural and electricity, et cetera, those are things that I think, we don't even think about sometimes because we take it for granted. That I switch my light switch and it's always there. We just had big storms here in around Toronto where I live on Sunday, and there are places that have intermittent electricity, and everybody's up in arms because they don't know what to do about it. It's so unusual for them. Right. But the workforce is an interesting, not interesting because it's a challenge everywhere, as you point out, right? The reality, and it's not just tea as a crop that has this challenge; it's farming in general, right? That every generation always wants something different for their children.
Next, yes.
Right. So tea pluckers want their children to be educated, and as you say, go into the cities. And it's a big question. I know that we've had in the industry for many, many, many years, and for some people the answer is mechanization. For other people, they say no, not mechanization. But one of the challenges, particularly in India, is how do you don't have the topography for right. It's very different in tea growing areas where it's flat and you can easily put machines onto. But how do you do that with such a diverse landscape as you have?
And we can't for the risk of quality as well, because the moment you get into mechanized tea plucking, for example, quality takes a hit.
Right.
There is and for us as a small garden, without quality we cannot meet the price economics. It doesn't work.
So it becomes a vicious circle, doesn't it?
Yeah. So it's this. Yeah, exactly. So it's just not possible for us to mechanize. That part at least.
That is that's definitely that's a huge challenge, and I mean, and then climate change and not knowing when your flushes are
right.
Very frustrating. So you've just finished, and I'm going to ask the question. You just finished first flush, right? Because we're at the end of May now. So have your first flushes gone out already?
Yes, our first flush is now over. We're so we have so we also try we avoid the flush and more look at each month and the sort of the season that we're having,
Okay.
whether spring or summer, or we're we are at the cusp of either. So we are actually now at the cusp of second flush, or the
Okay.
summer flush,
Okay.
and we have this brief period in May, mid-May, that we get some pretty interesting teas, tea flavors from our leaf. So we're right now just over that period and entering into our main prime summer teas.
So, you mentioned that you've got a different, obviously, terroir. You've got a different growing conditions, soil, etc. than Darjeeling, but you're using their cultivars, right?
That's right.
So,
Yes.
tell me about the unique qualities. What does that do to the flavors of your teas?
So we have takda, and a lot of Darjeeling tea gardens sort of that had planted takda sort of uprooted it, and takda has become a little less in availability in Darjeeling as it used to be. So and in Sikkim, both Timmy and us have takda, and takda work very well as a balance of quality and quantity yield. At our altitude, which we are about 3,000 feet.
3,000.
Yes, 3,000.
Still high
That's
altitude.
right. I'm sorry?
You're still quite high.
But much lower compared to the average Darjeeling tea garden.
Of course, yeah.
And Timmy's at around 5,000 feet.
Yeah.
So we get actually a much more robust and sort of a deeper tea, especially during this the summer periods. We get a lot of peach notes, and if we get the production right, it's a very sweet cup of tea, and that sort of peaks during autumn. Our autumn teas are, so people have said they don't need to put sugar. They love it as an iced tea. It's got a honey sort of character to it. So this altitude, the soil has sort of, I think, given this cultivar a special nuance on our garden, at least.
Where can people get your tea?
So we've just managed, or been privileged to be sort of patronized by Kevin from Camellia Sinensis. So in Canada. So he's your local guy for our tea, and so in Canada, that's really where we are currently working with, and we've been sort of very humbled that Kevin, who has such a huge knowledge of tea, has sort of taken interest in us. And then we've also reached New York with In Pursuit of Tea, Sebastian. So
he'll be on later today.
All right.
Sebastian will be on the show later today.
So we've been very lucky to also have Sebastian on board. So I think New York and Canada, we're currently covered with these two.
Well, I can't think of two better companies to be connected to, and the very fact that you've got their attention speaks volumes of what you're doing at Bermioc. I think your community is in good hands.
Thank you.
So Nikhil, I require everybody who sits on my sofa to answer a question from Marcel Proust's questionnaire.
All right.
And my question for you, Nikhil, is other than where you live at the moment, if you could choose anywhere in the world, where would you like to live?
Oh, that's a good question. Probably in a Taiwan tea garden.
Taiwan? Oh, but still in a tea garden.
Absolutely.
Now, there's a true tea man.
So I don't know if I mentioned to you, but my father was a tea planter with Goodrick Tea.
No, you didn't mention that.
Yeah, so I'm not, so I wasn't totally new to tea when I took over this tea garden. So I grew up on tea garden, so it's there in my DNA somewhere. I never knew what my father was up to. I was in boarding schools, and then I sort of came home to this beautiful tea estate for my holidays. So I sort of grew up around tea. So for me, it's been a full circle that I've come back and now I'm doing tea myself. I wish I had paid more attention. I wish I paid more attention to what my father was doing back then. But yes. So yeah, I would still want to live on a tea plantation. I think
that is funny. You go from one tea plantation to another one. But I mean, listen. At the end of the day, and this happens, I think, at every single SOFA summit. Over and over. It's the same stories of people that fall into tea accidentally and never leave. That's one, always. People that weren't happy with what they're doing and decide to switch is number two. And number three are people that were just destined to be here, tried to leave, and the universe just drags them back in again. And that's you.
Right. Yes, I think so.
You tried to fight it.
Right.
Now, your wife is involved with the business as well?
Yes, she is. So I'm the sort of the limbs, the hands and legs, and she's the brain.
She's the brain.
And so she handles the office, she handles the marketing, and I love to be on the field, so I'm on the field most of the time. Plus, we have a small child, so my wife can't join me on the field that often. Yes. So I handle the field, and then she handles the office.
Well, that sounds like a perfect combination. And combined, you must be the heart.
That's the small one, the child.
This child is the small one.
Who'll probably who'll probably benefit from all. We've realized in our lifetime, my wife and I, we're not going to get much from what we're doing. It's going to be one lifetime of investment and just development, and we're hoping the next generation will enjoy what we're doing in this.
Well, I hope she doesn't try to fight it and leave tea, because it sounds like she's destined to continue in it as well. Well, Nikhil, I raise my cup to you and to the hard work that you and your wife take on every single day to not only care for the community which you are a part of, the community that you're in, but also this larger global tea community. To all of you listening, you know where to get Burmioc tea. Get out and do it. The internet allows you to literally buy it from anywhere. So I raise my cup to you and I say Happy International Tea Day. Thank you.
Too. So I'm drinking water because today I've been had too much tea tasting happen, so I'm quite caffeinated today. So I'm drinking water.
Forgive you today.
Thank you, Shabnam, for having me.
Thank you. It's lovely to have you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. What a lovely story. And with that, we come to our next clue. What just happened to my screen? Something weird. There you go. My next clue is 39 across. And the clue is Buddha drank tea during this spiritual practice due to the calm alertness it created. So the clue for 39 across, Buddha drank tea during this spiritual practice due to the calm alertness it created. So Teasel, these are the clues that I'm reading out for you. The majority of the questions are already on our website. You can download the crossword puzzle at tea.ca. Go to events and International Tea Day, and you'll see the Teasel puzzle. You can download the actual puzzle itself, fill in the crossword, as well as all of the clues bar 15, which I'm reading today. We will definitely post all of the clues for you at the end of today. And once you've completed Teasel, send it in to us, because we'll enter you into a draw for a beautiful basket of tea from Nepal, compliments of Jenny Dodd. And with that, I would like to introduce my next guest. Linda, how are you?
Good, thanks. I'm wishing you happy International Tea Day and all tea lovers who are joining today.
I wish you a happy International Tea Day. It's lovely to see you.
Thank you. Lovely to see you too, Shabnam.
So everybody, Chaminda is from and responsible for and encompasses all things Lumbini tea, which means that we were in Sri Lanka, we left for India, and we've gone back again to Sri Lanka because we have to talk to Chaminda. So Chaminda, I've asked all of my guests in their own words to tell everybody about, let's start by telling everybody about Lumbini.
Actually, Shabnam, Lumbini was created by my father. So back in 1975, he bought the little tea estate in this valley and planted tea bushes in that valley. So after that, 94, he built a small factory to manufacture his own leaf inside this valley. So in the end, from the start, actually, he wanted to manufacture quality tea. That was his main idea. So he actually he had a dream to manufacture good quality tea in this valley. So eventually he did that, and I actually started my career back in 1996 as an trainee assistant superintendent, and then went through the whole value chain in the tea industry and joined my father in year 2000. Telling about Lumbini Tea Valley, it's situated in the southern part of Sri Lanka and surrounded by the only virgin rainforest in Sri Lanka. So we are rich with a lot of oxygen inside here. So we believe that our quality, the secret to our quality is this oxygen from the Singharaja rainforest.
From the rainforest.
That's right.
Okay. So, so you are one of my wise guests because you didn't try to leave the industry, right? Your father started it in 1975, and you were wise enough to say, "This is my calling, and this is where I'm staying."
Exactly.
And have you ever regretted it?
Never.
Never. Never.
I did not. I did not. I will not.
Good answer. Now, and Chaminda, you have a very impressive, what am I going to call this? It's not a full wall, but I suspect it could probably fill a full wall of awards behind you. You're smiling. You're smiling like a cat right now.
That was what I was telling you, that my father had this idea to do quality tea. Yeah. So in the end, after I joined him, so I wanted to fulfill his dream by showing him that this quality is there in our tea. So that's why I think we started back in 2003 receiving awards from Specialty Tea of the Year in USA, Las Vegas. That was the first ever award Lumbini got back in 2003 for our Singharaja variety. First ever award back in 2003. So that was the start of this rally of awards. So now we have about 150 of them with us.
So from 2003 until 2022, you have managed to collect 150 awards for your tea.
Exactly, Shabnam.
That is extraordinary. It really is, and it's truly commendable. So I appreciate that you give the credit to the rainforest. The rainforest says thank you, but there's more involved than the rainforest. So let's talk about that. Tell me, what is it? I'm not asking for your secrets. But tell us what is different about what you do in Lumbini that creates such an exceptionally high value product?
Yeah, it's like this, Shabnam. Apart from the rainforest that's gifted from the nature to us, apart from that, I think we know that there are two types of value addition. One is, you add packaging and, those kind of things. But in Lumbini, what we do is we add value inside the factory, manufacturing. So we change the taste naturally, and we change the appearance of the teas inside the factory. So it's normally you get normal grades in nomenclature in tea, but inside the factory, what we do is we change all those things, and we want to go in a different way. So if I tell you, Shabnam, inside a tea factory, changing 1 degree of Celsius can do wonders. So there are many parameters inside the factory that we can change and do differences and experiment and get a different type of tea or a different taste of tea. You can change the weather, you can change the rolling systems, and you can change the firing systems. So there are many things that we are doing inside the factory apart from the good leaf we are getting and the rainforest gifted and the lovely people we have who give their effort to make a good quality tea. So we actually, that we call as the craftsmanship. So we craft a tea, not that we just go in the chain and get a tea out. We create a tea inside Lumbini Tea Valley. So I think that's the main thing what we do. So we have the handmade teas, specialty teas, TP teas, leafy teas, you name it, we have everything with us. So we have not stopped, Shabnam. We are experimenting every day inside this factory, and my team I have a great team here. So they support me a lot, and I'm gifted with everything.
Yeah, I think you're being a little humble at the moment, Chaminda. I really do. I think that that's a really important point that you just raised, and there are 2 points. Number one is, yes, we've got this rainforest, and the rainforest contributes to a good product. But you can take an excellent leaf and destroy it in a factory, right?
Exactly.
It's the same philosophy that's used in wine. You can take a beautiful grape, the perfect grape that nature has created under perfect conditions, and it'll be completely destroyed during the process. And I think that that's one of the things that people disconnect sometimes about tea. There is a process that it goes through, and I found this when I was teaching tea classes, was that there's a process I can teach you. I can tell you that first we pluck and then we wither and then we et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There is a process, and there's even timings that happen with it, right? There's big ledgers and everything times. All of that is in there. But there's an art, and what you just said, a craft that is a part of this tea processing that I think we need to talk about and celebrate within tea making more than we do. And
exactly.
Right? There are things that every tea manufacturer is able to manipulate. It's like a painting, right? How am I going to draw and combine and, as you say, just change little temperature differences and withering time to slightly change the flavor profiles of what I'm creating. And it's not something I think you can learn. Do you? Do you think you can learn it?
Actually, Shabnam, you can. Because,
you think so?
Once you get into it, if you are a passionate person, of course.
Sure.
So once you get into it, then you find the path in it. So then you have to just go. That's it, right? If you love something, You know what to do. That's it.
You know the sign of a great artist is always that they make things sound easy, right?
I'm not joking, Shabnam. Anybody can do it if you love it.
Well, if you like, this is true, and a lot of factors involved in it as well. So, tell me about all of the different types of teas that you produce at Lumbini.
Actually, as I told you earlier, like we have many varieties, about 40 varieties of tea. We have what we do, different types of specialty teas. We have, like, as I told you, we have a one tea called Singharaja Vairi Tips. So that tea alone has won about 30 awards in 7 countries around the world, Shabnam.
Wow.
So we call it as the most awarded tea. So that's a bestseller of among our teas, and it's totally different. The taste is like, I'm not boasting about my own teas, but like I never had tasted
about your own teas.
I never had tasted such a tea all around the world. It's different, Shabnam. So that's why I think we have got 30 awards for that particular tea. So we name it from this rainforest actually. Singharaja means the rainforest. So we call it as a Singharaja Vairi Tips. So that's the bestseller and the most awarded tea. Apart from that, we have some handmade teas which we have created, and about 7 varieties of handmade teas which had been created by members of our team. So each kilo of those teas sell, we give a 5% royalty for them, because that's their creation. So all of actually those have been created by Lumbini team. So they deserve something for what they created. So those are the handmade tea category, and we have the white teas, which have about 4 or 5 varieties of white teas. So then again we have the specialties which have tips and some OP1s, things like that. So each of these teas are different from each other, Shabnam. So all these 40 varieties totally different from each other.
And I mean, you say white teas because, and let's talk about that for a minute, because that's not a category that we tend to necessarily associate with Sri Lanka, right? I mean, Sri Lanka is known predominantly for its black teas.
Yeah.
Clearly, anybody who understands teas knows that, you know, the leaf Camellia sinensis, you can, through processing, change it into any category: white, green, long, black, and dark. But it's still not something that is necessarily associated with Sri Lanka. So tell me, what are the different? What is different about a Sri Lankan white tea than a Chinese white tea, which we still, I think, you know, as consumers outside of the Asian countries, we associate white tea still very much with China. What's different about the ones that you do in Sri Lanka?
Actually, Shabnam, I think it had been brought from China. But after that, adopting to the Sri Lankan soil, I think our tastes are so different. So we have grown some white teas inside the Lumbini Tea Valley. And because my idea was to, as you told, there were not many white teas when I was coming into this industry. So what I thought was to experiment with this variety. We have a variety called TRI 2043. So that is the variety which we grow as white tea. We call it as a China chart as well. So that's similar to that purple tea which you have in Kenya. So that kind of a leaf. I can show you this leaf. This is the leaf which we have for the white tea.
But it's so big. It's very big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is actually, so we have a different taste. I had tasted the Chinese white teas as well. This is totally different to that Chinese white tea. And we make about 5 varieties from this leaf, Shabnam. So we take the bud separately and the leaves separately and the stems separately. So different tastes we have. So like we call it as the silver tips and golden tips. And then again come come as the white leafy. The leaves are coming as white leafy, and we got the stems as white tea twigs. So all these teas are totally different from the black tea varieties.
So you use even the twigs.
Sorry, Shabnam?
You use the twigs as well. So it's not just the bud and the leaf. You also use the twigs.
It's the twig.
Good for you. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Tell everybody where they can get your teas, Chaminda.
Shyam, it's available in US. So many places in US. I think a lot of people in US know my tea. So they can buy it from US, and we have our online store as well. You can go to our website and order online, because we have a policy, Shabnam, within 45 days we deliver the tea. That is from the bush to come.
Wow.
So that policy we do, and we deliver it directly from the factory to anywhere in the world. So that happens as well. So anybody who consume the product at home, they can buy online. And the others, if you want big quantities, some countries are there that you can buy in US, especially in US.
45 days from bush to my house.
That's right, Shabnam. That's guaranteed.
That's guaranteed.
100%.
What do you think the biggest challenges are that the industry is facing? I mean, you've been doing this for a long time. What do you think is the biggest challenge?
26 years to this year, Shabnam. So I must tell you, like Sri Lankans, in the tea industry always face a lot of challenges. But however, as Mr. Cook told, Mr. Anil Cook told, he, however, come out from those challenges.
Right.
So now you may be knowing now, even we are facing a lot of challenges, but tea is moving forward with everything happening. So just like that, tea industry, I think the main thing is the climatic change, Shabnam.
Climate change.
For Sri Lanka also being an island. So we are facing a lot of climatic changes and a lot of differences in the fields. We can see day by day, it's happening. But like what I believe is, if we adopt to the good agricultural practices,
yeah,
I'm sure that we can somewhat overcome this problem, Like I'm not saying that everything can be changed, but somewhat you can overcome this by adopting good agricultural practices. So you have to conserve the soil and nicely do the planting, adhering to the basics. That's the main thing which we have learned. If we can do that, I think we can overcome these problems. But as I told you, Sri Lankan tea industry face many problems.
Of course.
But still we are moving, Shabnam, luckily. Thank God.
Well, as I said to Anil, still open for business. I think that we've heard climate change a few times now from a few different places, and I think as I've mentioned to a few other guests as well, it's our collective work together as an industry, which I always respect and admire the most. Yes, countries compete with each other, companies compete with each other, but there is a collective concerns and collective issues that everybody shares. And it's not a competitive advantage to have the secret to, climate change, just as an example. It's not. It's you are, working together as an industry to do research and establish good agricultural practices, as you say, I think is important, because at the end of the day, all tides, rising tides raise all ships, right? There's nothing competitive about things like that. And I think it's an important message that everybody sort of needs to understand sometimes.
We are positive, Shabnam.
Have you? So you've obviously, as I said, for you it's clear that you were always going to be in tea. What does International Tea Day mean to you?
It means a lot, actually. Like I was following this for many years, actually. What I see is, Shabnam, like the whole world, it's 3 billion cups a day, right? So it's not small, very huge industry. And now all around the world, people are really aware about tea. So we should have a International Tea Day. And I have a small suggestion, like we know this, but we have to take this to our pluckers and the workers and all the people who are contributing a lot to these small farmers. So I think that is not going there still. So I was actually waiting to tell you this, because we have to take this to that level, because like it's still in the retailers and distributors level, but I think we should get this to the very valuable level. I must tell you that.
I noted.
Thanks.
I noted. You're right. You're absolutely right. We do, it makes me think of, we do a gold medal tea competition at the North American Tea Conference. You have entered and you have won before.
That's right. Twice.
And one of the things that is so important, and we try to communicate it, to the people that actually physically come and get the award, is you have to take this back to the farms. You have to take this back to the pluckers, because it's every part of you. As I keep saying, and I'm going to say it 1,000 more times for those of you that are following me on today's journey. This link is, we're strong together, and we can't forget about any part of the link. And all the awards back there, you've been very gracious in recognizing that it's not about you, it's about everybody around you and the team that makes it. You can't do this alone. And this day, International Tea Day, is very much the same thing. So I have noted your point. I think you're absolutely right. I think that okay, I'm gonna have a think about what to do for next year and how to get some. We should get some tea pluckers onto the SOFA Summit.
Shabnam?
We should get some tea pluckers onto SOFA Summit.
That's right. Yeah. That's what I told you, Shabnam. Like next time, if we can do something like that, that will be very valuable for all of us,
Okay, so but Chaminda, this is how ideas happen. So if you were to take next year and go out into the field,
of course,
and do you live from the field, would you do that?
Yeah, for sure.
Done.
Yeah.
Book.
To take this to that level,
okay.
I will do anything, because as you know, this tea day is a very valuable thing. So what you all are doing is really great, and we have to celebrate it, but we have to celebrate with them. So then only this will be completed. So I will give support to make it true.
Okay, I agree with you. So that's what we're going to do. You heard it here, everybody. I say these things live, so then I'm committed. So next year, what we're going to do is we're going to have you out in the field.
For sure.
Okay, we're going to make that happen next year. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So Chaminda, nobody leaves my sofa without answering one of the Proust questionnaires. Your question, dear sir, is, what is your question? Oh, here we go. What is your most treasured possession?
What is my?
Your most treasured, your most valued, your most important possession.
Possession means, Shabnam?
Something that you have, something you own, something that belongs to you.
It's the passion, Shabnam, what I have for tea. because this is what keeps me going on. From the day I born in this place, it was all about tea, and it's in my blood now. So, like, I really think that that is my precious thing.
Well, it is prevalent in every single tea that you make. I have tasted some of your prize-winning teas, and they are truly delicious. So, dear Chaminda, I raise my cup to you. I say Happy International Tea Day, not just to you, but to everybody at Lumbini that makes some gorgeously beautiful tea. Thank you.
Happy International Tea Day, Shafran. And thank you so much for inviting me and the Lumbini Tea Valley. So hopefully we can do a great job in the coming years. Thank you.
I know you
so
will.
much.
Thanks, Chaminda. Take care.
Thank you. See you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. All righty. Boys can't go yet. It's only 4 hours. Come on. So what do we have going on? I am going to take a tiny 2-minute break, if that's okay with everybody, and I will be right back. Go make yourself a cup of tea, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. unmuting myself helps. Well, here I am again. Got myself a fresh cup of tea. I hope you've all filled up yours as well. Oh, Sharon says that I managed to be in 2 places at once. Yes, I have managed to be in 2 places at once. Sharon just came from the United Nations Women's Committee Virtuality event. What fun. I hope you had a great time at it. Sorry I wasn't able to join, but I did send a video. So they were able to show my video. And that, ladies and gents, is how we managed to be in 2 places at once. Well, I thought I'd take a moment. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, I think, with our next guest, Turkey. Hasan Unda from Turkey will be hopefully joining us. But I'm going to take this opportunity just to just tell you a little bit about what I've sort of already been talking about. And that's why I think, or why I've chosen to celebrate the supply chain. I mean, we all celebrate the supply chain, but for me, one of the reasons, and I mentioned this when Peter and Sharon were on, talking about the supply chain is important because we can't value something we don't understand. And all too often, and people outside of the tea world certainly don't understand the supply chain because they're not in it. They might understand, you know, snippets of it here and there, and that's already a start. But overall, I think it's the wider supply chain and understanding it that's really critical. And we tend to think of that in terms of, like I said, the consumers and outside of the industry. But I'm going to take it a step further, and I'm going to tell you that I think it's important even for a lot of you people that are listening here today that are in the industry and have been in the industry for a very long time. We tend to know what we know, and we tend to know that part of the world in which we operate. And sometimes we forget about the value and importance of the other parts of the industry that are equally as important to what it is that we do. Parts of the industry that you couldn't actually execute without another link in that chain. And I think it's a really important message that I hope everybody hears and understands. If you don't know what a packer does, find out. I will have a packer on my sofa later on this afternoon. If you don't know what an importer does, find out. I will have an importer here later on. We've talked to a broker already. We're going to talk to somebody who deals with the auction system. And really understanding all of these elements, I think, is key to our industry. There are so many myths and there are so many misconceptions and misunderstandings about the role of each party and each person. And I think Anil put it really well, the joke of somebody that brokers are the barnacles in the tea world. I think that those are the types of misconceptions. That exactly is what I'm talking about when I say that you can't value something that you don't know. If you don't understand what it is that a broker does, then the assumption is that they're simply taking a piece of the pie without actually contributing anything to the bigger picture. And there's nothing that could be further from the truth. Every single person that is involved in this supply chain is a valuable part of that supply chain, and every single part of that supply chain deserves to take pride in being part of this beautiful industry that we call the tea industry. So with that, I'm going to share with you a really quick video, speaking of myths and misconceptions, that we put together about tea myths. It's a really quick, less than a minute. that brings me to our next teasel clue. And our next teasel clue is 23 down. And the clue is Indian word tea. 23 down is Indian word tea. All right. So I think Hassan is here. I'm going to add him to the stream. Hassan, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
You can, just a minute. I am sure you will see me right now or not.
No, I see your picture, but not you, not yet.
This camera must be on. Let me check it again. Yeah, it's crazy. Something is not playing. Come on. Yeah, you know, it seems it's on at my camera, but something is wrong. I couldn't understand.
You know what, Hassan? We have your voice, and that's already something. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Just really tired because working till 23. Let's say more than 15 hours or so on.
Oh goodness.
So, let me see why his camera is not working. Crazy. Okay. Shabnam, I'm really so sorry about this problem. Because I wanted to give you some information and showing maybe how to brew Turkish tea. But yeah. So
okay, well, at least I have your voice, and that's better your voice than not your voice, right?
Maybe if I re-enter again or giving some information.
Yeah, you can do that. Do you want to leave and try to come back again?
Yeah. Let's try like that. I hope it will be work if I re-enter again.
Okay.
Okay.
All
okay.
right.
Let's see then. So.
No problem.
Sorry for everyone.
No, that's okay. That's, you know what? This is what happens. Technology sometimes cooperates, and when it does cooperate, it's a beautiful, magical thing. And when it doesn't, it's not so much fun. But that's all right. We will figure it all out. And while Hassan is doing that, what am I going to do? I'm going to see who's in the room. I know we still have Kenya in the room because I see Victor. Greetings from Mombasa, Kenya. And I know that Italy is in the room. And I know Japan was in the room. I'm assuming that Japan might be asleep by now. Australia, I hope Australia is asleep by now. Who else do I have? British Virgin Islands and Brazil. Of course, Jenny, New York City is here, the United States. I know we've got a few people from the US. I saw Colombia and I saw Philippines earlier, and I think Stefan is here from Austria, who will be on my sofa in a little bit. UK is definitely here. I can see UK as well. Who else is here? Tell me what you're drinking right now. Latvia, I know, is here. She's going to be on my sofa in a few minutes as well. What are you all drinking? What's in your cup? Tell me. I am drinking a black tea. I am drinking a blend. It's a nice, rich, strong black tea. Whose tea I'm drinking shall remain my secret. Jenny's drinking Lapsang Souchong. Ooh, delish. Now, I like Lapsang Souchong. To me is a rainy day tea. I love to steep it, and I actually put a little bit of honey in it, and it's just this really warming feeling that I get. So to me, Lapsang is it's a rainy day tea. So I don't know, is it raining in New York, Jenny? We had some pretty severe rains here, which I think you got a little corner of as well. But Lapsang is also for one of the great teas to cook with. Really, really delicious to cook with it because of its amazing smoky flavors and profiles. Hello, Simon Ferguson from Rotterdam. What are you drinking? And what are you drinking drinking? Excuse me while I just unscrew my mouth. What are you drinking in Rotterdam? And hello, Stefan, 6:45. Oh, you're drinking a margarita, are you? Well, you might want to lay off on the margarita, seeing as you still have to come onto my sofa in a little bit. So, Jenny, you like the classic style with Logan fruit notes. Oh, that's a good one. Logan fruit notes. Those are interesting flavor profiles. It's always I love listening to people describe teas because there's always going to be something that I haven't thought about before. Of course, Rotterdam is drinking a Heineken. Thanks for the cliche, Simon. Drinking a beer. Now, I do forgive, obviously, because it is later in the day. And that is what happens later in the day. We switch to cocktails. Now, if you were at my house, I would have made you a delicious tea cocktail because even happy hour can include tea. And I use the lapsang for that as well, Jenny, just FYI. Not necessarily an evening cocktail. I like to put lapsang into what we Canadians call a Bloody Caesar, which what the rest of the world calls a Bloody Mary. But if you blend that, it's really great. Margarita in Assam. Hey ho. All right, we are going to wait for Hassan to hopefully come back. But there he is. Oh, look. See, I said it, and there he is. And I'm going to add him back in. There?
Shabnam, I am really sorry. I couldn't
That's okay.
see the problem.
It's all right. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's no problem, Hassan. Let's talk tea. We've got your voice, and I think that that's the most important. So, Hassan, tell everybody about what you do.
Okay. Let me explain what I've done about tea so far. I'm working at Commodity Exchange, which all tea producers are member of us about 14 years. So that try to promote Turkish to international tea forum, congress, and so on. But last 6 months, I'm managing a big project on tea industry. Really, I can say the largest or hugest project maybe in the world. We are calling about Tea Bazaar, Tea Park, or Tea Trade Center, and so on. So I'm a general manager of it for 6 months, and we nearly opened the bazaar or tea park. So I'll tell you more about our project later. Maybe I can share some photos or videos, Shabnam video. So especially at tea days or international tea days, we did some videos about happy lightning. I mean, out of the monument or tea glass. I'm sure you will like as well.
Yes, email it to me, and we'll definitely share it. But hold your thought for 1 second. I'm gonna pop on, and we're both gonna not be able to talk for a second because I'm gonna show everybody a picture of the tea museum. Okay?
Yeah.
Hang on. I have to remove.
Actually, that one.
It's beautiful. So it's in our background right now. You can't see it, but I just wanted everybody to see the enormity of what you've created because it's so special. So tell everybody about it. Tell us about it.
Yeah. So now I would like to give some information about what is tea in Turkey or in the world. Tea is a very popular drink and play a very social, economic roles, especially in Rize, on Black Sea region, where is beauty about nature or outdoor sports. Shabnam, you know my sharing about that. So
yes,
On the other hand, Turkish tea or tea in Turkey not goes much back. I can say maybe 80 years or something like that. But still, that we become, let's say, fourth largest tea producers or champion of tea consumption in the world. Tea production started, let's say, in 1937. We bought, or at that time, bought 20,000 seeds from Georgia, from Batumi, where is near of us. And the government helped a lot about developing the countries, or let's say agriculture in Rize. So in a short time, we become such a largest tea production. And I'll give information. Last year, for example, we produced 282,000 metric tons tea. So more than Sri Lanka. So we become fourth largest country, and 1,455 metric tons green leaf we produce. I am one of tea producer because I was born in a very small village between tea plantations or tea gardens. And on the other hand, I'll give you information. Normally tea plants is equatorial, plants, and they, let's say, harvest season is nearly 11 months or more. But in Turkey, harvest season may be only 3 flush in 6 months. Going on. The rest of time, maybe tea plantation is under snow and so on. And just for example, this year, nearly harvest season started, even though near the middle of the season, in May, and I think it will be 2 months, or let's say first flush, and till September we will have a 3 flush.
Okay.
And we have in tea plantation, we have a sea level, and the middle area maybe can say 400 to 600 meters altitude. And for example, I have a tea plantation, a small one, at 1,000 meters, so that tea in Turkey really, or maybe I can give information about the microclimate. No any harm animals, and snow helps a lot about the flower, aroma, and so on.
Right. Yeah. So you produce an awful lot of tea, and yet I would think that a lot of people don't think of the fact that Turkey is a tea producer. Is most of the tea kept in Turkey, or where do you export to?
Turkey is not export a lot. Turkey is also largest importer tea. Some years we imported, let's say, 50,000 or metric tons and so on, especially from Sri Lanka and the other countries. We export about 5,000 metric tons and so on. I'll give you more information about the production as well. We have a CTC system,
Right.
And especially we are producing a concept black tea. I can say 98% tea we produce and consumed in domestic market, I can say.
Right. Okay.
Tea is really in our life. For example, if you visit a friend or go to a shop or meeting, always the question, not what would you like to drink, the question is something like, would you prefer tea with sugar or without?
Yes.
Or let's say, if you drink tea, dark or light or something like that in our culture.
Yeah.
And also, I would like to tell you that, tea consumption starts in the morning. It means that if mother calls you or tells you, tea is ready. Do you know what's meaning of that?
Tell me.
Yeah, it means that breakfast is ready. If tea is brewed, means that everything is ready for the breakfast to all member of family.
Yeah.
So that Turkey likes a lot, and even though such a short time, we're becoming big producer, a large producer, and nowadays maybe in our project or some walking, innovative production is started, like oolong, handmade tea, green tea, and so on. That's why I really wanted to show you from camera, and maybe from WhatsApp or from something like we can do lively program and showing around the tea bazaar.
Yeah. You and I will, let's do that. Will you take me a tour of the tea bazaar if we set something up?
Yeah. If we can, I don't know, maybe later we can try, and would show you all around. And also right now, it's let me tell you that a light show is going on the glass. That 30 meters glass. What it will be inside, I'll also tell you. So Turkey is like that, and I am planning to have an international meeting or maybe tea tour or tea camp soon. So Shabnam,
I know we talked about this.
Yeah, I would love to see you here as well, camping or stay at farms or tea house. In Turkey also, not tea producer or factory have own tea plants. Smallholders or farmers are plucking tea and selling to the tea factories. The system is not like Kenya or Sri Lanka. And it is a lot in especially Rize because, for example, maybe some people studied by this income, and nowadays also we have opened a new airport on sea, and do you know Control Tower is also tulip-shaped glass?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's really
that's the picture I just showed.
Yeah. It's really fantastic. So Rize or Black Sea region, especially on tea, becoming popular, and would love to see all our friends and drinking Turkish tea and with hospitality, of course, Turkish hospitality.
So Hassan, this is what we're going to do. You and I'm going to connect with you, and we'll do, not today, but we're going to do, I'll do Instagram Live with you.
Yeah, Instagram Live, or maybe by WhatsApp and show all around.
Yeah, Instagram Live is good because then everybody can tune in and you're going to take me for a tour of the tea museum.
That will be fantastic.
Okay.
You know, I'll give you the information about Tea Park. You know, it's about 10,000 square meters area, and now 24 tea shops where you can buy different kind of teas there. Also in Lively program, I can show you inside of the shop,
Share that with me.
shops. And we have a huge restaurant inside where you can taste native or dishes. We are really famous on gastronomy as well. On the other hand, 6 different shops which is they are selling geographical indication products, you know, like honey. For example, honey is very famous here in Rize, or some textile production too. And the area is social area, you know, children play park or arched bridge, you know, it's a very special architect of here, and kind of warehouse you may see. And the tea glass or tea museum, tea towers, 30 meters altitude. It's 8 floors.
You've submitted it to the Guinness Book of World Records, right?
Yeah. And you know, we have a cinema there, but not a normal cinema. You know, it's a kind of simulation. You know, you will see from the land to the glass or to the cup, the history of tea production. And also you will see some videos or photos of nature of Rize, mountains, rivers, let's say kind of paradise I can describe, you know. And we will have a museum there, but in fact we spent a lot of money there, and nowadays have a you know, not finished museum site. You know, there will be a museum, a historical museum on tea production and the others, and there will be art gallery as well, photos from not only Turkey, tea culture photos, but from other world as well. For example, from Vietnam, Sri Lanka, China, Japan, and so on. And so there will be something like art place or art gallery too. And at the top, we will have or drink tea there in maybe Turkish or the other countries, no any problem. So we will have some workshop there and have a meeting rooms as well. So tea museum is like that too.
It's a beautiful gathering place. Well, I can't wait to come and visit it.
Yeah.
I hope to be able to do that soon. But in the meantime, Hassan, thank you so much for being on my virtual sofa. I think what you're doing in Turkey, I raise my cup to you, even though I can't see you.
Yeah.
I raise my cup to you because the work, what you're doing in Turkey, and this amazing tea bazaar and museum, it brings so much attention to this really special product that we have, and to that I raise my cup and everything that that is doing for it. But we're not done, because you and we're going to set up something again, and we'll do a tour. Okay?
Okay. As soon as possible, I'll have a meeting or an event in Istanbul. So after the week, we will in touch from Instagram, or so we'll do a great tour, and also we'll send you the videos which I told you.
Send me the videos for sure, and you and I will set up an Instagram live so that you can take us for a tour. And then I want to come to Turkey.
Yeah, you are welcome anytime. So and you are welcome not only for tea, but hiking, trekking, and maybe swimming at glacier lakes above 2,500 meters and so on. I'm sure you will like Turkey and especially Rize.
I have no doubt that I'll love Turkey. I don't know if I can keep up with you though, because for anybody watching, Hasan is quite the outdoor trekker. I mean, he's intense. I'll try and keep up with you.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers, Hasan.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Also, I have a tea, but with tea glass, tulip shade tea glass, and greetings and all the best from Turkey.
Greetings to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, Hasan.
Bye-bye.
Well, I'm sorry we weren't able to see the Turkish tea pouring that he was going to show us. That would have been a lot of fun, but that's okay because that gives us an opportunity to do something again with Hasan. I'm taking notes and ideas while we're doing stuff. So, with that, I would like to. What am I doing? I'm gonna read your next clue, which is 46 across. And the clue for 46 across is author of world's first book of tea. 46 across is author of world's first book of tea. And with that, I would like to invite my next guest to the sofa. And we have left Turkey and landed in Latvia. Gundiga. Am I saying that right, first of all?
Yes, you're saying it right. My name
How
is
are you?
Gundiga. I'm fine. Happy to see you and happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day to you. So, Gundiga, I've told everybody nobody can introduce themselves better than themselves. So tell everybody who you are and where you are and what you do.
So my name is Gundiga Silniece. I'm from Latvia, and I'm also happy to be with you today, guys. So 14 years ago, I think it was like 2008, I was visiting one of my friends who was working in a beautiful tea house called Goya here in Riga, Latvia. So tea house was really beautiful. It had an inner garden with fountain, chill out zone, small parties with DJs and VJs were organized. And it was the only place in Riga where young people went to party with no alcohol and whatsoever. So I was introduced to the owner of the tea house and I just fall in love. So since then I have stayed in tea. A lot has changed since then. It has become a family business. So currently I'm head of the Latvia Tea Association, running a tea wholesale, like direct tea import from Asia mostly. Then we have like tea rooms and tea and coffee studio here in Riga, also a tea bar. And last 10 years I'm practicing as a tea sommelier, arranging like trainings and master classes for restaurants, cafes, and tea lovers and so on. So yeah, I'll just say that our projects here are extremely different, starting from more like classical kind of tea rooms and ending up with like specialty cafe where tea is brewed. So also a bar where tea is integrated into the alcohol world. So yeah, that's all extremely different. We are just trying to look at the tea from different perspectives.
So your business is called Tea Me, is that right?
No, we will get there as well. Each of these projects are called differently, so we do not have one unite brand name. We are trying to escape that because each of the projects are unique.
Okay.
So we are not trying, to do that kind of branding for us.
Okay.
Also what I'm doing, I have been like national organizer of the tea competition, which is called Tea Master Cup. Here in Latvia, not so long ago, started to work as a local judge for the Tea Master Cup. So basically it gives me the possibility to try and taste all the trends which are popping up in the industry. It's extremely interesting thing to do as well. And you was asking about Tea Me. So currently we're developing a booking platform and a mobile app for tea tourism and tea-related education online, and that's called TTMe. Yeah. And what else I do? Also, just the last month, I was elected as one of 6 board members in the European Specialty Tea Association for the next 2 years. I'm pretty excited for this new journey, because this structure is like ambassadors for the excellent tea here in Europe in all its aspects. Basically, as building up a structure for the educational system, making events for the members, having working groups of all aspects and directions. For example, at the moment, we're starting a new working group on tea sustainability, like putting an accent on the words that working group, not talking group, you know. So we will try to do our best. So yeah, basically that's all in the name of tea. That's what I'm doing.
Well, you're involved in a lot of stuff, which is really exciting. But you said you started 14 years ago. Tell me about tea in Latvia, because it's, I mean, did it take a lot to convert people to drink tea, or are you inherently a tea drinking culture? Tell me about the tea culture there.
Basically, Latvia is more like more like coffee culture, and in the roots, Latvians are more connected with herbals. So every normal Latvian still has a house in the countryside. Chamomile and peppermint grows in every garden.
Right.
So people are super close to the nature still. They're fermenting their own fireweed, you know, making some kombuchas and jams and everything. So, so yes, it's deeply in the blood. All this herbal culture here,
right?
And I would say that as in Latvia, like half of the citizens are also Russian, then maybe from Russian side tea culture, as the tea culture is stronger, because Latvians are more about herbal infusions and so on. But yeah, it's changing over the years. But yes, we do need to put some effort into doing that, because at the moment, like, market is super small. Like revenue in the tea segment amounts like 48 million this year. So it's like teeny tiny. But if you compare with other Baltic countries, for example, like Estonia or Lithuania, it's a bit bigger, and we are the most active ones. So yeah.
And how have you seen that change and develop in 14 years?
From my narrow point of view, as our business has grown from, for example, from 1 to 5 places in 10 years, in the average cafe, you start to see some decent teas, some oolong teas as well. Matcha is everywhere. Specialty coffee places starts to offer some decent tea. It's become a matter of status. Then of course it's changing, but really slowly. What I have noticed is that yerba mate has been grown like really rapidly in last years. Yes, if 10 years ago we was importing like only few packages of yerba mate, now we're importing like, oh, that's a nice dog you have. Yeah, say hello to him. So yes, at the moment we're importing like tons of yerba mate. It has become a thing here. I don't know why. Maybe it's something between tea and herbs, you know. Maybe Latvians are too slow and they want this boost from yerba mate. I don't know why. I do not have any clue why is it so, but yeah.
somebody must be marketing yerba mate in Latvia.
I don't know. I don't know how it happened actually, because before COVID, it was also not as popular as during the COVID. Maybe there was some connection with the fact that people was working from home and they had the time to take this calabash and bambilia thing, you know. I don't know. I do not have any like decent explanation for that, but that's a fact.
So, I mean, culturally, you're inherently, I mean, as you said, chamomile is and peppermint, those types of things, herbals are very much sort of in the culture of what it is that people do. So, I guess, you know, steeping was part of already. So it's now about converting them from that into Camellia sinensis.
Yes.
And, yeah.
That's we're trying to do actually. In the way how we are positioning these places we're working with tea, mostly we are trying to make them interesting, attractive, and beautiful to convert young people in the on the tea way. So that was one of the reasons why we are trying to use different hooks, like specialty coffee place, you know, where we are roasting our own coffee, and then we have like decent selections of teas. Then we was trying to integrate tea in the bar and in party places. That's the reason why we are putting our places on the main streets, you know. So we are trying to bring tea into the masses, not to keep it in niche, you know, because some of the people are understanding about the tea room that it's only like golden Buddhas and incense, and it's something really complicated, you know, and and super niche. So we're trying to make it more open for everyone.
I think, you know, that's a really, really important thing, because it's especially for people that get so ingrained in that really, really high end specialty. It's a beautiful world, don't get me wrong, I love it as well, but we forget that there's this whole big market out there that it's too specialty for them. You're not going to convert people into that. They might eventually get there, but they have to start somewhere else, right? And speaking to them in that way, in a way that makes it more accessible, is an important way to get people, you know, gently lure them over.
And it's a really hard issue how to make tea accessible in hospitality, you know, in restaurants and cafes. It has been my direct issue for 10 years, because our wholesale is selling for the cafes, restaurants, and hotels and bars. And I'm trying, every time when I'm trying to find the teaware and making a menu for them, I'm trying to think about how to make it simple, how to make it work.
It's it's not just a problem for Latvia, believe me. It's it's something that, you know, tea and hospitality is something that I think we're lacking in everywhere, and it's a challenge. It's a big challenge. Sharon and I were talking about it the other day on we did some tea for twos on Instagram, and we talked about the challenge of getting proper tea served in restaurants. You know, you go to a restaurant and you're served a beautiful meal and beautiful atmosphere and, you know, beautiful dishes and plates and everything is perfect. And then you get to the end of the meal and
it's tea bag again.
No, and that's what I'm going to remember, you know, and that's it's really a shame. So I don't know what the answer is, but I think it's something that we definitely have to, you know, we have to spend time on and figure out how to do that.
We need to make tea sexy again.
That is it, my friend. That's exactly what it is. So when you say that you are putting it into bars and restaurants, you're doing cocktails. Is that what you're doing? Is that how you're integrating it?
Yes, also like infusions and cocktails, and also different kind of fancy brewing equipments, like all the type of cold brews and siphons, just to make it beautiful. You know, what catches the eye, the attention, what goes to Instagram, you know, what looks fancy.
And we have an Instagrammable product. We just need to do better at celebrating that. As I can't remember who I said this to earlier, but sometimes we're a little too quiet and polite in the tea industry. We need to be out there, right? Yeah, I totally agree with you. So you were mentioning an app that you're working on, and did you say tea tourism that it's going to be integrated into?
Yeah. So I was sitting in some tea conference in China. I think it was year 2016, something like that. And I was listening for tea people speaking about like united actions in growing tea tourism, but still, in my mind, I was hearing like my voice, like that the market is really segmented. Everyone is sitting in their own social medias with their own followers, everyone, which is like normal business-wise and competition-wise. But if we look at that like industry-wise, it's not so smart. And if I'm trying to observe the situation from the consumer's perspective, for example, I'm a tea lover from Latvia, willing to go to Sri Lanka. I do want to visit a tea garden there, a tea production there, and maybe to have a small course of improving my tea testing skills. What do? I need to make a deep research, visit dozens of separate Facebook and Instagram pages. I need to make separate deals with each of them in messages and to find out how much does it cost. Do I have a place where to stay near? But what I do want to do with TTMe, I want to make a database with a possibility to book directly. So basically a database of tea tourism objects and tea events. So business can upload their events and everything, and consumers can book them directly. So consumer can choose the country, the region, the type of activity. And for example, it can be like tea and cheese pairing in London, or a tea garden visit in France, or a whole week tea tour to Korea, and possibility to book it directly. But from business perspective, business will have an additional board of advertisement, and they do not lose nothing from putting out there offer for those who are not following their social media, for example. So it's just like a yellow pages for tea tourism and tea events.
A little fancier than yellow pages, but I love that. So you're creating basically a portal, right? A portal where businesses can feed in their information, and so everything is housed in under one portal.
A platform for industry, basically. So Skeleton is ready. We are putting starting to put the content in there, because we want to start pretty big, so it's interesting enough. And after that, everyone can update it. You know, their businesses and their events and their everything. Yeah.
I love that. I think that's a great idea. You'll let me know when that is up and running, so that we can put it out into the universe for you as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I think that's a really, really good thing. And, you know, I mean, you've heard me say this already. It's the power of this industry is the most beautiful when it comes together. And
yes. That's what was in my mind. And actually, since 2016, I was trying to wrap my mind. The idea was changing like for a few times. I was not rushing because the time was pretty complicated, and I had my own projects running here, and we was opening like one more tea room. After that, one more tea room. At the moment, we're opening one more in 1 month. So there is some work happening all the time, but I just cannot forget this project. And in those years, it has been transformed, and we are almost there. So yes.
Well, you let me know, because I will help in whatever way that I can.
Okay.
Yeah, you let me know. How many tea rooms do you have now, Gundiga?
At the moment, 5, and we are, but not all of them are like strictly tea rooms, as I was mentioning. Like we have like tea and coffee studio, which is more like a place with freshly roasted coffee and fine selections of teas. And for example, tea bar, it's more like a party place with techno music, toots, 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 boom, 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 in plenty of young people which are drinking alcohol and also drinking tea. So yeah, it's pretty different. But yes, we do have a classical tea rooms as well, which do not have any alcohol, any coffee, and no food at all, just the classical normal one.
Normal one. Well, good for you. I mean, I think what you're doing there is really special and really interesting, because, you know, by having these different concepts, you're addressing and you're recognizing that, you know, you need different conduits to connect with consumers. Not everybody is the same, right?
Yeah, you know, and the style is really, really different for each of them, and the customer is different for each of them, and that was the main aim, not to take this super small niche only for one kind of people, but to cover the maximum.
Well, what you're doing is that's exactly it, right? Because every concept has its own clientele, which means that you're not cannibalizing your own customer, creating new customers.
Yeah.
Well, bravo to you, smart lady.
Okay.
Clever. Very clever. Very, very clever. Okay, so I know that you've been very good since 2020. You've always been on my sofa with me.
Ah, yes, that's true.
All day.
Yes. I'm watching you.
You're watching me, and I know that you're there. I don't always acknowledge what's going on here because I'm focused here, but I do know what's going on in the chat room. So you know that you don't leave my sofa without answering a Proust question.
Oh, I really do afraid that one, because usually they are the ones which you would like to think about before the answer. But okay, go ahead, just ask.
Well, by the 3rd year, you all have an advantage because you know this was coming. It was the first year. My first guest in the first year was like, what? They didn't know it was coming. Okay, so Gundiga, your question is, what is your personal motto?
My personal motto? It's Latvian. I will try to translate it to English. Slower you go, farther you get.
The slower you go, the farther you get.
Yeah, you know, no rush, and you will get anywhere you want.
I love that. And you're living it.
Yeah.
You're living
it. Trying not to, trying not to find myself in the rat race.
Good for you. Well, dear Gundiga, I raise my teacup to you.
I'm raising my cup as well.
Good. I wish you a very, very happy International Tea Day.
You too.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do, and not only spreading the beauty of tea to Latvia, but also with this really special project. See, even the dog agrees. But also with this really special project, because I think that it's going to be really, really interesting in bringing, you know, different parts of the tea world together and opening it up to whole new group of people that can actually explore it. So cheers to
Yeah.
you.
Cheers to you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, there you go. I'm learning all kinds of new stuff, and I'm getting all kinds of ideas that I'm jotting down here. Who's joined us? Joe has joined us from Bangladesh. So we can add Bangladesh to our list of who's in the room. Oh, and I see another fellow Torontonian in here. Hello, hello. I'm a little chilly right now in Toronto. I don't know why, even though the sun is shining behind me. But we are going to leave Latvia. We're going to jet on over back to Kenya.
Hey, Shabnam.
How are you, Debajit?
Very good. How are you? How's it going so far?
So far, we are just about to hit 5 hours. We're doing okay.
Yeah, that's a marathon, isn't it? My God.
I'm not even halfway through.
Done. Yeah, but well done. Yeah.
We're not even halfway through. We have to. Yeah. We're gonna get our second win in a moment.
Excellent. Excellent.
So, tell everybody where you are from, first of all.
Well, I'm from I'm from India. I'm from Assam, and sort of started my tea journey in India in the plantations in Darjeeling. Then moved on to being a tea broker, auctioneer in both Assam, Guwahati, and Calcutta. Then moved on to Malawi to get into the outside world of tea, outside India world of tea. Then was in Dubai, set up a company there, extension of a company there. And then Kenya, initially with McLeod Russell and Van Rees thereafter. So you must have heard this multiple times. In tea, you have to be a jack of all trades. I've quite literally taken it very, very literally, very seriously.
So you really have explored all parts of the trade, which is a good thing. You are now with Van Rees.
Yes.
But tell me how you got into tea. What got you into tea?
See, like I said, I'm from Assam, so
Yeah.
we've had more exposure to the tea plantations than a lot of others. And when you're from there, you have relatives in the plantation, so you visit them. So that the world of tea or the life in tea is not sort of alien. So it was sort of always there at the back of your mind. And I grew up in a place called Shillong, which is neighboring to Assam, and it's hills. It's a hill station, as it's called in India. So when I got the offer from Darjeeling, so it was tea and hills, so it was a no-brainer really. So yeah, there we went.
You were drawn in.
Yeah.
Willingly or unwillingly?
No, willingly, and still drawn in. Really, it's. I mean, I think you've said it a couple of times that once you get in, you don't want to go out really. So.
It's like The Godfather.
Yeah. Or the Eagles.
That works too.
That works too.
So, obviously I wanted to hear your tea story, but tell us about Van Rees. Tell us what it is that you do, because again, there are companies within the supply chain that everybody knows. Everybody knows the names of. And then there are other companies that you only know if you're in the tea industry, right? So if you're not in the tea industry, you've never heard of Van Rees. If you're in the tea industry, you'd have to have your head in the sand not to know Van Rees. So tell everybody, what does Van Rees do?
Well, Van Rees, as the name might suggest, is a Dutch company. It was established in 1819. So in the year 2019, we celebrated 200 years. And we've actually been awarded the royal title by His Majesty the King of Netherlands. So it is actually, as of 2019, the Royal Van Rees Group, and we're part of. So we are part of the Acomo Group, which is a listed company in the Dutch exchange, and They specialize in nuts and spices and food ingredients, both conventional and organic. Vanry's, on its own, we have our footprint in multiple places across the world, both in origins. I mean, for example, in Africa, we're here in Kenya and Malawi. We're there in Sri Lanka, we're there in India, we're there in Indonesia, Vietnam, and also Rotterdam, which is our head office, and then North America, which you would know, in Canada, and we also have offices in Egypt and Dubai. So we are quite spread out, and over 200 years, sort of our core business has been bulk tea.
Yeah.
So we are not a brand, nor are we producers of tea. We are mid-level, and sort of bulk tea is what we do, all kinds of bulk tea. And of late, we've sort of also got into ingredients and infusions, etc., which is the way the world is moving. But yeah, our first love is still tea.
It's still Camellia sinensis. So what I was hoping that you could do, Debajit, is tell us about the auction process, because if you've been on the sofa with me, or listening today, you know that my objective is to demystify a little bit of our supply chain for people. And we have not yet. We touched a little bit on it with Anil in Sri Lanka. He did mention it a little bit, but I didn't delve too much because I knew that I was going to have you. So tell us, what is it? How does it work? Let's start there.
Well, simply put, the auctions are basically is a marketplace where selling and buying of teas happen. But it is not like going to a store where you pick up what you like. It's a lot more complicated than that. And I'm sure a lot of people have been to auction houses or have seen auctions on television, where there is an auctioneer. A lot of the items that are being sold are displayed, and you can actually see it, examine it, etc., etc. But in tea, the volume of business that happens is so huge, and since it needs to be tasted, so you have the auction organizer, then you have the auction brokers. Now, every broker in any auction would have a catalog. So there's this concept of closing a sale. So we will this week close the sale that is going to happen 2 weeks from now, right? So the brokers would then compile the teas that they've received, make out their catalog, circulate it to the trade, and then the samples follow. And I'm in Mombasa, which is the largest auction in the world. There's a lot of tea, and when each tea has to be tasted and graded, we need that amount of time. Just to bring in, just go a step back, the members typically of an auction center are the producers who would sell their teas. Then you have the buyers, and the mediators are the brokers. But you also have the warehouse people, for example. These are big volumes, and you need a warehousing. So anyway, going back, so once the teas have reached, the brokers would initially taste it, and they would grade it and give it a valuation. Similarly, we get our teas. We would do our own grading. Each company has their own ways of tasting. You must have heard multiple speakers say of tea language or tea lingo or scoring systems. So a lot of different companies have their own internal systems to do that. So we do that. And then multiple grades as well, right? Here the auctions is CTC, but in centers like in India, you would have multiple types where you'd have Darjeeling selling, you'll have CTC selling, you have Orthodox selling. So it can be a wide mix. So once we've tasted and graded it on designated days, which earlier used to be on Monday and Tuesday, that was when the outcry system used to be there.
Right.
But there was this conscious decision to move into the e-platform. And so we were basically ready when COVID happened. Yes,
you were prepared for it already.
It was already being worked on.
So you'd already started the
So it was a quicker transition for us. Yes, a few teething problems bound to happen. So now it's 100% electronic. So there are 13 brokers in Mombasa. Each one has their catalog, and they sell as per selling order, and that keeps on changing. It keeps on rotating. So the guy who's sold first today will be number 2 next week. Similarly, sort of everyone gets a turn to sort of sell first and also last, and that has to do with the market dynamics. Markets can change within an auction,
right,
so that everyone has fair sort of access to market movements. That's why the rotation happens. The brokers' valuations are the starting point when the auction happens, and depending on how the market behaves on that particular day, the broker has the sort of option to bring the prices down if he or she is not getting the price that they have valued it at.
They can bring it down.
They can bring it down. So, for example, someone's valued the tea at $3, and they're seeing bids coming 10 cents lower, and not sort of appreciating. So they can say, okay, $2.95. Does it get a trigger? And then sort of if that starts off, and then the natural competition that exists. I mean, it's a free market, right? So everyone who needs the tea will come in, and the bidding process starts. And initially, there's a particular time slot given, and if there is active bidding happening, then there's an extension given, and that can be multiple extensions till the tea is sold, till no one else is bidding up actually. So yeah, that in a nutshell is the process. It is a very, very sort of active system, and it's happening real time. And in Mombasa, there's a lot of tea that gets sold here, a lot of tea. So yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting.
So as you said, Mombasa is the largest, and it's the largest not only because Kenya is a big exporter of tea, but also because you are surrounded by other tea-producing countries that are landlocked.
Yeah.
Number one, and number two, also don't have their own auction centers. So you're not just auctioning teas from Kenya, right? You also auction teas from
absolutely. That is the unique thing about the Mombasa auctions.
Yes.
For the reasons that you've mentioned. Also, some origins might be producing smaller amounts of tea, which may not be sort of justifiable to have an auction. If there are auctions, you need buyers to be there, and electronic has come in only now. The concept of electronic might have started in India early 2000s, but a lot of the other countries are coming in now. So the EATTA, which is the auction organizer here, I mean, there are 10 country members. And that is phenomenal by itself. 10 member countries, starting from neighboring countries like Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Malawi, Ethiopia, Madagascar. I mean, they're all there. Might have left out one or two, but 10 countries, and it's amazing. So, but what is also amazing, apart from the statistics, the array of teas that you have access to.
Right.
That is phenomenal, right? So there's something for everyone, every market, really.
And as you say, that's really quite unique to the Mombasa auction, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
So I just want to go through so everybody understands, and I know that there are some tea experts in the room, and you don't need to hear this, but for others that aren't, have a cup of tea and be patient. So it's we call it an auction system, and it is an auction because, as you say, it is free market, and it's the price is going to go where the market dictates it's going to go. That's the whole premise of an auction system. But what is uniquely different about it, and this is a question that when I was teaching tea, I would get asked quite often, which is how do you bid on something like tea? It's not like a painting or something visual that I'm looking at. So there's a whole process that happens beforehand, and I don't think people fully understand and appreciate that there's a whole process that actually goes on before the actual bidding happens, and that is the tasting that's happening. Now, and you've explained that already, but when you're talking about the value and you're talking about how the market can change during an auction, tell us a little bit more about that, because I think that that's really important, right? Because it's about demand, right? It's I've said
it is about supply and demand.
Yeah.
Eventually, those are the sort of the principal factors that define where the prices are going. See, a lot of it depends on what the tasting is, and a lot of
Yeah.
it depends on what the broker valuations are as well. I think it's fair to say that not all teas are the same in terms of various attributes and
Yeah.
also prices. But every tea can be a wonderful product or commodity to have if it's at the right price.
Right.
Right. So when we are tasting, we already have a fair idea what that tea is going to be attractive to us at.
Right.
Taking out market forces. So if it's a tea for tea, I would be happy to buy this at this price.
Okay.
And a lot of times the teas that we want to bid on, we already know where we're going to sell them to, or
Okay.
most likely where is it going to do. And
Right.
see, we do a lot of blends here. A huge amount of blends we do that. So a lot of the teas go into blends. So we know that this blend for this market is going to be really good value at this particular price. And at the same time, there would be teas that are so good that you don't mind paying 10 cents, 15 cents more for it because the tea is actually, I mean, it's so good, really, right? So
Yeah.
there are the dynamics involved, and we don't normally go in, or very rarely do we go in with a fixed price in mind.
Right.
It doesn't happen that way. And also when we go buy, there are certain teas that we buy on straight line orders. That means our buyer, wherever he or she is sitting, might say, okay, this tea I can bid only up to this much, no more.
Right.
So those teas, okay, if you've reached the threshold, then we'll have to sort of sit out. But teas that we require for our own blends or our own sort of value picking, so to speak, there we can sort of pay the price we think is justified. So that's basically how it works. But one of the indicators or starting points are the broker valuations. That is the starting point, right?
Right.
And then you sort of take it from there.
And those broker valuations, as you say, is based on what a number system that most companies have internally developed for themselves, right? But also about knowing clearly who your market is and where that tea is going, right? Because a tea that you're purchasing for the North American market is going to be different than a tea that you're purchasing for the Middle East or that you're purchasing for Europe, et cetera. And I'm not sure, consumers necessarily appreciate that always, that tea isn't always tea. It's not the same thing. And
No.
we've homogenized tea in the industry for the sake of the consumer. But the
Completely.
reality is that it's not a homogeneous product.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a plant. It's so there are bound to be variations, and also keeping in mind that we are talking one origin or 10 origins in one marketplace, but every origin is different
Yeah.
because of the elevation, because of the soil, because of the weather conditions. However, even one factory, if you look at a day-to-day production, there would be some variables.
Yeah.
And you sort of zoom out to sort of a macro level. You add all the different factories, all the different origins, yet the consumer will still need to get the same exact taste that
Exactly.
he or she had the last cup or last time he or she went and bought that product from the shelves. Right. So it is a world of variables. And when you sort of sit back and think about it, then you sort of realize, wow, this is like unique, right? It's amazing that what all the people in this industry have to do or do it lovingly, I'm sure.
You're right. I have to say that I'm of two minds when it comes to that. I admire it because there is an enormous skill involved in replicating a blend,
Yeah.
right? Because as we just said, it's not a homogeneous product. So you have a product that it's an agricultural product, and it's going to change from region to region, factory to factory, season to season, year to year.
Yeah.
All of these things are going to affect it, and a million others that, you know, we could list here forever. But and your end blend for the consumer doesn't care. The consumer wants X brand, I don't care who that brand is, X's Orange Pico to always taste the same.
Yeah.
When they go to the grocery store shelf, they want to grab that box and they want it to be consistent. Yet you and I know that what goes into that box has to change every season in order to maintain that flavor. So I'm of two minds for because of this. I have great respect for it because I understand and appreciate what's involved in making that happen. I'm not sure we've done ourselves a service by creating a homogeneous product, though, because I think that we've taken away the consumer's understanding and appreciation of how special this product is. So what I mean by that is there is no other agricultural product that a consumer expects to go to the store and take and for it to taste the same every single time. If I go to the store, I'll pick up an apple. I expect it to taste like an apple. But next year's apples will have maybe a slightly different taste than this year's apples. And I'm okay with that because I understand that as a consumer. Yeah. Or tomatoes, you know, there's in-season tomatoes and out-of-season tomatoes, strawberries. All of these things are the same. And as a consumer, we understand that and we value that. I'm willing to pay more for it because it's, you know, in season or, yeah. And we've lost that in tea. So I'm a little bit of two minds on what we've done.
No, and I don't disagree with you. However, when a consumer doesn't have much knowledge about the product itself,
sure.
The safest way to make the consumer come back is if it tastes the same.
I know.
If we would have sort of exposed the consumer to exactly what we've been talking about, that it's a variable product. If we had done that 100 years back, or no, 100 years back, but they would have known possibly.
Yeah.
It's only in the day and age of branding that we sort of say, okay, consumer gets the same thing, but it's never too late. I think we and you would know this better, Shabnam. I think tea drinkers now are a lot more aware, a lot more interested to know about it. They're also developing likes and dislikes. Yeah. It's not just one thing that they've brought from the store and they'll have to just stick with it for the rest of their life or the next 10 years. Now people want to explore, but that has to be more at a global stage, not in particular markets. Certain markets are far more developed in terms of consumer taste than others. Yeah. Right? So I think the onus is on us as an industry that you know the generations to come are aware of this as a wonderful product.
Yeah. It's a big task putting that genie back into the bottle.
One step at a time.
Yes, one step at a time indeed. What do you think the biggest challenge is facing the industry today?
A whole host of it, but I think pricing is an issue. I mean, what trickles down to the people who start the journey of the cup of tea, I think more can or should trickle down to them, and I think we need to find a way of making tea sound and look cooler than it is. So the problem here is we have one disadvantage that I can think of compared to coffee.
What's that?
You go to a mall, there's coffee being brewed. Doesn't matter what the quality of the coffee is, you can smell it from a distance.
Yes.
Right? The aroma.
Yeah, that's true.
Tea, you can't unless you're really close by. So that sort of, you know, that we don't have. But so then more effort has to be put in to tea as a wonderful product or a diverse range of product for people to sort of come looking for that cup of tea.
You're right. I can smell a cup of coffee from, you know, across the room, the mall, wherever it is that I am. But it always tastes like coffee. It always smells like coffee. And I think that that's where we have the advantage, right? Is
we do, but people don't know about it.
People don't know
about it. That is
Absolutely.
the problem. We
People
have
don't
such
know
a range.
about, yeah.
I mean, the most amazing thing, one plant, look at what it gives in terms of variety,
Exactly.
taste. I mean, it's sort of crazy to think about it, right?
Yeah.
But shouldn't we be telling that story more to everyone?
Yep. Yep. And what have I said over and over again today? We are too quiet and polite about it. Right? Coffee starts with just the smell alone. It's in your face. It's aggressive. Yeah. And we need to get a little bit more aggressive. I think, you know, the calmness and the beauty, and, you know, we quoted Thich Nhat Hanh, you know, Buddhist monk earlier, and there's the romance of tea, and it's beautiful and it has its place as well. But there's a whole other part which is, you know, let's talk about the varieties. Let's talk about, you know, the drama, the beauty, all of these amazing things that tea can do for you. And yes, of course, it's healthy for you on top of it. And I think health messaging is important. But I also think that as an industry, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can talk about more than one thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, what does International Tea Day mean to you?
Well, it is celebrating everything from that wonderful plant to everyone involved in that value chain, right? And there should be more than one celebration in a year, I think. You should want to have every quarter or something. Or no, just sort of, no. It's a wonderful thing to have.
Yeah.
And in a certain way, you would know this better. COVID also sort of triggered a podcast like this. Otherwise, who would have imagined sitting through 11.5 hours of talking tea, right?
Yeah.
But now it's like, seems okay, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, COVID was difficult for a lot of reasons, and, you know, too many to even start to mention here today. But there have been elements of it which has brought us together, and being able to do this is definitely one of them.
Yeah.
Well, if you have listened to even one guest, you know that everybody has to answer
one of them. Pick an easy one. Pick an easy one.
They're all easy.
Oh, okay.
They're all easy.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
What do you consider to be the most overrated virtue?
Over success, I think.
Oh, that's a good one. I told you it was easy.
Yeah.
That's a really good one.
Or you picked the right question for me. Well done, you.
What can I say?
What can you say?
So I know that Robin promised you a drink to thank you for doing this, but I think it wasn't that painful, right? You don't need a reward.
No,
reward enough.
No, not at all. In fact, you can buy me a couple now.
Or you can buy him the drinks to thank him.
Yes. We will when we meet next.
Well, I want to raise my cup to you and wish you a very happy International Tea Day. Are you on water?
Yes, that time of the day.
What time is it?
It's almost 9 now, 9 p.m.
Oh, goodness. Well, thank you. Thank you not only for, you know, staying and doing this. I really appreciate it. Truly, I do.
Pleasure.
But also, thank you for everything that you do in the world of tea, because it is so valuable and so important. And I think that one of the things that can't go unsaid is everything that you've described requires immense skill. And that is something that I think we need to treasure in the world of tea above all else. And that is a skill in tasting, a skill in making, and a skill in understanding tea. And I hope that that skill and that art is never lost. And it won't be if we actually value it. And that I apply to absolutely everybody.
No, absolutely. I mean, the skill at various levels, starting from the farmer, the plucker, to everything else. So yeah, we need to treasure it. I agree there. But thanks for having me, and all the best for the rest of it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I look forward to sharing a cup of tea with you in person. As I said this morning, you may not have been on yet, but I was on Leah from Eastern Produce on at 8:30 this morning. And Sharon, my UK counterpart, and I will be coming to Kenya next year. So we'll have a cup of tea with you.
Yeah, do get in touch, right?
Good. All right.
Okay, take care.
Cheers.
Bye.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Alrighty. Well, I hope we've demystified the auction system for you a little bit. I think it's the skill that's involved in tasting, the skill in understanding these multiple markets is critical. The knowledge that the people that are involved in these systems possess has to not only be treasured, but also passed on and valued by every company to invest in its people to maintain this kind of knowledge and expertise. And with that, I am going to, before I introduce my next guest and tell you where we're traveling to next from Kenya, I'm going to read you the clue, our 2 o'clock clue, which is 57 across. I think it's a little appropriate for my next guest as well. The clue for 57 across is Darjeeling Tea Garden, one of the first. So for those of you that are tuning in or not, didn't pay attention to what I'm doing, we have Teasel up on our website, tea.ca. If you click on events and go to International Tea Day, you'll find our massive crossword puzzle. We've kept back 15 questions of the crossword puzzle, and I've been reading them throughout the day to you. We will, of course, post the full set of questions once SOFA Summit is over. And once you've completed it, send it in to us, and you can enter a draw to win a basket of tea from Nepal, compliments of Jenny Dodd. So from Kenya, I take great pleasure in introducing Katrin in Germany. Hello. Oh, I can't hear you. No sound. No sound. Nope. Try unplugging your headphone. See if that works. And take yourself off mute. No, your microphone is showing as muted at the moment. I find that the headphones don't always work, so I would try without headphones. But your internal mic on your computer seems to be off. No, it's still showing as muted. Do you want to go out and come back in?
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Yes.
Okay. I try if it works. Still audible?
No. Now it is.
Somehow.
No.
I'm sorry. Does it work now?
Now it's working.
Okay. Great.
Use that. All right. Hello. How are you?
I'm fine, Shabnam. Happy International Tea Day to you. With my favorite book. I love India.
Oh, you love India. Well, you just came back from India.
Yes, I'm still a little bit on Indian time.
You must be. It's so lovely to see you.
Thank you so much for having me on this SOFA Summit.
Oh, I couldn't not have you. So let me introduce you to, or everybody to you rather. This is Katrin Gassert. Katrin is with Teekampagne in Germany. But I think you should tell everybody about Teekampagne. So let's start there.
Okay, I'm very happy if I can tell our company story because I still find it fascinating, although I'm with Teekampagne since almost 20 years now.
I've heard, no, I have to say, I've heard your story. I know your story, and I get excited to hear it every time. So
okay, that's
good.
Great. Good. So it was back in 1985 when Professor Faltin, who taught economics in Berlin at the Free University, wanted to show his students how to found a company that has a slightly different approach. He wanted to show that you can create a win-win situation for the producer and the consumer likewise. And when he traveled the world, he found out that tea is quite cheap in the countries where it is produced and quite expensive in Germany. And then he dug deeper into this matter and found it's not because insurance of long freights, it's not because of the long distances, it's because tea in Germany is usually bought in small packages in relatively small shops that have like 200 different varieties of tea. And then he said, then I'll do it completely different. I just focus on one kind of tea, and according to tea experts, that's Darjeeling tea. And instead of selling it in small packages, I will sell it in 1 kg packages because someone who drinks and needs the daily cup of tea, 1 kg is not that much to consume in a year. And tea is quite easy when it comes to storage demands. You can just put it in your cupboard, leave it in a cool and dry space. Don't put anything with a high intensive odor next to it, and then you can keep it like almost forever. And therefore he encouraged people to buy their yearly supply and buy it in large packages, because that's also friendly to the environment, because you save so much on packaging material. And what else is one of our core values is transparency. So he made it very clear how much we pay for the tea, how much costed to pack the tea, to ship it out to the customers, and therefore that is quite unique. I think no other company displays and disclose price calculation. So we are able to pay more than half of the retail price to purchase the tea, because we save on pretty much everything else. We have a high focus on the tea and the quality, and less on marketing and frills around the product. So this is the unique approach. And yeah, in the beginning, everybody thought, oh, that's a crazy idea. You can't tell consumers to change their buying behavior, but we are still here, and according to the Tea Board of India, we are even the largest importer of Darjeeling whole leaf tea. So I think can, to a certain extent, teach consumers, make them aware about quality, about how you can store tea, and especially in the case of Darjeeling, also tell them that far more tea is sold as Darjeeling than actually can be produced in this region with only 87 tea gardens. So this is the journey of Teekampagne, to do things in a little bit different manner, and we are quite successful in handling tea in this way.
I mean, there are a few things that are really fascinating about what you do. First and foremost is, I guess, the accidental, fortunate alignment, whatever you want to call it, that it was tea that was chosen as the model, because it could have been anything, right? That's
right. But tea was just so significantly, so it served in such a wonderful manner that you can, by handling tea in a different way, that you can pay far more on the purchasing of tea than on marketing or anything that doesn't really give back to the people at the source.
But to think that, it took an economics professor to come up with a business model that 40 years later, almost 40, right? That is now the largest purchaser of Darjeeling tea in the world, I think is quite extraordinary. And on top of that, to be so far ahead of his time, right? Because the model that you're talking about, the model of simplifying, this connection between the consumer and where the tea comes from, number one. And number two, the word transparency, and I want to get into that a little bit. These are so key today to what consumers want from their products. We talked about this this earlier as well, right? Especially younger consumers. What they say they want to know where their tea comes from. They want to know, they want to know. They want full transparency. They want complete understanding of source and the story, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what were the challenges when you first started? Because being way ahead of your time is a lovely story once you've proven your model. But in the beginning, it's incredibly difficult, no?
Well, I think in 1985, things have been, a little bit easier when it came to word of mouth communication. So the first 2 tons of tea were actually sold on tables in front of the Free University. So students and staff of university bought the tea and they liked it. They were inspired by the idea. They wanted to support this idea of this business model, and so they shared with their friends who also like to drink tea, and that helped us grow in customer number. So I think nowadays that would be more difficult, because with the internet and so much happening, I think it's not so easy to grow as it was back then, when people still communicated face to face far more, and you shared your cup of tea, and people got in touch with the product, and they were convinced, and they spread the word themselves. So and articles in newspapers pointing out this rather strange idea from a professor starting into tea. So I think that helped us to grow. I think nowadays it would have been more difficult, because nowadays we are overwhelmed by information, and we can't really pay attention to each and everything that we are bombarded with. So this helped us, and what I now feel that could have been risky, but it worked out all right for us, was also that we were pioneers in residue analysis. And back in the mid-80s, there were quite a number of pesticide residues to be found in tea. So if I look at an old package, there might be 12 different residues that came up, all within MRL, but still quite impressive. And instead of just keeping this in our drawer in the desk, we put it on the back side of each and every package. So every consumer had the chance to see, okay, this is residue tested, and these were the results, which of course sometimes might look alarming, but in the end, it's milligram per 1 kg of dry matter, and everyone knows nobody nibbles 1 kg of dry tea watching a movie. It's after all the liquor we drink and this infusion, and of course that is not the same what we will find in the dry matter. So on one hand, it was daring to go out with these results. On the other hand, I think consumers appreciated very much that someone is so open and honest, and for them it was very reassuring that we were saying, okay, look, we each batch gets tested twice, and only what's in line with MRL will be bought from us. So I think this left them in a very comfortable position that someone else will look after this, and that is our responsibility and our part to do that, and to share whatever we find with our customers.
I mean, I hear you, and I know that you do that. It's not, I mean, anybody who wants to go onto Tea Compagnie's website, you'll see it. It's not just lip service. This is truly what they do, and they still do. And I have to tell you, Katlin, that it's 2022, and I still don't know of a single company that would do something like that. I think it was, I think that people even today, even seeing that you have done it, and that you've proven your success as a model, would still be afraid of doing something like that, because there's an enormous amount of education that's required in having a consumer understand, accept, I don't know what the right word is, that, to have a consumer understand what an MRL is, for example. Do you know what I'm saying? To have a consumer understand that, X number of milligrams it's the equivalence of a drop in a swimming pool size of tea steep. And that's a lot of education that's required. Did you have to do that? Or did you find that, as you said, people just felt that because you were saying it, you were being open about it, and therefore they trusted it? Which one was it? Was there education or not?
I think a little bit of both. I mean, for some people, it might be enough to know that somebody cares for certain aspects that they find important, but don't have the time to dig into themselves. On the other hand, of course, we also get into discussions with our customers. Some will ask questions and want further answers, and then, of course, we take it upon us to also educate our customers. Whenever they want, we willingly share the information and pass it on to them. So I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah. So you mentioned transparency earlier. And obviously what we just talked about is clearly transparency, but there are other elements that you provide to your customers as well. So tell us about that.
Well, transparency means also to us, as I was mentioning before, the price calculation, the disclosure of the price calculation, but also what's inside the package. I mean, we name the tea gardens, we name the leaf grade, we name the time of the harvest, we disclose the blend sheet, we disclose the shipping documents. So we allow the consumer to trace back from the cup to the bush to really find out where the tea comes from. And yes, I think that is also something I see now. Other companies are starting the same to a certain extent, but I think we were the first ones to be that open to really share from which tea garden, from which time of harvesting our tea actually is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you're right. There are some elements of it for sure that we're seeing, and part of that is, we've talked about today. It's about elevating the product for the consumer, and people wanting to know, as I said earlier, where their tea is coming from, how it's packaged, the tea garden, and whatever stories go along with it. So we're definitely seeing it because the the demand is there for consumers. It also tells a great story for us for tea. But I can't say that I've ever seen a company operate as open book, and you really do. You operate as open book as I think I've ever seen. Do you think that your model is something that anybody else will adopt? Because you're, you know, again, what I find really interesting is that you've proven your model. It's not a, hey, we have an idea and we're gonna see if it works. You've proven your model, and yet you're still unique.
Yes, I see. In part, I see other companies are also disclosing more about the content of the package, but so far nobody followed us 100%. I mean, we wouldn't mind, because we were founded as an example for entrepreneurship, and our founder invites people to do the same, not necessarily with tea, but with any other product, to be twice as good and half as expensive, to really make a difference, to reward high quality in paying a fair price, but also to disclose the calculation to the consumer so that he or she knows where the money goes.
Well, and also I think to understand and appreciate what the true value of the tea is, right? Like what should your tea cost? I don't know if you were on earlier, but we were talking about this in terms of how in your brain can you justify buying retail a bag, like a tea bag, that is a fraction of a penny? Like how do you justify that? What do you think that product costs? Who do you think made any money off of this product? How can you possibly think that there is a world in which that is okay? You know, and there's a huge disconnect in that, and educating the consumer in that sense is a big task, and you've been doing it for a long time. Tell me your tea story, Katlin. How did you get into this?
Oh, I was studying in university, and the founder happened to visit to give a talk on his business model, and I found that quite interesting. And liking to drink tea myself, I ordered a big package together with a friend. And later, when I was looking for a job, I came across a job offer by Teekampagne. And I thought, wow, this would be a company I would really enjoy working for, because I feel this honest approach just makes you feel good about what you're doing. And this is something I would want for my working life. So I applied, and I was the lucky one. So this is how I ended working with Teekampagne. And of course, it has been a wonderful journey for me to learn so much about tea, and I really want to share this, because just how a tea plantation is running, how you have to think in long terms, which bushes to uproot, where you plant new bushes, what kind of bushes will you plant? Will it be Chinese? Will it be clonuts? Will it be Assamese bushes? There's so much you need to take into consideration. And seeing in Darjeeling, it takes 5 years before you can pluck a bush and really start harvesting. I mean, that is so much art in a cup of tea, and this is something I still find fascinating. And whenever I go to Darjeeling or Assam, I learn something new, and I don't think there's any end to learning. And I really feel, this is something we need to share, just because how you develop this tea bush, that it's more like a bonsai and not just a big tree cut short, and the art of tea manufacturing, the ambient temperature that decides how long will you wither the tea. I mean, there's so many aspects, and I was just listening to the conversation before that. Why can't we accept in tea that there are variances? I mean, we do it with wine.
Yeah,
we know
we do with everything.
Some years are good, some years are not so great. Why can't we be a little more open in this respect with tea as well. That would be my wish.
I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I get that consumers, want that, but we created those consumers. We did that.
I mean, of course, you don't want too erratic variances, but on the other hand, I think it just is a story that still needs to be told, and I'm quite positive that people will understand and have more respect for the product itself.
Yeah. And I think, to be honest with you, I think that both could exist in the same world. Do you know what I mean? Sure. There's nothing wrong with having, a homogenized product that people rely on and know what it's going to taste like, and that's totally fine. You get that in wine as well, right? There are blended wines that pretty much always taste the same. But having that appreciation and understanding, that there are nuances from season to season and from region to region, it's not a far leap because, like I said, consumers already understand it with so many different products that they have, And so, it's about just taking that base of knowledge and expanding it and educating and helping them to see that what you know about this product applies to this product as well. We're not starting from scratch, and I think sometimes we think we're starting from the very beginning. We're not. Some of that education is already there, right?
Although I would say with the consistency in certain brands, even there I heard if you do a slightly variation from year to year, people will not notice. And if you would compare 1 year to 10 years back, then you would know there also have been some changes, but they have been so gradually that you were not aware.
That's probably a really good point, right? You just do little that nobody notices, but over 10 years, I can see that, and people still keep drinking tea.
Yes.
So you were just in India. This was your first. Was this your first trip since 2019 to India?
No, I was in January 2020 the last time. So, but still, it felt much too long. So I had a lot of catching up to do, and it was very good to be in a tea factory again, to have this wonderful fragrance of tea in your nose.
You can't compare it to anything. You can't compare it to any, and you can't describe it to somebody who's never smelt it before.
No, you have to experience that.
Yeah. It really is a beautiful, beautiful smell in the tea factory, but also during the withering stage. I love the smell of tea during the withering stage. You know when it's at the beginning, and you know exactly when it's at the end. And I was talking with Chaminda at Lumbini about this earlier. That's this art that comes in, right? People that, yes, of course, there's times and all the rest of it, but true tea makers don't need any of that. They feel it with their hands, and they smell it with their nose, and eventually they taste it as well. But it's about all of the senses more than anything else, which is a true art.
Yes.
So, dear Katrin, I don't know if you know or not, but everybody must answer one of my Proust questions before they're allowed to leave the sofa. Yes?
Okay.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, good. This is a good one. What is your current state of mind?
Still a bit jet lagged.
Besides your jet lag.
My current state of mind is let's have a tea day every day.
Oh my goodness. I can raise my cup to that. There won't be a sofa summit every day, but
no, that's not necessary. But I think we should also always take into consideration how much art goes into one cup of tea, how much work does it require in other parts of the world and across the supply chain. So just more appreciation of this cuppa. That's something I would wish for every day, with a lot of other products as well.
I couldn't agree with you more. So I raise my cup to you, dear Katrin. It's been such a delight to meet you. We actually haven't met in person yet, but we met during, for anybody listening, Katlin and I actually met during COVID. I was immediately drawn not just to the story of the company you work for, but to you personally as well. I think what you do is really special and beautiful, and you have a passion for this product, and we are richer for having you as part of this industry. So I thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for having me. And yes, this is really something where COVID, came, where something good came out of this pandemic.
Exactly.
Meeting you was definitely a big plus point.
Well, I feel the same. Thank you, Katlin, and happy International Tea Day.
Thank you. Same to you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, I think that everything so important. Like I said, I'm always fascinated. I can listen to the business model of Tea Campagna for hours. I think what they've done is really, really fascinating, and I've never seen it replicated. So if you're interested, check out their website. Really, really, really unique approach to their business model. So speaking of the supply chain and all of the importance, all of the things that are involved in making your cup of tea possible, let me share with you our love affair with tea. That's our little love affair with tea. From the beginning to the end. We are not at the end yet, but I'm going to take a small break, freshen up my tea, give you a chance to grab some tea as well, and I'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Alrighty, well, here I am, back again. So I am going to read you my clue for 230. The clue for 230 is 34 down, and the clue is tea named after 1800s British Prime Minister. I hope everybody got that. 34 down is the tea named after 1800s British Prime Minister. That's your clue for 34 down. So with that, I am going to actually, because our next guest is having technical problems, I'm going to jump ahead because my following guest at 3 o'clock is waiting in the wings. Mark, I can see that you're there, and I'm gonna, hi.
Hi, Shabnam. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Very well.
It's nice to see you.
Very nice to see you as well.
Happy International Tea Day.
To you as well, Shabnam. Thank you. It's a wonderful day today.
Is it nice? Is it nice in Vancouver?
We come out to the lake in Osoyoos, so close to Kelowna. So our friends have a place right on Osoyoos Lake, so I'm overlooking the lake over here. It's wonderful.
Well, I told everybody earlier, a big hats off to anybody from Canada joining because it is a holiday today. So I could say on the one hand, a big thank you for joining, but on the other hand, what is more important than being here today?
Absolutely, I wouldn't miss it for anything. I said I got to do it. I got all the kids and my friends all out to the lake. I said, you guys go party there. I got to do this.
I hope you sit them down for the replay later.
Oh, so, yeah.
So let me introduce you to everybody else. Mark Arathun, Blue Ocean Tea. So let me start, Mark, by asking you to tell everybody about Blue Ocean first. Let's start there.
So Blue Ocean Tea, we're a contract manufacturer, private label supplier to a lot of companies across the US and Canada. We've been in business for about 10 years now. We pride ourselves on formulations, but we'll get into that. But that's what Blue Ocean, and is the name I got because I had read the Blue Ocean strategy many years ago, and I said if I wanted to do a tea company, I borrowed the name and took it from the Blue Ocean Tea Company, because we do things which are not part of the red ocean, which is a lot of competition and commoditizing the whole tea industry, but doing things outside the box. So that's why it's Blue Ocean Tea Company.
But you've been in tea much longer than 10 years.
Oh yes, I'm a generational tea professional. I'm fourth generation in the tea business. I was born and raised in Calcutta into a family who, they're planters in our family. They're tea engineers. My father was in the tea business, but an engineer in the tea business. So his company, Dudley Joseph, they were manufacturing tea equipment in India, and for the domestic market and for export. So dryers and rotovane machines and color sorting machines, CDC's machines. Also towards the end of his career, he did CDC as well. CDC manufacturing tea. Yeah, so generational tea. So I love tea. Yeah,
you love
like
tea.
Everybody else on the call today. We're all. That's the reason why we are on this call today, because we are in love with tea.
We all love tea. I know. We can't help it, really.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think we can help it. I think once you're in, you kind of you lose all right to free will once you're in this industry. You're stuck.
So well said. Well said, Shabnam. I'm going to use that.
It's yours.
Yeah.
It's yours. Go for it. So you decided to start Blue Ocean 10 years ago, and you are a packer. You import, but you're also a packer.
Yes.
And one of the things that I hope to achieve today is I've taken everybody on a journey of our entire supply chain, because I think it's really important for two reasons. Number one, any consumer that watches it to understand, you know, what's involved in getting this tea here. But also, even for those of us that are in the industry, I think it's important for everybody to understand what somebody else does within that chain, because without that link, they can't exist, right? No part of that chain exists. No part of the link exists without the other part, and the entire chain doesn't exist without the collective. So, you're my first packer on today. So, yes.
Good.
So you get the task of telling everybody what is the role of a packer?
So we basically take custody of the raw material from the estate or the garden or the farm, because we do, apart from tea, we do botanicals and spices. So I'll put farms in there, but you know, the tea people online will say tea estates, right? So we take custody from
somebody else corrected me and said it's a garden. So
okay,
you use whatever you want.
Yeah, fair enough. So it's tea estate, tea garden, and then for other botanicals, we call them farms. So from the tea gardens, we take custody. We get it on a boat, bring it over to Vancouver or North America, and we clear it, bring it to our facility. We do all the testing here in North America, all the micro, heavy metals, and if there's organic, then we get ETO done if it's from India, testing new requirements. But we all do all the testing primarily here through a Bureau Veritas or an SGS. We make sure it's tested. We have all the documentation to prove that the teas have been tested, and then it comes out of quarantine in our facility, and then it's available for us to use in our inventory in terms of either straight lines, single origin teas, we call them straight lines, or they're going to be blended and packed. So we have different formats of packing. So we'll pack in tea bags. We have a good capacity on the mesh tea bags, very good capacity. I think maybe the second largest in Western Canada, I like to think. I think you know who's the largest. My old erstwhile company, they're the largest, Associated
We're
Brands.
talking about you.
Yeah. So so tea bags, and we pack in tea bags, and then we do in tins. A lot of packing in tins, loose leaf in tins, tea bags in tins, loose leaf in stand-up pouches, all different weights, right from 200 grams, 300 grams, a pound, a kilo, and tea bags in stand-up pouches, 15 count, 30 count, 50 count for food service. So we cater to all that, to that market. And also we ship bulk teas to other tea companies as well, right? If a tea company wants to buy bulk teas, we have no problem. We'll do the custom development for them, and we blend for them, and we'll ship to them, and they can do whatever. Some of them like to do their own packing, and they distribute to cafes. A big market for us is the coffee roaster market. So we ship to a lot of coffee roasters, bulk teas and packaged teas, but we'll do bulk as well on the pallet. We are very strong with all our certification. We are GFSI certified. I think you know that, Shabnam. Last year we got certified under the SQF standard. Very proud of our team of what they've been able to achieve. It was 3 years of rigorous work for our team to get GFSI. So COVID presented a good opportunity for us to put our heads down and really work hard towards getting GFSI. So last year in April, we got GFSI certified under the SQF standard. So very proud of that. And that has opened a lot more doors for Blue Ocean for us to go and bid on more business, with national retailers and companies that require you to be GFSI third-party certified to be able to to bid, right?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yes,
it's a lot. It's a lot that as a packer that you do, and I'm, as I said a minute ago, I think that one of the things that are really important for everybody to understand is exactly what the role of each part is.
Yes.
The reason I say that is because we talk a lot in this industry about price, and we're not going to talk about prices, because that's not what we do. But just conceptually, in terms of the fact that tea there isn't enough of it within the market, right? The consumer doesn't pay enough for their product, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the things that I have heard many, many a times, and I've said this to people, is that my experience always is that everybody points upward in the chain, assuming that it's the next guy upwards that's making all of the money.
True.
And within that chain, the packer tends to be further down the chain. So the reason I'm saying this is because, and as you may or may not have heard this, I spoke earlier with a couple of people about, personally, I believe very, very strongly in the fact that everybody within the supply chain has the right to earn a living. Everybody has the right to earn a living, and everybody needs to understand the importance of each part of the chain, and that you can't survive without each other. Our goal should actually be retailers and consumers to be paying more for their products, and that's a whole other SOFA summit that we'll tackle altogether. But I think that there seems to be a misconception for a lot of people that a packer simply gets the tea, puts it in the package, and sends it out into the universe, and makes the nice big fat margin on top of it, not appreciating all of the work that goes into it, because the amount of marketing and the amount of testing and certifications and even just GFSI alone, what it requires to do that, the product would never reach a consumer without what you do.
True.
Right?
Absolutely.
And there's this idea of dealing direct with a garden, which is a lovely romantic idea, but it unfortunately is not the reality of dealing with a food product, and safety issues and regulations and import laws, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that a lot of people tend to forget. We are a food product, and we're regulated as a food product, and we have to keep these things in mind. Now, I know that one of the things that you do as well is formulation.
Yes.
Right? So if I have a crazy idea, you help formulate that into an end product. How do you do that? Tell us about that.
So that's as to add to your point where you say each of the links in this chain come together to get the cup to your table, basically. So for us as the packer, after the tea estate, the packer has the biggest investment of infrastructure, if you look at it, right?
It does.
So we've got to have a building, we've got to have equipment, we've got to have people, highly skilled people, techs, quality assurance, quality control, auditing, all the certifications under the sun. So after the tea estate, I would think that the packers have the largest investment in the entire supply chain. I don't discount what the brands do, because for marketing and they've got big, but we have the most fixed cost in the entire supply chain. So I think we have a very critical role to play in the industry, in the entire supply chain.
Mm-hmm.
Where do we create value as a packer?
Yeah.
I would say. When I looked at it and I said, like, do I just want to bring tea in? Not that any packer does that. If you want to bring tea in and pack it and give it to a consumer, I said, like, how will we remain relevant for a very long time? So we have to create value in the supply chain and continue to create value, right?
Yeah.
So we said, let's get what we do best, and I think one of our strengths is custom formulation. So if you came to us and say, I want to do this new line of, let's say, wellness teas, or I want to do this new line, which we are doing right now. We want to get into selling, powdered beverages with tea included to athletes, companies who are into sports nutrition.
Right.
So they come to us and say, hey, you're a tea company. Yes, we are. You do all this. We want to work with you, and can you develop something for us? And we've been very successful with that, because we know where to source the ingredients. We just have to brainstorm with their business units or their marketing teams or their R&D people, and then we take it over from there and we say, okay, we'll go source this 6 ingredients, we'll do all the testing, we'll go to the certifications, we'll make sure it's gluten-free, we'll make sure it's organic, we'll make sure we'll give you an allergen-free statement, and make sure that it's good for public consumption and public health, because we have a responsibility, and we are able to develop something for you which you can take it and commercialize it and monetize it. So we've done a very good job. Our team have done a very excellent job in being able to commercialize a lot of projects and creating value for brands, because the brands come to us, they are primarily marketing companies now.
Yeah. But I think that's one of the things that sets you apart at Blue Ocean, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Because it's, there are a lot of fabulous packers, and
no doubt.
And as you say, it's about figuring out, like, what is my role, right? Like, what purpose do I serve within my business model, and figuring out what it is that you're adding to the business model is for you has been that formulation. I'm going to let the dog out. So
sure, go for it.
This is proof that this is all live, because I have a dog here. There we go. That really wants to get outside. This is the first year, Mark, that I'm doing Sofa Summit completely solo. I'm alone.
Oh, really? Wow.
So I've had to set up my snacks and deal with the dog and everything all by myself today. I mean, Addie is at her house, but I mean, like, in the house, I'm alone.
In the house.
In the house,
you do such a great job, Shabnam. Anyway, I wait for these Sofa Summits. Last year I had a blast. You're fabulous at it.
You're sweet. Thank you. But like what I was saying was that I think that's what's really interesting and unique about what it is that you do at Blue Ocean, and that's what sets you apart. Is as I said, this formulation. It's not just about. Hey, I've developed everything, and you do that as well. It's not that you don't do that. I can come with you with a ready-made plan and idea, and here it is. Here's either my recipe or whatever. You pack it for me, or I can come with you with an idea and a concept, and you actually help develop that.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
That is, I would imagine, hugely valued and precious right now.
Indeed.
Right?
Indeed. Yeah. Our customers tell us that, we have customers who have been with us right from the beginning when I started, and they say, when they look back over the years, from a big value that we've added to their businesses and been to their customers as well, their consumers, and we've increased their enterprise value, because a few of our customers had, they would dabble with some packing or some work, have a small little warehouse, and then COVID basically changed that dynamic, and which I'd been. I would speak to them till I was blue in the face, like, hey, we don't need to duplicate our efforts. What we need you to do is focus on selling and marketing and building the brand, and let us do everything else, because we do this well, right? And we stick to our swimming lanes. And then COVID came, and then they said, now what do we do? We're going to get rid of all this infrastructure. And I said, that's really, really good, and hallelujah that you've taken this decision to move away from dabbling with some of the stuff that we do and focus on what you do. And we've seen a huge change, the paradigm shift in their sales and marketing growth, and the brand growth. Basically, a lot of focus, laser focus now, right? As opposed to a little bit of this, a little bit of the piecemealing stuff together. And they said we added huge value to them, because we take over. They can rest assured that we're doing all the testing, we're doing all the retention of all the samples. We are making sure that everything checks out. So if the FDA or the CFI or Health Canada has a query, we take it over. You don't have to deal with it, right? You just say, you refer them to us. We are the manufacturer. We have the responsibility. And when we take over, and then we will give the responses, because we are making sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's and protecting the brand. Yeah,
and I guess, COVID in general has we've talked about this, has had its great tragedies for sure, lots and lots of tragedies and lots and lots of struggles. But one of the things that it did, not just in tea, I think overall, it really it shone a light on areas of people's businesses that were weak.
Yes.
And at the same time that it did that, it really shone a light on parts of businesses, other people's businesses, that was really, really strong. And if you're able to demonstrate, the strength of what it is that you do at a time like that, I mean, that's priceless.
Absolutely. You're absolutely very right. It sort of brought down, it drained all the water in the ocean, and you knew exactly where all the rocks were and what to avoid, what the things that you should do and couldn't do, like inventories. So companies were holding huge amount of inventories. Then that time, and they were able to deplete inventories and say, we don't need to hold so much inventory, for example, right? Or we don't need to have this equipment, or we don't need to do this, and we just focus on certain things and let people who are good at something do that, and we'll do what we are good at. And that really gave a lot of you were right, a lot of industries were able to do that, right? It gave that refocus and transformation, right?
The refocus, are you optimistic about the future of the industry?
Absolutely. I'm very optimistic about the future of the tea industry. I think there's a lot of innovation that is happening that we'll see in the coming years that are going to really transform how we consume tea. And I'm excited about the per capita consumption going up in North America. I keep hearing more and more people that I never heard. I was invited by our bankers, by the Royal Bank, for a baseball game last week on Wednesday, and all those people wanted to talk to me about tea. And the bankers who I didn't know that they knew about tisanes, and they were telling me about tisanes. They were talking about oolongs, and I was like, thought I died and born again or something like that. I was so happy to tea people would like to talk about tea. And we were bankers, they were asking me questions on tea. So I take that as a barometer that, things are, the future is very, very bright for the tea industry, because the per capita consumption is increasing. More and more people are coming into our industry and coming into consumption of more tea, or where they were buying just, straight black tea like an orange pekoe. Now they're saying, oh, let me go and get oolongs, or let me go and get tisanes and fruit tea. So that, I think it's very exciting for us, all of us.
There's an interest for it. There's, as you said, there's an excitement for it. We saw tea consumption, as you know, in Canada go up enormously through COVID.
Yeah.
And, we talked today a few times about food service. And I think that one of the great tasks that we have in Canada, in North America, in Europe, throughout the world, is how do you now convert those tea drinkers that, developed habits through COVID at home? How do you maintain that into out of home, right? Because we have a big disconnect in this industry about what happens inside of the home and what happens outside of the home.
True.
I told the story at one of the conferences a couple of years ago. I was in a taxi cab, and my driver was, I believe he was either from India or Sri Lanka. I can't remember, but we started talking, and he asked me what I was doing, and I told him tea. And the minute you say tea, people get excited, right?
Right,
Oh my God, I grew up in da 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 da. I only drink tea. I love tea. I have tea at home, and da da da. And I have to make it this way, and it has to be from here. And he's telling me all of this, and I said, oh, well, that's fascinating. So I said, but you're on the road a lot. What do you do when you're on the road? He says, oh, I go to Tim Hortons and get my coffee. I said, what do you mean? I said, you don't even take like a therm? No. And I tell this story because this is the converted.
Yes.
He's converted already. He is a tea drinker. We're not trying to convert somebody here. He's already a tea drinker, and we can't even get the converted to drink tea out of home.
Yes, and that's
Something's
very
wrong.
good. Something wrong. I think the away from home market is really low-hanging fruit for us as an industry, for us to really focus on that away from home and see how we can make it as convenient as possible for consumers to carry their tea with them wherever they go. Like I carry my tea with me. I don't drink tea outside. I drink our own tea, and if I I look for like really good quality teas and and buy good qualities and have a pot or a cup or whatever. I think that's really low-hanging fruit for us, a big opportunity for us.
I agree. That's going to be my project with you this year. What do you think?
Love it. Let's do it.
Okay. All right, everybody, you heard it here. So, Mr. Arathun, nobody leaves my sofa without a Proust question.
Sure.
And then I'm going to let you go off and enjoy the cottage.
Thank you.
Your question is, if you could change one thing about yourself, what would it be?
If I could change one thing about myself, what would it be? I think the one thing that I like to change about, that I'm working on is like time management. I've struggled. I struggle with myself. I keep talking to myself about managing my time more wisely and being more prudent. I tend to talk a lot, so I'm trying to restrict how much I speak. And in any just a discussion, one-on-one dialogue, I try to I sometimes hijack conversations, and then it goes on, especially when I'm talking about tea, it'll go on for a long period of time. I think those conversations need to get shorter in the day so that I can manage my time. And generally, just all the tasks that I have to do, I just want to make sure focus and manage my time. As a result of focusing, I'll manage my time. I think that's what I'm working on, my personal development, and I'm taking some mentoring. I'm having some mentors help me, business mentors help me with that externally. Yeah.
That's a good one. All right, Mark. I've known you for a lot of years. We won't count how many. I raise my cup to you because you always do great things, and I love what you're doing at Blue Ocean. I think that what you're contributing to specialty tea is special. Not only in, as I said, the stuff that we all know that a packer does, but the support and development and helping people that have just an idea make that come to life, I think is really, really unique and important. So thank you, Mark. We're happy to have you as part of our supply chain. Cheers.
Thank you, Shabnam. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm looking forward to listening to all the other guests that you've invited. Fabulous speakers. I learned so much from all of them. So thank you, and happy International Tea Day.
Thank you. Happy International Tea Day to you. Bye, Mark.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Bye. All righty. I'm just going to close the door because it is chillier in Toronto than I'd like to admit. But, hello.
Hi there. Hi, Shabnam.
How are you?
I made it. Thanks.
You did make it. So, this is what we do. We just swap things around and everything happens magically in the end. You got there.
You're right.
So, it's lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you after a long time.
After a very long time, I know. So I'd like to introduce you to everybody else. Stefan Krömer, Teegarden. You're in Austria, not in Germany.
Absolutely correct.
Good. So Stefan, tell everybody about, let me start with your company. Tell everybody what you do.
Right. My company is a tea importing company. I'm seeing myself as a broker based, as you said, here in Austria, in Vienna. And I try to offer my service to the tea industry and connect the producing side with the packers and the tea industry. Basically, that's what I'm doing. And part of and we you talked about, and you had guests and speakers with you on the sofa already, who were brokers, and they explained what they're doing, and I'm totally with them. It's the service that we're offering. It's that we are consulting. We offer our knowledge about tea. We offer the connection to origin, which I think is very important. And of course, things what were mentioned before, that we warehousing for our customers, we're financing for our customers, all these kind of services.
Okay, so I'm going to pick up on a couple of those things in a minute. Actually, no, I'm going to do that right now. So tell me this. We have a spammer that keeps going into the room. Go away. So it's the risk of being online and open to anybody. So I think that one of the things we have not talked about, and what's so important in what it is that you do as a broker is, or within the industry as well, there's a lot of areas that this happens in, are the relationships.
Very good point. I might be an exception in the tea industry because I'm very frank and very open to everybody. I would say that 90 to 95% of my buyers know my vendors and vice versa. I connect them, I bring them together, we travel together, I bring my buyers and customers to origin, I introduce them to the farmers, to the exporters there, so that they understand where the goods are coming from, the route they're taking, and the people who are behind all the work that I'm doing, that I'm offering. That's not only me, but also back at origin, so that if it comes to trouble at one point, which always happens, especially nowadays with the logistic problems we have, people or customers, the buyers, understand easier the problems of the system, and everything is much easier. And of course, also from the other side, that if my vendors are going to know knowing who my buyers are and where the teams are going to, so they understand their needs and their problems, and in that chain, I keep everything extremely open. Everybody knows each other, and I never made a bad experience that someone tries to cut me off.
That's interesting, because that's not an approach that a lot of people take, and they don't take it for the reason that you just said at the very end. It's the fear of being cut out. So
good.
No, go ahead.
It doesn't happen because we all know we need each other, and I see myself as the connecting link, basically, between producer and the tea industry, and each side appreciates what I'm doing, because the producer can't sell directly to my buyer, and my buyer can't buy from the producer. Mark, the person you just talked before, brought it to the point. You need people like us, and the buyers appreciating what we brokers do, the knowledge we have, and I guess most of all the reliable connection to origin, which I think is very important.
Now tell us about your tea story. How did you get into this?
My tea story started at my age of 6 or 7, maybe 8. At the breakfast table at my parents' house, and with breakfast, my father zipped from the teacup.
Yeah.
And looked up to my mom and said, "Oh, how nice! We are having a Sri Lankan uva peko today. Great." I said, "Oh my God!" Not only that, my father was able to say this tea comes from Sri Lanka, he was also able to say from that particular district, from Uva.
Wow.
But at the age of 6 or 7, how can that be? How can someone just take a zip from something and knows exactly where it comes from? And that was something, I mean, at that time I did not know, I did not make the plan that, I will become a tea taster or a broker or whatever. But I was totally, blown away. And this stood in my mind always until I became like 15, 16, 17. And when it became time to, here in Europe, we call it apprenticeship, doing like a business apprenticeship. I started that with tea, and I asked my dad whether he can help me to, start in a tea company. So that's what he did, and that's how I started more or less exactly 43 years ago, 1979. And so here I am, and that's my tea story.
So your father was in tea?
My father's in tea, correct. I'm the second generation. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And my son is just finished his apprenticeship in my company. So my adopted son from India, he finished, and he's going to become, I hope, third generation.
Wow. Okay. So this is a. I knew that your father was. So you're going to be third generation.
Or not me.
No. Sorry, your company will be hopefully in the hands of third generation. No, you're second. I know that. And it was just your fascination with the skill.
Absolutely. I thought, how can this be? And now being a tea taster, and then I know many tea tasters are listening. It's so easy. If you know how a uva peko tastes, you always recommend it. It's like tasting Cabernet Sauvignon out of others.
Yeah.
You will just know how this wine tastes. So, and that among tea tasters, very simple, very easy. But at that time, being a kid, I thought, "Oh my God." Yeah, that's so.
Well, it's easy. It's easy for you because you know it, and you learned it, and you know to identify the flavors, right? I've said this a couple of times today. I think the skill of great artists or great artistry is always the ability to make what you are doing look easy, right? And but it is a skill. And would you say it's a dying skill? Do you see a danger in the industry that it's not developed enough?
Oh no, not at all. Not at all.
No?
I think there are a lot of youngsters coming up. I mean, for the longest time, I thought I'm a youngster. I'm not anymore. Turning 60 next year. So, but there are young people coming, and the tea importers in Europe, the big companies, all the names, they training the young people. They're training youngsters to become tea tasters, and no, I don't. I don't think it's a dying art of tasting. Not at all. I think it's young people coming up, following, and we're gonna be happy seeing more young people joining the tea industry, and more young people joining the tea sessions in Las Vegas or wherever.
We're in good hands, you think?
Absolutely. Definitely.
How have you seen the industry change over the years?
Another story from my father, maybe. When he in the 1950s was head of buying for the German Co-op, which is the CWS in the UK, he and his CEO were discussing whether it's worth bringing on tea bags at all. And my father said he wouldn't think that tea bag is a good business. It's you pay for the package, you pay for the material. Rather having small loose leaf packets. And several years later, he said I was a bad manager. He admitted. I said totally wrong. The tea bag is the convenient product. So that was one change in the 50s and 60s. From life experience, he did not know anything about green teas. Those came in the 70s. Now the very young people, they drink iced teas made from teas from China, Indonesia, Argentina. It's also some kind of tea consumption. So tea industry is changing, and we chat a little bit about drinks. There are cocktails, tea cocktails. It's all about tea consumption, and I mean, being in my age, growing up with in a family who grew up with a very traditional tea consumption of India, Sri Lanka, China, maybe African teas. I'm open for all these new teas. I don't drink them, but why not open for the young people? You know, bubble tea. I mean, I never tried this. Obviously, the market for it, and there's tea in it. So why not? Ask me a question. Yes, the tea industry is changing, and it's good that it's changing. Any way to bring young people to tea is good. Maybe the one or the other speaker you had, some of them mentioned only good tea, only high quality tea. Yes, of course, I always prefer a good quality tea. If I'm traveling, if you have a hotel that offers high-end teas, wonderful, but not always. Just, I would say, be open for any kind of tea consumption as long as young people drink tea.
I agree that people need to drink more tea. Absolutely. That we can definitely agree on. You work with a lot of, or you've worked with, have you seen a growth in the specialty tea industry? Because I know that you do work with various companies within specialty tea. How has that shifted, especially in North America? Because I know you deal with a number of people here. No?
Yes, I do. It was
without mentioning names.
Okay, it was wonderful to see the one or the other company starting up a couple of years ago in Canada, showing that it is possible to bring on a new tea concept or teas with a new tea concept to get young people to drink tea. Longest time I thought it is not possible. I think I would have been a very bad, the worst retailer on earth, not knowing how to bring tea to any tea consumer. But there are ideas. There are people who have those ideas. There are marketing specialists. I'm not one of those, but obviously it is possible with new ideas that I've never heard before, but they are working. That there is a growing market, that there is a receptive market for that, and it seems to be not too difficult to convince especially the younger generation to start drinking tea. Whatever kind of tea, whether it's flavored tea, whether it's fruit teas, herbals, tisanes, botanicals, or of course straight teas. Wonderful to see that movement. There are also companies here in Europe who are going the same way or in that direction. And very good. They have to be supported by brokers like us, and of course from origin to be more open for special needs, special demands, not only selling container loads, but maybe doing like the extra mile of selling just a pallet or even half a pallet to support this kind of movement.
Right. Yeah. Now you said that are you a black tea drinker? Are those the teas that you tend to gravitate towards?
That's how I grew up. No, I love oolong teas. I love the green oolongs. I love Taiwan oolongs. Actually, depending on the mood, time of the day, or stress factor, I drink all kinds of teas. But primarily the what I call the traditional teas, which of course includes all the oolongs, white teas, green teas, and of course black teas. Not so much the herbals. Sometimes herbals, but I would say 98% they're straight teas.
So you're a purist.
Kind of, if you want to use that.
Nothing
Yes.
wrong with that. I said it, not you. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all.
Yeah.
What do you think the biggest challenge is that the industry is facing?
One of the big challenges, I think, is to overload the industry with certificates and food safety issues. To me, basically, the drink is a safety drink, and like 20 years ago, it was so easy to trade tea or to bring tea from A to B. Nowadays, it needs so many paperwork, so many certificates. It's okay that you test teas not only randomly, but almost every tea. But on top of that, more paperwork, more checks, border controls. I think this is makes it not easy and not very happy to deal with tea. It's just the opposite of what we just experiencing with your show here. We are all tea people, and if you would have asked me if the question at the end of this session here would be what would make you happy, Stefan, it would be my answer would be talking to tea people. It makes me always happy. It's no matter whether I'm traveling to Hamburg or traveling to India or to North America, meeting with tea people, exchanging ideas or discuss about tea. This is really something that makes me happy. But the direction we're going with the import restrictions or all the import stuff that to move teas, that's not a very happy thing at all. But to some extent it has to be. But I think it's kind of we're at the edge of it's becoming too much.
Overdoing it.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying, and there are food safety things that we all need to do. And Mark says hello to you, Mark Arasoon. He was on earlier. He's just put in the chat box hello to you, Stefan. But I think that I agree with you. I think that there are food safety issues that everybody needs to be concerned about, but the same types of food safety requirements and all the documentation that you're talking about that needs to be filled out for raw meat is how tea is treated. And it's apples and oranges. It's completely two different products, and the risk factor is completely different. And regulators aren't necessarily known to be logical a lot of the time everywhere in the world, right?
Not really.
Not really. I know.
Yeah.
More tea drinking and less form filling.
That would be a great thing. So, I don't think it's gonna be happen, but anyway.
You never know. Who knows? So, Stefan, your question, believe it or not, actually was going to be what is the greatest happiness, but you already said it, so you can't have that question. So I drew a new question for you.
Oh my God, no way.
Yeah. would you most like to have?
What challenge I would like to have?
Talent.
Talent. Very easy. I would like to be a more entertaining person than a boring person.
Oh, you're not boring?
Oh yes, if I walk into a room, I'm definitely not the entertainer in that room. Rather sit there and watch and listening to conversation, not so much contributing, and definitely not entertaining a conversation. So this would be a talent I would like to have. And I have friends who just step in the room, all the heads turned there, and hang on their or his or her lips, and definitely not on mine. So this is something I get to learn.
That's definitely a good one. Well, Stefan, it was lovely having you on. Thank you for persisting with your technical computer there. Sometimes technology is perfect.
No, it's my age and my IT understanding of IT issues.
Not at all.
Anyway.
So I raise my cup and I say Happy International to you.
Absolutely. This is the extra cup I drink because normally in the evening I don't drink, but this is the extra cup Jenny Dodd said in the very beginning of your session.
Oh.
Extra cup. This is it.
The extra cup. Bravo. We all need to drink that extra cup. Thank you for not only joining me and taking the time. It's 9:30 for you now, so not too late, but maybe not tea time anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Margarita time, apparently. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for what you do in the industry.
One last thing, I should pass on very best regards from all the members of the Austrian tea board. You may know that I'm president of the Austrian tea industry.
Yes.
And they all said, say hi to the world of tea out there. So that's what I'm doing as president of the Austrian tea industry.
Viele liebe Grüße zurück.
Oh, danke vielmals.
Ja, gerne. It's an absolute pleasure, and I know that you deal with some really, really special products, and there are a lot of people that know Stefan Krömer in the industry. I have one of your friends on later, David DeCandia is going to be on later today as well.
I got to see him next week.
Yes, you will.
Hi,
all right,
David.
well, cheers to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shebnem. Nice being there.
Bye. It was nice seeing you. Take care. Bye. All righty, so a little bit out of order, but that's okay. We're flexible if we're nothing else. Did I read you your 3 o'clock clue? I did not read you the 3 o'clock clue. See, that's what happens. So your 3 o'clock clue, 59 across, is first Ceylon region to grow tea. 59 across, first Ceylon region to grow tea. And here's another surprise for you. Hey, buddy.
Hello. Surprise for me too. Surprise for me too. I just actually climbed down from the top of a ladder and I'm covered in paint.
You are covered in paint.
I am, yeah.
What were you doing?
I was painting.
Ask a dumb question, get a dumb answer.
Yeah, we're renovating our tea house in the center of Montreal. And we're sort of, we do the bits in between the contractors. So we're doing all the painting inside at the moment.
Impressive.
And it's looking gorgeous. It's going to be a very beautiful new tea house.
When are you going to be done?
We're hoping in 2 weeks.
Really?
So, yeah.
Are you
and
doing
it's going to be gorgeous.
Are you doing
Enormous
a little
store. The party will come a bit later. I think we'll open slowly. We'll have a slow opening. And then gradually we'll warm up to inviting everybody in. So, yes, please come by, everybody. Maybe wait till middle of June. But it's gorgeous. It's looking really nice.
I may plan a trip.
Yes, you must.
I will. So, So anybody
How's the
who's
day
following,
been going?
it's going. We're in hour 7.
Yes. Well, you're looking quite fresh and breezy for hour 7. That's good.
I'm about to get my second wind.
Yeah, you got the caffeine tap dancing shoes on.
I've got something. I don't know. So let me explain to everybody why we have a surprise. Sheena Brady from Tees Wellness was going to be with us, but we've had huge storms in Ontario. And Sheena is in the Ottawa region, which was hit quite hard by the storms on Sunday. And she has no power. So she unfortunately told us that today that she can't get online. So here's a glimpse to what happens in all parts of the world all the time. And we don't know how to, thank goodness we don't have to deal with it all the time. So that's a good thing. Now, Mr. Kevin Gascoigne.
So you stuck with me for 20 minutes.
Mr. Kevin Gascoigne was kind enough to jump on. So Kevin, I don't know, do you need an introduction? Kevin Gascoigne owns with his partners the fantastic operation called Camellia Sinensis. He's a fellow Canadian, but as you can hear from his accent, he's an adopted Canadian, as most of us are, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Right? You've had your tea company for over 25 years? How many years has it been now?
Camellia Sinensis 25 years, and I've been in the business for over 30 now. Yes.
So you have your retail shop.
Yeah, we have a retail shop. We do distribution, wholesale, education, publishing. We do, what else do we do? We have a little tea factory in India, so we produce tea also. So we do high-end specialty, almost all pure tea, regionally specific tea. We have a catalog that changes continually following the seasons, and usually around 250 teas. So we're on the geeky end of the spectrum. And and we've got a nice following of people from all over the world who enjoy our teas.
Well, I would call it more of I would call you more of a rock star rather than the geek. I think that you have a bit of
a geek
what
rock
was
star.
that?
Maybe a geeky rock star.
A geeky rock star. Okay, I'll take that. But I would also say that for anybody who doesn't know Camellia Sinensis, you absolutely, you've got more than a following. You've got a total cult following. You have a lot of people that truly love everything that you do, and the reason they do is because you and your partners put so much emphasis on elevating tea and valuing everything that goes into the product itself. And it's evident in every single thing that you do. So, but I want to talk to you about, I'm going to just tell everybody a little bit about the Tea Studio.
Okay. The Tea Studio was thought about since 2015 and actually built in 2017 in the south of India, in the Nilgiri Hills, almost 2,000 meters above sea level in a tribal region near just outside Coonoor, which is a hill station up there. We have Indian partners over there, and the basic principle of the project was to build a little tea factory, buy state-of-the-art machines from China that reproduce handmade leaf, so a lot of artisanal connection to the product, and then for green leaf, buy it off the farmers because it's a small farmer region. Mm-hmm. So when you look around the valley around the factory, it's like a quilt of different producers doing tea in different ways on the family plot. So we buy tea by the kilo from those people. So we can buy as much or as little as we need. And then the partners of the project sell the tea to make back on their investment. So that's how the whole thing works. It's very fun. It's really exciting. We've been developing new teas. We obviously started with a few bread and butter teas, but recently we've been developing some really exciting new teas. So it's very fun. Anything you want to share? Yes. We started in October 2019. We had a group of I have 3 partners. I specialize in Indian, Nepalese, Sri Lankan teas, but I have 3 partners that do China, Japan, Taiwan, the same thing. So we're over there all the time buying teas. So we have a pretty good network over there for decades. And so 2019, we brought a couple of our favorite tea producers, research institute chaps, over to our factory, and we had them help to calibrate the system for our green teas. And since then, our green teas have been really very much on an accelerating scale of quality. And the last batches we just got in is fantastic. Which is great because India's not really known for its green teas, and the region isn't known for its green teas. It's mainly a black tea region. So we're using a Samaka and making great green tea with it, which is quite interesting. Has a slightly different profile and so on. Pan-fired or steamed? We do pan. We don't use the steamer at the moment. That's a kind of another journey. Okay. We've been sticking to dry enzyme killing. And then after that, we did some white teas. We did a great Yinzhen style Chinese tea with only buds. And our most recent one, which we're very excited about, we've been exchanging with really good friends that we've known for many years in the Yunnan. And we've been sending samples backwards and forwards. We've had 5 exchanges of samples. They send us some. Our team trying to reproduce it and send it back. Then they send it back saying, try this, try this. Anyway, after 5 tries, we just made some really top-notch maucha, which is the raw material made to press into bricks for pu'er tea. So we're very excited about that. And we're now trying to figure out how to make a pressing stone in India so that we can press some bricks and eventually sell them. So that's very exciting. That is very exciting. You have been a busy bee. It's very fun. Yes, it's fun. It's fun. We got lots of different projects on the go.
So I mean, we could talk about the studio for truly your entire time here and more, but I talked a lot about your studio, or some about your studio, last year at Tokyo Summit. So what I want to actually go into a little bit more is actually your tea business in Canada, because what is unique about what you do is, I think, exactly what you just described, and that's that you are 3 partners and you focus on 4 partners, sorry, but you focus on different areas. Right. Yeah. There is, everybody has their own, I guess,
buying region. Yeah.
Tea part of the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
And your love is, sorry, go ahead.
We're regionally specialized, partly because you develop your palate to buy those teas, but also because you build up your network in those areas. So I have partners or colleagues that I work with in India, and I've known them since they were kids, and now they're in their 40s. And I know that I've seen them grow up, get married, have children, and now I'm like the uncle to their children, sort of thing. So we have a lot of that kind of connection in all the different regions with the tea people, either the producers or the dealers and so on. And so it takes quite a lot of devotion to one region to be able to develop that kind of network and those kind of connections. Because, we're really, like I was saying, we're kind of geeky. So we're really looking for the best examples of the most recent season of a very specific growing area could be even down to a parcel of land, which is the best tea from that parcel of land this season. So yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess it's what I was just talking with Stefan about a little bit, that we talk about all of these elements, but one of the biggest elements within this industry are relationships.
Yeah, exactly. It's very true.
And nurturing those relationships. And I guess when you're so laser focused on one area, it allows you to, I guess, give those relationships. Well, nurture those relationships in the best way possible.
Yeah, nurture them, and then also continue to spread, because we forget sometimes that everything's in flux.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have this idea that this tea situation is static, but it's quite the opposite. It's in flux. So in a region like, say, Darjeeling, which is one of my main specialities, I'm dealing with 80 plus gardens. Yeah. And some of them will be in a period of quality for 5 years, and others will have lucky breaks when things just come together for one season. They make some fantastic teas, and that's all we hear. So if you're really trying to get the best teas of the season, you need to be quite connected to the region, so that you see these fluctuations and you see the gardens coming in to quality, and then you see it kind of sapping away as they lose control because the management is making bad decisions, or the plants have gone into the wrong time, or they're just getting poor quality weather in that valley, or there's so many different variables that can happen.
Are you happy with this year's spring teas?
Yes, very happy. They're not all in yet, but the first Chinese ones that came in are superb. The Darjeelings were all great from the first flush. So yeah, so far so good. We're still waiting. We're just starting to get the Taiwanese greens in, the high mountains. And we were doing some tasting of Japanese teas today. So yeah, it's looking good.
So for somebody who's been in specialty tea in Canada for 25 years, tell me what has changed. I mean, it's changed. There's no question that it's changed.
It's changed a lot. Yeah.
It's changed a lot.
Yeah.
How has it changed for you?
I think I've gone from the weird kooky guy on the radio after the Austrian guy that keeps goats in the country, having some sort of weird hobby back in the early 90s.
Right.
Some guy with a really strange hobby who goes to India every year to buy teas and so on, to a situation where if I'm at a party or something, a lot of people have tasted Taiwanese oolongs, and everybody knows where Darjeeling is. And, so the general knowledge about the tea world has just exploded through many different channels. Through the foodie channel, that's been really great, because people develop these research organs to find the next the best olive oil, and so on. And that becomes the chat at dinner parties, and so that's become a kind of thing. Everyone's out exploring, looking for something to impress their friends with at dinner.
Yeah.
And also expanding their palates, so they're not happy to just have one thing. So that's been really great. The health thing, obviously, has been a big explosion. So, as you know, we used the health message for most of the 90s and early 2000s because people didn't even know that tea was good for them. They've been drinking it because it that improved their day, and it was secretly improving their lives, but they hadn't realized that it was actually really good for them too. So there was that. And then, I mean, that plus the expanding big tea companies like Teavana and then David's Tea and the big companies like that, where people who'd never drunk tea in their lives were putting leaves in water for the first time. And you know, or getting sick because they were drinking too much coffee, but they still wanted a hot beverage when the hot coffee really exploded at the end of the 80s. So many people were drinking coffee, and a lot of them were drinking too much. And then so, you know, tea was there to save the day again. So all these different things added up to a big general knowledge and a big awareness of how wonderful this product is. So,
you know, Mark was saying the same thing just about the knowledge part of it and awareness. I guess, right? That he was at an RBC. For those of you that are not Canadian, RBC is Royal Bank of Canada. He was at an RBC event or baseball game where people were talking about oolongs and actually knew what these were, and it's exciting because, you know, in the bubble that we operate in, because we tend to just talk to each other.
Yeah,
we have to get out of the bubble sometimes. It's nice to see other people get excited about tea and also know about, you know, different types of tea.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I love about still being able to. I'm not much of an office person. I'm always happier to be chatting with the customers, and I love shopkeeping. I love it when people come in for the first time and they discover the world of tea, and they discover how you know, all the fascinating elements that they can explore, and the variation of flavors and all the diversity of it's. It never gets old for me.
I couldn't agree with you more. It never ever gets old. It's one of the things that I loved the most was going and spending a day in the shop and just connecting with people and seeing them see tea for the very first time.
I know, it's great. You know, all that, you know, I can never get sick of. It's all the same plant.
Yes.
All those kind of things that people say on the first visit.
What? Orange pekoe isn't a tea? Yes, I know. It is very exciting.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the fun of this kind of excitement of that we really got into in our company was that being super specialist on one side and really aiming it at people that have never had it before as much as anybody else.
Right.
It's very exciting to share that, to bring people into a great big sea of knowledge.
Yeah.
Knowing that you know, they're just scratching the surface for the few visits, and then they're in. Yeah.
But I think, you know, what you said earlier is I think it's an important point that it's, you know, we're not creating new customers. We're tapping into the same type of person that is looking for specialty olive oils and, you know, specialty cheeses and specialty vinegars and I don't know, whatever else specialty it is that they want in their lives.
Yeah.
What you're doing at Camellia Sinensis is very much tapping into that same person, aren't you? It's that person that is going to specialty shops and looking for, you know, the interesting ingredients to create.
Well, I think that's certainly one of the reasons that people come in. I think usually that sort of three-pronged approach of there's the health, the foodie side, and then there's the grocery side,
right?
And you sort of get a blend of those three,
Yeah.
And it varies from client to client.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, some people, they come in and it's very much a grocery store experience. It's like,
yeah,
I know you've got the best Earl Grey in town. I'll just take 50 grams by.
Yeah,
it. They don't want to know anymore. It doesn't matter to them. And then the others, they come in and stand at the counter for an hour, like pestering us about every single pu'er in the catalogue. You know?
And you happily show them to them.
We happily show. In fact, you know, we're just waiting for those people to come in.
I know you are.
So we can have a chat.
But I mean, you know, the health aspect it's important, and we've talked about this, you know, a couple of times with different people, and it's definitely, as you said, you know, one of the factors in terms of how it's the industry's changed and has gotten new people into the industry, etc. But health alone doesn't keep people in it. Do you know what I mean?
Not at all. Not at all.
Because and the analogy that I used to draw was with wheatgrass.
Yeah.
You ever had wheatgrass?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Do you like wheatgrass?
So I like the little buzz it gives you when you drink it.
Nobody likes wheatgrass.
Yeah, I lost the habit pretty fast. I tried it a couple of times and then no thanks.
And that's it.
Certainly didn't have all the pleasures of tea drinking.
Yeah, so it's the if you're coming at it from just the health aspect, then that may be your entry point, but that's not what's going to keep you. It's just not, because you're going to move on to the next health whatever that comes along to talk about how healthy it is for you. Until you develop it as part of a lifestyle and part of the love of the beverage.
Yeah.
And it just happens to also be good for me. Yay. I think that it has to be a big part of the conversation. It has to be a big part of what it is that we're doing.
And I think it's now the message that tea is healthy is so fully and completely established in every generation now that going on about it seems a little redundant. It's like, you're telling me your tea's healthy because it doesn't have any other values.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you telling me it's healthy? Everybody knows tea's healthy. So to use it in your marketing now, if you're trying to use tea and health as a marketing thing now, it's a little bit like, well, it's because
what else
you don't have anything else to tell me.
Yeah. What else you got?
Yeah.
And that is very, very true with, I was talking earlier about the survey that we did between for 18 to 34-year-old Canadians.
Right. Yeah.
And they know tea is good for you. They know, like, it's, and I've said this before. I said it when I presented the data itself. High five, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah.
We can keep talking about it. Don't forget about it. Like, keep on that path, and the research and all of those things are important. Keep on that path, but we need to now add another lane to the conversation as well.
For sure.
And it needs to be more than it needs to be more than that. There has to be more than
we see that a lot of the new customers, they're all in the younger bracket too.
Yeah.
And they're looking for flavor experience mostly.
Yeah. Yeah. So Dan has a good question here. And his question is on experiential retail.
Okay.
And how do you think it's going to take shape?
Experiential.
So specifically, what he's talking about is it's how that it's evolving from the mall shop, right? I mean, malls are dead. Sorry, I live in a city where they're dead. I'm sure Montreal is no different. If they were on their dying legs pre-COVID, and COVID pretty much put nails in coffins. But
yes.
Yeah.
I mean, for the boutique experience, you need to have something that people can't pick up on the internet.
Yeah.
People are so comfortable and used to shopping on the internet now. I think people still want to go out because there's a social element.
Yeah.
So I think the shopping experience has to have a few things. It has to have really good quality hospitality. You've got to have a team that want to be there.
Yeah.
And enjoy sharing the product with people of every style and
know about the product.
And know about the product and can offer whatever level of consultation that the client is interested in.
Yeah.
Not more or less. And you've got to offer little things, little perks that the client can't get online, smelling, tasting, once those things become admissible. All that stuff has to come back and be part of the experience in the new setting, I think. Yeah,
I agree.
It's got to be worth going in, otherwise,
Well, it has to be worth putting shoes on for.
Exactly. There you go.
Or pants.
Yeah. Pants doesn't matter, but shoes at least. Yeah.
Depending on how you went through COVID, I don't know.
Depends what sort of shop you have.
Depends what sort of shop you have. So Kevin, you're just because you volunteered to quickly jump on and save my skin doesn't mean you don't get a Proust question.
Oh, okay.
What is your current state of mind?
Current state of mind?
Mm.
Okay. I would say I'm kind of in renovation mode. No, I know what my current state of mind is, because we've had travel restrictions.
Yeah.
So we haven't been able to travel as much as usual, either going to source or doing conferencing, which I usually do a lot of, and teaching around. So I haven't been doing that stuff. So we as a group of partners, the 4 partners, we've been very much taking care of the nest. So we've been looking after things at home and changing things around and painting and all those kind of things. So I would say we're kind of, in a bit of, it's not like nesting from the beginning, but we've certainly been cleaning up the nest. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good state of mind to be in.
Yeah, it feels good. It feels good. But I am ready to hop on a plane soon.
I bet you are.
Yeah,
well, dear Kevin, it's always a joy to have you here.
Well, thanks for inviting me.
Well, I raise my cup to you. It's not that I wouldn't not always invite you, but I never have 2 guests on twice, and you were on my very first.
Yeah, well, fortunately, you've got that rule, so I can't be upset about it.
Well, so far, at some point, we're going to have to, change that. But regardless, I say thank you to you, dear Kevin, for a few reasons. Not only for the amazing teas that you bring to the market and the great teas that you expose Canadians to, and not just Canadians, because the world of e-commerce has certainly, opened that world up even wider, but also because of how much you care, not just you, but also you and your partners, because there is a team involved in what you do.
Yeah, yeah.
The care and thoughtfulness that you bring to this industry, I think, is really, really important and special, more than I can possibly express. So for that, I say thank you.
Thank you very much. Sweet
Cheers.
words.
Get back to painting.
Yeah, I have to go.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Shabnam.
Okay, well, that was a nice treat. I'm going to pause you guys for like 2 seconds because what comes in must come out, and I need just a brief break. I'll be right back. All right, here I am. So I am now at our 4 o'clock clue, and our 4 o'clock clue is 1 down, Nepal's first tea garden, established by Colonel Raj Singh Thapa. One down is Nepal's first tea garden established by Colonel Raj Singh Thapa. One down. And it takes me great pleasure to introduce you to my next guest. Hello, Shunan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm lovely. How are you?
Good.
It's great to have you here with us.
Oh, thank you. My pleasure to be here.
So I have allowed pretty much everybody to start by introducing yourself. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Shunan Teng, and I'm the founder of Tea Drunk. We're a tea company based in New York City. We specialize in historically famous Chinese tea that comes from the top terroir.
Okay, well that's it in a nutshell. So Tea Drunk is the name of your company.
Yes.
And you started when?
2013.
2013. We can't proceed without you telling me what it is that you're drinking, of course.
I'm sorry, say that again.
What's you're drinking right now?
Oh, I'm drinking a raw pu'er. The name of the tea is called Man Nuo, but I don't know how familiar we are with pu'er, but they're named after the location where they come from. So Man Nuo is also the name of the tea mountain where the tea comes from.
Lovely. Now, your tea company, you started in 2013. It's called Tea Drunk. Where did you get, tell us about the name, because it's, tell us about the name.
The name come to me as a little bit of epiphany. So I was during that time actually thinking of a name. I was playing around with many ideas. None of them give me the feel. So I was just thinking the other day, and all of a sudden the word Tea Drunk comes to my brain, and I was like, oh, this is it. It's, I guess, just with many things in life, once you know it, you just know it. So as soon as Tea Drunk comes into mind, I knew it was the one.
That it felt right, and it stuck with you.
Yes, yeah, because Tea Drunk not only it's a I guess the state of tea drinking, but also in Chinese culture, the word drunk is not a necessarily a negative word. Actually, often it's a metaphor for one's indulgence into something. So like a poet would say like, oh, I'm like so drunk by this magnificent view. I'm drunk in my lover's gaze, all these kind of things. Very romantic. And I would say within Chinese culture, tea drinking has been a very romantic act. So I really wanted to have the name Tea Drunk to convey the idea that this is one's extreme passion for tea.
Well, it's definitely a good one, and it's definitely a catchy one, that's for sure. Now, you weren't always in tea like some of my other guests. Your background is?
My background was in finance. Yeah, I did.
Shunan, I've lost track of how many people were in finance and switched to tea.
Maybe that's the whole thing. Yeah. So finance as industry has been the pipeline for the tea industry.
Yes. Yeah, I think that if we ever have an issue with people not coming into the tea industry, we just need to go into finance and grab them, because that's where they all come from.
That's where you recruit all the talents.
That's where we're going to recruit from. So, how do you go from there to where you are now?
So I was having oh my God, I'm almost 30 crisis. And I grew up drinking tea. So tea has always been kind of just this interest in the background. And during that time, I was doing a little review of my life thus far and thinking, what have I done? What do I really want to do? And during that time, the signs were just everywhere. And I felt like I wasn't doing things to change the world, and wasn't doing things I really wanted to do. So I know there are a couple of things I really wanted to change. One was that I wanted to do something meaningful. I wanted to become an entrepreneur. And most importantly, I wanted to be closer to product. So, and to be close to product, I need to kind of have expertise in the product. And I was thinking, okay, what do I know more than average people? And that's food and beverage. But there are a lot of people that's already doing great things culinary-wise and for wine. So I was like, tea. I know more about tea than most people. So that's why I decided on tea.
So it was a process of elimination for you?
Kind of. I mean, it is for sure a journey. And yeah.
And so what is uniquely interesting, or actually I'm going to ask you the question, what is different and what is unique about what you do at Tea Drunk than other tea shops?
We highly specialize. So tea is very similar to wine, right? So you have so many varieties of wine that comes from all over the world, of so many different qualities, and then also catering to so many different tastes for different occasions. The tea that we do is the Grand Cru equivalent in wine. So consider, first of all, we kind of only do almost like the old world wine equivalent, but in tea. So all the tea that we do needs to come from historic tea mountains. These are regions that have been cultivating and planting tea for hundreds of years minimum. And the style of the tea usually is historic as well. Most of the teas that we sell have had hundreds of years of history in terms of this particular style of processing as well. And then these are the locations that have been ranked by past connoisseurs. So it's not like this generation we decided that, oh, this is the best location, but instead it's for generations connoisseurs was saying that, okay, this is the best location for this particular kind of tea. So it's one location for one tea. This relationship is very important as well. And also, I mean, the other factor that make up the quality of the tea is the location, processing, and also cultivar. So all of the teas need to come from very specific cultivar, and whenever there's heirloom cultivars available, because that's the most indigenous and historic cultivars, and we're trying to strive providing the market the heirloom cultivar as well. So it's kind of this high level of specialization that Tea Drunk bring to the market. And as a result, we do sell some of the most expensive teas in the world.
So let's talk about those historic teas, because sorry, 1 second. I have a dog here that never knows what side he wants to be on. So let's talk about those historic teas, because when you're talking about historic teas, first of all, you only deal with teas from China, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say historic, you say that, historic because they've been around for hundreds of years. So how many are we talking about? What does that narrow it down to?
Right. So in China, we have cultural division for tea. We have historically famous teas and we have historic teas. So historically famous tea is not only the tea that comes from very famous locations, but they have been, like the category name suggests, they have been famous for a while and being heavily endorsed by past connoisseurs. Historic locations, you can consider those as basically mass-produced teas of the past. So back in the days, it was not famous. However, the culture of cultivation does have a long history, and also right now the main merit is that it gave us very, very old tea trees. So Tea Drunk do both. For historically famous teas, they're actually ranked. And it depends on what list you're looking at. I would say there are a couple of dozens terroirs that qualifies for that. So yeah, so like 20 or so locations kind of qualifies for what Tea Drunk is currently offering. And the reason that we only specialize in Chinese teas is because the rest of the world kind of didn't have the actual tea plant until about 150 years ago. So there's really no historic terroir anywhere else.
So, but you make a very clear distinction between historic teas and historically famous teas.
Yes.
You see those as two very different things, right?
They are two very different things, yeah.
Yeah.
We also have contemporary famous teas, but that's just not something that Tea Drunk specializes in right now. So it's basically teas that's very hot in the market right now, but hasn't been verified by more than one generation of connoisseurs.
Okay. And you talk about the specific doing this. I'm over 7.5 hours now, so my tongue is getting a little bleh.
I saw the timer. I was like, am I reading this wrong?
No, you're not reading it wrong. It's 7 hours and 42 minutes right now. What is wrong with me? The specificity. The specificity of terroir is one of the things that you talk about, right? Because I know it's a big thing that's very, very important to what it is that you do.
Yes.
And I wonder, how do you translate that in a world where consumers, especially North American consumers, are still trying to understand that there's more than one type of green tea?
Right.
You know what I mean? I know I just talked with Kevin and also with Mark before that yes, for sure, in the last 15, 10, 20 years, consumers have changed quite a bit. Absolutely. And I guess my question is this: have they changed to the extent that now we can talk about how different specific terroirs are?
Right. So what Tea Drunk offers is definitely the pinnacle of tea, right?
Yeah.
And there's certainly many challenges in brewing tea like this into the Western market.
Yeah.
However, if we're also thinking about the big consumer base, and you're always kind of like early movers, right?
Yeah.
And in a lot of ways, tea is just very comparable to any sophisticated food and beverage items.
Sure.
It's extra comparable to wine. So Tea Drunk was able to attract a lot of wine drinkers, people who enjoy artisanal olive oil and cheese. Such concept that we're introducing is not completely strange to these kind of consumers. You just need to move the structure to fit each different detail with those that pertaining to tea. And also the reason that we care so much about terroir, right? And then I just want to clarify a little bit. When we talk about terroir, we're not talking about that, this is like a tea from Yunnan, that's a tea from Zhejiang, things like that. It's not even it needs to be very specific to the very, very minimum, right? It needs to be kind of like a city and a county level. Most of the terroir that we're talking about, they come from very specific villages. It's important because the village that's next to this one village, the price can drop by from 1/3 to 10-fold. So it's so important to pinpoint exact the village and the lot where the tea comes from. But anyway, with that said, those kind of detail matters for anyone who self-identify with as a person with a discerning palate. And the reason we care so much about it is because there's this passion for aesthetic of taste. So think about people who, and I consider myself as one such person, of course. This is why I want to share this passion with people. And even before Tea Drunk, I have met people share the same passion with me. And now with Tea Drunk, I only met more and more people like myself. That consider, the appreciation for fine art, for high music. These are all extreme pleasuring of our senses. So in that sense, having teas of this caliber is no different than those two kinds of enjoyment. It's extreme pleasuring of our palate and also of our olfactory sensors. So this extreme pursuit of the aesthetic taste, that's basically what attracts people. So even though there is cultural barrier, there is a language barrier, but still, right now, we're definitely able to attract like-minded people. And of course, we're hoping to educate more and more consumers, and we want to welcome more people to enjoy tea this way.
And I think that's a really important point. And again, it was what I was just talking about with Kevin about is that it's the same person, it's the same consumer, as you say, that wants the specialty olive oil, the specialty wine, the specialty cheese, the specialty, it's that same consumer that you're speaking to because they put value on enjoyment and on a quality product, and tea is really no different than that. And we shouldn't be afraid to talk about it in that way. I
mean, why wouldn't we be afraid to talk about it? I think if anything, it should it should intrigue people more.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I was talking earlier with somebody about the auction system, and we were talking about the homogenization of tea and about how, as an industry, we've got consumers that they go to a shop and they purchase their box of tea, and there's a time for everything, and there's value in every part of this industry, which I really want to emphasize. That's my whole pursuit today, is the emphasis of the value of the entire industry. But a lot of consumers have this idea in their head that tea tastes like one thing. And that is so far from the truth. And those of us within tea, we understand that. We know that, right? As you say, it's not just about, a tea from Yunnan versus a tea from, I don't know, Assam, for example. We're not talking about that. We're talking about even as specific as within Yunnan and a village from side to side, and how different even that can be.
Right.
And
if it's thinking about, there's three main factors that contribute to the quality of tea: location, cultivar, processing, right? Mm-hmm. The first two factors, location and cultivar, that's what gives you the potential of the tea. So everything about where the tea grows, everything about the plant itself, including the age of the plant, it all matters. So humans continue investigation into the quality that's attributed to these two factors. That's our relationship with nature, right? Mm-hmm. If the finer we're able to understand that, the finer we're able to understand nature. And that alone is so stimulating.
Yeah.
And talking about the processing of tea, and I'm not just talking about very broadly whether or not it's handmade or machine made, but so specifically, for example, oolong, if it was shaken by an extra hand, it was disturbing the tea by 2 more minutes than it should be, things like that. So if we're factoring all those, and that's actually almost like a benchmark of human ability to handle nature. So that alone is one person, as a consumer, as a connoisseur, one person's appreciation of another person's craft, right? Yeah. This sense of communication both with nature and with another person's finest craft, you're able to detect, and if we add vintage on top of all of these, right? And that one person's ability to communicate with another person's at the finest level, we know that one thing got fractionally better, but we understand the amount of effort collectively by nature and also by mankind put into this product. I think that's where the passion comes from. That's what I consider so exhilarating with drinking different kinds of teas.
So I'm going to ask you something in terms of, because I know that this is something you've talked about before, and that's planting of new trees where old ones used to be, which is the result of, I think, what you call overcultivation. But some of that comes from, and it becomes a bit of a, you almost, by elevating tea and exposing more people to it, you're creating a demand for a product that puts, creates a situation where, new trees have to be planted where old ones used to be. And then you start to lose that specialness. So you end up in this vicious circle. So where do we find that balance? Because yes, of course, we want to shout from the rooftops for everybody to drink the most precious teas in the world, but they can't. And we can't forget that either.
Well, so there's difference between cultivation and over-cultivation, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm going to actually use pu'er as an example. Yeah. So in terms of the age of tea trees wise, other than the mysterious, unverified 1,000-year-old tea trees, because the oldest verified tea tree is about 850 years old. Anyway, so other than those tea trees, a lot of the ancient trees in the region is about 200 to 600 years old. And when people back in days, when they're planting tea trees, they're very carefully to scout out the area that where allows you to bring out the best flavors in tea. And so that means the degree of the slope, where the direction to the sun, of course, a whole bunch of other below the ground and above ground factors. But old trees will die, right? And then when an old tree dies, and then we plant with a new tree. So those are called the small tea trees. And those in the poor region, they will coexist in one plot. I would say there's not much wrong with that kind of practice. First of all, when you plant a tree back in the days, that's you plant it with a seed. So first of all, it's heirloom tea trees. Secondly, the small tea trees will grow up to become older tea trees. We just need to give it time. And thirdly, and this is the most important thing for modern cultivation of tea, is the density, right? So back in the days, we plant tea in a way that's much more biodiverse. Tea trees really coexist with other plants and trees in the forest, and there's enough space for everyone to sustain themselves. Let's just say, even if humans stop existing today, those tea trees will be able to take care of themselves, just like any other trees in the forest. Because tea trees are evergreens, very, very hardy, but initial stage needs a little bit care. So those teas actually, just visual inspection, they have a different formation than, let's say, the other plot of tea, where it'll be what we call plantation teas. That's when we start seeing rows and rows of tea trees. In extreme cases, we see nothing but just tea trees, or a hillside just rolling to the sky. It might be picturestic for photos. However, that is monoculture. It's so bad for the environment. And we're inviting pests that who otherwise wouldn't target tea trees if there are other choices. But because there's no diversity, they had to attract tea trees. That means we will have to adopt extreme measures to spray those tea trees to make sure that we still have tea leaves to harvest. And also, it'll exhaust land very quickly. Within a few years, the land is by itself is not able to support these many tea trees. And that means we need to fertilize. In better case scenario is called organic tea trees, where you use organic products for these things, but still you have to actively maintain these tea trees. However, you don't have to plant teas with such high density, right? So even in Vietnam, using Nina's example again, you see people start to uproot some of those teas, basically to create more space for each tea tree to breathe and then to get their own kind of share of land to live on. Oftentimes, these teas are planted with saplings, which give us a faster turnaround for growth cycles. The thing with saplings is that usually the tea tree wouldn't have a much deeper and robust root system. Oftentimes, the clones needs to be kind of genetically modified. People in tea industry doesn't like to talk about that, but it really is. And but it helps.
I'm not sure I agree with you, but okay, go on.
It helps the tea tree to survive some extreme weathers, but it's not the most kind of natural way for it to do it, which is fine. It's just the most consequences that give us a much more simpler tea in taste. So as a consumer, let's say if we're not concerned about environmental concerns or about residues, the very minimum, it gives you a simpler tea. So, but if we're able to cultivate, but with bigger, basically less density, so leave more room for each tea tree to breathe. So that alone, I think, is already a very good modern practice of expanding the production of tea. But unfortunately, majority of the tea plantation that we see, you barely can see the land, right? Just tea tree after tea tree after tea tree. So that's the kind of density we're talking about, and that's monoculture. I cannot think of that being good for anything. And keep in mind, there is tea surplus in the world right now.
Oh, absolutely. No question about that.
Balance that some of the bad teas produced couldn't be sold, but yet they were continually being produced. And then some of the better teas are in high demand that have caused other people wanting to plant more and more teas. I think we are able to change this mindset. It's not about more teas, it's about more quality teas.
Sure.
And it's both good for the tea industry and also good for the environment and our health as well.
Yeah, no, and I can tell you that there isn't a single person from any part of the supply chain today that would not disagree with that. Absolutely. So, Shunan, if you've listened to any of my other guests today, you know that everybody must answer one of my Proust questions. And your question from Marcel Proust's questionnaire is, what is your idea of perfect happiness?
Perfect
happiness.
Oh, perfect happiness. Oh, perfect happiness is when one have already aligned their reality with what their heart desires.
That's an excellent one. Good answer. So I raise my cup to you. Thank you very much for joining me today.
It's for having me. Thank you for doing this for International Tea Day. Happy International Tea Day, by the way.
Happy International Tea Day to you as well. It's been such a pleasure chatting with you, and I think that what you're bringing to tea in the U.S. is beautiful and special. And anytime that tea is elevated, I can raise my cup to that and say cheers. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, we are plowing along, and we're almost in hour 8, according to my clock. Yes, we are. And with that, I am very pleased to welcome my next guest. Hello, Sebastian.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
It's lovely to have you on my virtual sofa.
It's great to be here. Happy International Tea Day, or maybe just Happy Tea Day.
I'm going to say Happy Tea Day because technically International Tea Day was on Saturday. We're cheating a little bit.
And it's hard to say, and it's longer. It's Tea Day. That's fine.
It is a mouthful. It doesn't roll off the tongue, does it?
Right, especially after hour 7.
Hey? What? Yes, exactly. Specificity. That's what I couldn't get out of my mouth earlier. Specificity. All right. Welcome, everybody. This is Sebastian Beckwith, and he is one of the brainchild, not the only, one of, you are also part of a team of In Pursuit of Tea.
Absolutely. The team is the most important part. Without Anna and Gilbert, I'd be in trouble.
You'd be in trouble. So many great company tea names, and I just told Shunan, Tea Drunk is fabulous. But In Pursuit of Tea reminds me of, did you ever watch the, oh my God, my brain is completely asleep right now. The Anthony Bourdain show where he was in pursuit of the perfect meal. I think it was one of his very, very first food shows with either the Food Network or Travel Network or whichever one he was with. But he was in pursuit. He was on a mission to find the perfect meal. And that's what your company name always reminds me of. In Pursuit of Tea, to me, is in pursuit of.
That was the idea starting. I don't know if it was the best name. We had it on the package for years and people were like, I'm confused. Is that the name of the company or is that what we're doing? Or, but here we are.
Here you are. So tell everybody about your company.
Whew. Wow. I started along with a couple of friends In Pursuit of Tea in 1999. So I think that's about 100 years ago at this point.
110.
The last century, anyway. And started in Williamsburg in New York City. And we started to import tea from small producers in Asia. Actually, we really started with only True Tea, so only Camellia sinensis for a few years.
Yeah.
That was tough going.
Yeah, I bet. In 99, I bet.
Yeah. And these are great. Can you give us a good mint as well?
or no or decaffeinated. Did you get that one?
Oh yeah, all the time. Still do.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Rooibos. So let's see. So with a good friend of mine, we put our heads together and we're thinking we wanted to start a little business. And I had spent a lot of time in tea growing regions. I used to be an adventure travel leader or guide in the Himalayas. So I was comfortable in that part of the world and slightly knowledgeable. And so
you were actually a trekking guide.
Yes, I was actually. It slipped my mind.
I did it because I think it's a little bit more substantial than a trekking guide is significant.
It wasn't really on and off the bus so much. It was like,
no.
Yeah, get your duffel bags ready for the yaks. Right. It was different.
But this is what I mean. Like the way that you describe it, you're the guy with the the red flag, just follow me, and on your left is and on your right is. That's not what you were doing.
No, it's hard to get a job like that in the Himalayas.
Yes, indeed.
So we started this small company, importing from a few different producers. We traveled to Taiwan, made some contacts over there, and slowly built things up. Our market was really New York hospitality world as well as internet. So we work with a lot of restaurants, and that's still a focus. The hospitality world and education, so training and taking people to origin however you can, whether that's with a quick story, whether it's with hours of videos and boring them to tears or what have you. So that's what we've tried to do, and we continue to do. Spending time at origin has always been very important. So every year we are, well, for the past 2 we haven't been, but usually at origin, strengthening relationships, learning more, tasting, cupping, and learning. So
rumor has it you were also an art handler.
Wow, you've dug deep. Yeah, I used to be work in the art world in New York, but then I wanted to find a job that would really bring the cash in. So I figured the tea business. That's all these people. They're like, they must know something. They're like, this is where.
Well, you'll never go thirsty, that's for sure.
Exactly.
And then rumor has it you were also a movie location scout.
I used to be a still fashion and advertising scout. I never really did the movies that much, but
okay.
Yeah, so a lot of travel and organizing and production work for still fashion and advertising. So that was fun, and those were like the young years in New York, doing this, working for an environmental organization, this and that.
And then the tea bug bit.
The tea bug bit, and that sort of happened at the same time I was spending a lot of time in the Himalayas. So I was in Bhutan a lot. I was in Sikkim, and then Darjeeling, and then just started to really enjoy learning and spending time in Darjeeling and meeting people and that whole region.
So do you still only deal with single origin?
That seems like a trick question. Isn't everything sort of, but not more?
Well, that's fair. No, that's fair.
Let's see. I mean, most of the teas that we're getting in are from a specific place that we know the producer and where they're coming from. I cannot visit every farm and every producer.
No.
But we visit and know a lot of them. Understand where the teas are coming from. We're still not blending production lots of tea, so.
And that's what I meant. Sorry, okay. That's what I meant. So, do you do botanicals now?
Yes, yeah, and with Gilbert's expertise, also we do some great blending of chais. Nice. So that's getting ingredients in from all over the world, because the cardamom now from here is not available, or this one's too expensive, or this one's moldy, and it's really a full-time job just sourcing the botanicals for that part of the business. That's not really my specialty, but the product is incredible.
Yeah. Now, I mean, the U.S. we know is predominantly an iced tea market. You're not in the southern U.S., so you're maybe less subject to that in where you're located in the Northeast. But how have you seen the U.S. market evolve? Because 99 to 2022 and the types of teas that you do is, I mean, I can only imagine how different the market is today to what it was when you started.
Yeah, I think I remember getting started and everyone being like, wow, this is a great time. Tea is just about to take off. And then I remember like 2015, someone being like, oh, a tea company, it seems like it's just about to take off.
Yeah, well, we've reached our tipping point. Today is the day. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that people are now more knowledgeable about regions and different types of tea, which is great. You certainly get some of the people that, oh, you don't know that side of the mountain is da-da-da. And, we've had little online brick and mortar pop-ups over the years in New York. And so sometimes people will come in and, show off their unskillful way with communication, I guess I should say, or tell you how to run your business. But I think overall people are knowing that Taiwan makes good oolongs. They're learning that China makes different oolongs than Taiwan. They're learning that there's something called hei cha, all these things. And now it's not just pu'er. Maybe there's more to the category. And so that's great. And that's hard going, and it's education from all the folks that you have on the chat.
So we've talked a few times today with a few different people about, the lack of expertise, the lack of, I think success maybe is the word I'm going to use, that we have in food service, right? And how do we do that? How do we get the food service industry, the hospitality industry, to treat this product the way that it should be treated, so that when I go to a restaurant and have a lovely meal experience, I don't have to end my meal with either not being offered tea at all, or if I am, it's offered as a one-line item on a menu, as if that's going to encompass all of this. Or worse yet, it comes to me just served poorly in water that isn't at the right temperature, or comes from a vessel where water has been in and I can smell the coffee inside of it. There are so many. We all have our nightmares. I mean, I think my biggest trauma always is that horrible metal teapot that is with a hinged lid.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know.
Yeah, that's why tea people drink their tea at home and have a bad cup of coffee after the meal, sadly. I would
deal with hospitality. So
I would say that a lot of the restaurants that we work with do take it seriously.
Yeah.
And do a pretty good job. I think that after COVID, a lot more people are like, oh, I need a tea bag so it's safer, or something. So hopefully that will wash over and people will get back to loose leaf tea. But I see new accounts signing on and wanting just to do loose leaf, and that's as it should be.
And how do you convert them? Like how do you are you finding them coming to you, or are you still going out there making the pitch?
No, I mean most people come to us. I mean, because I've been doing this for a couple of years.
Well, yes.
And so people come to us and have heard maybe that our customer service or the tea product or some combination of those is good, and so they want to give it a try, and so that's how we're slowly growing our market.
So if you had to give if you had to give your tip, your recommendation, your advice is probably the better word. If you had to give your advice on what can we do within the industry to do better within that food service channel, what would it be?
Probably education.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's the thing, because tea is the last thing on every restaurant's list.
Yeah.
You know, we get so many calls, even from friends or people we know, like, oh, we're opening a restaurant. We want you to be doing all the tea. I'm like, great. When are you looking to open? Day after tomorrow. You think we can get everything shipped? You know, it's like, oh, great. Glad you thought about it a little bit.
Yeah. It's definitely not understanding it. And, but it's also about how they're going to execute it.
Right. And so they will make a good margin on the tea. However, a lot of places won't want to even serve the tea because it'll get in the way of them turning a table.
Right.
So you have to understand all the aspects of, you know, what the restaurant's going through. Sure, they might make a huge markup on the cup of tea, more than anything else in the restaurant. But if they're missing out on another table, they'll take another table instead.
You know, I know, and I've heard restaurants say that before, but it doesn't stop them from serving a proper cup of coffee at the end of a meal. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of restaurants now not really serve coffee, not having a coffee tower, just being like, oh, we'll just do a French press, or oh, just doing something basic. But I agree. I mean, people should just be able to get a decent cup of tea. It doesn't have to be the most stellar thing that's steeped in a gaiwan or
no,
or this or that. But it should have some care taken, and you know, and that's how we try to educate people so that they can take steps to do that.
So one of the things that I used to encourage restaurants to do is to up their tea game is something as simple as having it on the menu properly, right?
Right.
You know, as I said earlier, it's you know, you're lucky if you see, you know, just tea as one item on a, you know, sorry, let me rephrase that. You're lucky if you see maybe 2 or 3 items on a tea menu, and that's about it. But if you've got a tea menu where, you know, they actually list it and they have a variety besides just the 2 or 3 options of, I don't know, whatever the standard options are, a green, a black, and a chamomile, for example, and that's their big innovative tea menu.
Right.
And I've heard restaurants say, well, you know, we don't sell a lot of tea. And, you know, the question then is, well, let me take a look at your menu. How much, I don't know, fish would you sell if you just handed me a menu that said fish and that's it, nothing else? Not like what type, where, descriptions, nothing, just fish. That's all you've told me. How much do you think you'd actually sell? And there seems to be a real disconnect with operators and managers and owners in getting that. Like when you break it down into something as simple as that, they go, oh, okay, I guess so.
Right. It's people, no one has any time.
Yeah.
So why are all the teas priced the same? Because the chamomile costs a fifth of what you're paying for that oolong. You know, maybe a pot of tea shouldn't be, or a cup of tea shouldn't be $5. Maybe it should be $3 and $7.
Yes.
And they have to deal with it.
Yes.
Right. And so that's, you know,
yes,
that's the thing we try to get them excited about when we do a training or we talk to them, like, you know, set yourself apart from other restaurants, do something decent, have a specialty. You know, occasionally something comes in. Wow, Darjeeling first flushes are in now.
Yeah.
Treat it like a green. You might even be able to make it decently with some tips, and no one else has that. So
yeah, it's we did a survey years ago at the Tea Association of Canada, and where we talked to consumers about what they would be willing to pay for a cup of tea, and it was pictures. It wasn't a taste test. It was literally pictures. It was 2 cups that looked identically the same. So 2 cups next to each other, and one was labeled Orange Pekoe and one was labeled English breakfast. They couldn't see in the cup, they couldn't, nothing, simply a picture with a label on it. And they were willing to pay, I think, $1.50 for what was labeled Orange Pekoe, and that for that same exact cup labeled English breakfast, they were willing to pay double. And
wow.
And if that, right, and if that doesn't speak volumes to restaurant operators, I really don't know what will. Because my message was, you know, if that's what you're willing to pay, the difference between just an Orange Pekoe to an English breakfast, imagine what somebody's willing to pay for what you just described.
Right. Or you could say, if you had a third cup there, you could make it a, you know, one of those great black teas that Bachan makes at Junchibari.
That's exactly
Right?
it. Yeah,
On that scale, that's a $9 cup.
that's exactly it. And you know what?
They're steep.
You would pay it.
Right, right,
You
exactly.
would pay it.
So that's our job. That's what we're
Yeah,
doing every day.
that's what you do every day.
Yeah, yeah. Is telling people, sending samples, try this. You know, you thought you just wanted an Assam and a chamomile. Well, we have a great Assam, we have a great chamomile.
Yep.
But why don't you try something else that might excite you?
One of the things that you talk about on that point is people exploring and breaking down your customers, right? And being open-minded to try something new.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do that? How do you get somebody to have that open mind? What's your method?
I don't know. To get them to have the open mind,
Yeah.
I mean, you just have to engage with someone, right? And have some sort of a connection. Because if we have a connection, then I can tell you a story about something. Oh, you like those sort of flavor profiles? Oh, wow, there's this place that does this. Yeah. I guess I don't know exactly how one does that, but that is what we need to do. What we try to do is have a connection with someone and then introduce them to things that they never thought existed. You know, you have people coming for a tea tasting, and afterwards they're blown away. They're just like, "Wow, I had no idea that gyokuro was like. What is that?" You know.
Yeah, we've talked a few times about that today, and you know, seeing people see tea for the very first time, even though they've probably been drinking tea their whole lives, but once they're exposed to something new, it's like a whole new product for them.
Right.
And that never, ever, ever gets old, ever.
That's the fun of it.
That's
why we're all locked in here.
That's why we're all locked in here. I know it's the family that pulls you in. So Sebastian, everybody must answer one of my Marcel Proust questions before they leave the sofa.
Fantastic.
You ready?
Ready.
Wow, look at you. Everybody else is like, no, I'm, afraid or.
All right. Never mind.
No, we just had that one, so you can't have that one. Oh, this is good. Nobody's had this one today. What is your greatest extravagance?
Probably the ability to travel to origin as much as I do in this day and age.
That is definitely a good one. Have you been back to origin since 2020?
Nope, dying over there. But yeah, trying to do everything remotely and over all these messaging apps, trying to get things packaged up in Bhutan has been challenging.
Yeah.
But, probably in the fall I'll head over.
It's been, I think for people like yourself who, are very much hands-on and have been for years, I think that, the relationships that you've nurtured for so many years is what has benefited you, or what benefited you greatly during this time when you weren't able to go. Right?
Absolutely. Right. There's solid people that you can call on to do things. So that's
well,
great.
And people that want to take care of you.
Right.
Yeah.
It goes both ways.
It does. No, it absolutely does. No question. Well, Sebastian, I thank you for joining me. on my virtual sofa. What are you drinking?
I'm drinking some pu'er from Jingmai.
Nice.
So
very nice.
Drinking a little Burmiak earlier, and I noticed that you had Nikhil on, which was great.
Yes.
He makes some great teas. So
I asked him where people can get their tea, and he definitely mentioned you.
oh, we have a good one.
Yes, he did mention you. So I say cheers to you, Sebastian. Happy Tea Day. Thank you for joining me on my sofa, my virtual sofa. And thank you for all the great things that you do for tea, because I think that, this elevation of tea is something that we need more of in the industry. There's room for every type of tea and everybody within the industry, but elevating tea for consumers has got to be our number one pursuit.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shabnam.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. All right. So I am going to, what am I going to do? I told you at the very beginning that, or several times throughout our journey today, that this is all about our supply chain. And more than just the supply chain, it's also about all the hands that bring us our tea. And, the philosophy behind tea. So I'm going to share with you the very, very first International Tea Day video that we made, and that is Humanity in a Cup. One of my favorite videos that we have put together for this beautiful tea world that we call our home. So with that, I welcome my next guest, Jem McDowell. Hi, Jem.
Hi, Shabnam. How are you? Long day. You're surviving.
It's getting there. It's getting there. But it's good. I'm still here. I've got tea by my side.
It's been great. It's been so good. I've been sitting here going, yes, yes. And to Sebastian, hallelujah. So many good things being said. It's been really, really lovely day.
Well, I'm glad you approve and I'm glad you like. Before I get into talking with you, full disclosure to everybody who is watching, I am in Toronto and Jem is in New York, but Jem and I are actually married. So just for full disclosure that is indeed the relationship here. And most of you do know that, but for those of you that don't, there you go. Before I get started though, Jem, I'm going to read out my 5 o'clock clue.
Oh.
Yes, you had best write this down. Because despite the fact that we're married, we did not have any of these clues beforehand. I do not share any of, I know, lips were sealed, and I said that he can hear them at the same time as everybody else. So 11 down, clue is process of leaf moisture reduction. 11 down is the process of leaf moisture reduction. Okay.
Oh, I might get that one.
All right. So, Jem McDowell of Universal Commodities, start first by telling us about Universal. What is it that
So we are importers. We're based in New York, as you just mentioned, and we have been around for over 30 years. And we operate on behalf of producer partners and at origin, and our packer partners here in North America. We're a family business, owned and run by Dominic Chacha, who founded the business with his late partner, Herb Thomas. We are completely focused on true teas, Camellia sinensis, and we're one of the larger importers of tea into North America. We are 100% devoted to moving tea from the tea factories into the tea factories, as it were. We don't. That's all we do, all day, every day. And we don't have tea estates. We don't have brands. We don't have ships or containers. We just focus on moving from A to B, and that's what we do all day. In a nutshell.
And before we explore that, tell us your tea story. How did you get into tea?
So, in common with a lot of people, and it seems like if you weren't in the finance industry or born into the tea industry, you kind of fell into it by accident. And I'm in category C. So I joined straight from university. I did a degree in marketing and just applied for this job that said international travel. I thought that sounds great, and I never had any ambitions to be in tea or really anything. Never even thought about it. I remember actually when I was listening earlier today with people that in my interview, John Duncan, the former tea director, and yeah, there were board tea people in the old days. And I was joining Lipton in those days, then still owned by Unilever. He said, well, you know, people who come into tea don't tend to leave it.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he did indeed. And I didn't really take too much notice about it until, you know, the times when today you listen in and you hear people saying, well, you know, I joined and I've been here ever since. And
yeah,
I've been here ever since 38 years later. So, I joined in '84 and then spent a year in London and then off to Colombo, which is where I met Anil from earlier. He used to be a broker. I think he was John Keel's broker. And there's a few other ex Lipton Colombo, Brook Bond Colombo people who are over here in North America as well. Kingsley and Visvajit, if you're listening. Went back to the UK for a year and then off to Malawi for 4 years, and then did a couple of other jobs in the UK, all kind of supply chain, auction buying, some factory buying, some new product development, sort of all bits and pieces along the whole chain. And then in 2000 moved across to Universal Commodities in New York and have been here ever since. So, which, you know, here I am.
Here you are. Got in and never left.
Yeah,
and I guess that's one of the other things about the industry, because people get in and never leave. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows each other.
Oh, it's a small world.
It's a very, very small world. And there are very, very small strings that you could use to connect every single person. They're not far removed from each other. It takes very, very small strings to connect everybody.
Yeah.
But the reason I invited you onto the SOFA Summit after 3 years is because as part of this journey of the supply chain, you represent the importer. And you've heard me say this today already, what I wanted to get out of today, if nothing else, that was for not only people outside of the industry to understand how things operate within the industry, but even people within the industry to fully appreciate and understand the scope and breadth of the work that each link does. Because if you don't know it, you don't value it, and you gotta value it, because without it, you can't exist. And I don't mean you, I mean another part of the chain. And that's what I'm really aiming for people to understand and appreciate, so that there is value. So tell me what is the role of it? Let's start with, what's the role of an importer? What do you do?
Okay, so as with any vendor, any good vendor, you have to provide a service, particularly these days. So for a tea importer like ourselves, we would, let me just sum it up in a couple of categories, if you like. The first one would be operating on behalf of the producer as a marketing agent. So you might be responsible for marketing the entire production of a producer, or just operating in a particular territory as part of a team of importers. For example, we would operate in North America, somebody else might operate in Europe, and somebody else in Asia, for example. So you have the advantage to operate on behalf of the producer of local knowledge, understanding what the market is, who the players are, and so on and so forth. And the producer, rather than having to get on a plane or send people out across the world, has someone who represents him or her, indeed, someone close to the ground. And that's a real, particularly the sort of on the ground intel is really quite important, particularly if you're selling a lot of that producer's production. And you can add in stuff like time zones and communications. It's a efficient way of doing things. And just to give it a bit of balance there, a producer would normally choose one or more of three channels, and that's to sell the production in through auction, through an importer, or through direct contacts. And I think most producers would, if they can, use all three, or perhaps two of those. Not all origins have auctions, of course. And that's the primary responsibility. The secondary responsibility is as a sourcing agent, and that's operating on behalf of the buyers in reverse. So, for example, an importer would have his stable of producers, and then he'd also have a stable of buyers, and it's a question of matching them up. And these days, there's not many companies that have teams of buyers that can scouring the world for different produce, visiting factories, looking after all the registrations and certifications that one needs. So if you like, there's a one-stop shop which buyers can use, and that is useful to them in terms of also efficiency as well. Then that's also helpful for both large buyers who are forward focused with their own business. They've got big meetings, they're looking after production and R&D and all the rest of it. But also for smaller buyers who perhaps don't have the economy of scale in bringing in small amounts of tea, particularly these days when ocean freight and air freight and such things are prohibitively expensive. So actually piggybacking on other people's volumes as well, and having consolidation also helps with some cost savings and that sort of stuff. So from a buyer's point of view, they get access, they get economies of scale, they get leveraging and of costs and so on. And from a producer's point of view, they get access to the market. So that's basically what we do. What else is going on? So we would
what myth do you think is out there about what people think you do that you would want to set straight?
I think there's probably a couple. Myth one is importers are brokers. They're not. A broker performs a very specific function for a fee, like an auction broker like a real estate broker or customs broker, and those are very specific responsibilities that are carried out. Whereas an importer will actually take ownership of the transaction at point A, which starts at the factory or the port, and bring that all the way through shipments, landing, customs, delivery, and to the factory door, or 2 points in between. And they will take the product risk, the financial risk within that, including the legal, the regulatory, and all that sort of stuff. So that's probably the first myth. The second myth, I think it still persists a little bit in the tea industry, but the supply chain in the tea industry is really pretty short and efficient. And like I mentioned before, auction, broker, or importer, or direct, that's pretty much the links in the chain, and you're only going to be using one of those. So that's it. So it's a pretty short and efficient chain that we have to deal with. Really, sorry, you were about to say something.
I was going to talk. I just wanted to expand on what you said a minute ago in terms of that first myth, because I think that that's a really important one. Taking responsibility for the product and the financial risk, responsibility in terms of, regulatory, the logistics, etc., are things that I talked earlier today with a couple of people about, this romance of, I don't need an importer, I'm just going to deal direct, and this whole idea that, that's the way to go, and, what do I need a middleman for, right? I think that's perhaps one of the areas where this particular area within the industry, and I'm not just talking about an importer, I'm actually including the broker in that category as well, tends to get lumped into. And again, because people don't truly understand what it is that you do. And when you don't understand what it is that you do, then you don't value it, and you figure, okay, well, I don't need that part. I can do that myself. And as I said to Mark earlier, I think that, COVID especially has really shone this light on areas of people's businesses that are perhaps cracked or not as efficient as perhaps they want to be, and in the same vein has done the exact opposite for those that do what they do really, really well. So if an importer does their job really, really well, tell me what a difference that made in a crisis, which is what we've experienced for the past 2 years.
Yeah, and I think, and actually, just let me just preface this by saying I think tea supply chains have been extraordinarily resilient in the last 2 years. Extraordinarily. Absolutely, there have been problems with people wanting to rush deliveries and that sort of stuff. But I was thinking about the shortages that we've been talking about in the news, baby formula, obviously very serious, perhaps more serious than tea, gas, lumber, construction materials, all these things that we've been talking about, coffee and sugar in the 1970s, although you're far too young to remember that. But we have not run short of tea. And that says massive things about the tea supply chain and how, how well the producers have done at origin. I don't think we give them enough credit. And B, how robust and skilled our supply chain people are. But to get back to the question, I think you can probably sum that up in one phrase, and that is horizon scanning.
Right.
And I think it's the constant paying attention to what is coming down the track. Be it, and as we were hearing earlier in the day about problems in Sri Lanka, and they are showing just how resilient everybody is. Problems coming up with ocean freight and packing, and all the nuts and bolts that that come on, regulatory stuff that government pile on. And I think in your business as well, with tea associations, horizon scanning comes with you as well. Mm-hmm. And that's what we do every single day, is we're constantly looking out for problems and saying, hold on a second, this is coming down the track. This is how we need to mitigate it. And I think the COVID was a great opportunity for those who knew what they were doing and weren't just coasting through and rent seeking, to really add value to people's supply chains. And I know we and other importers in North America, I genuinely feel we added a lot of value to people's supply chains, simply because we delivered on time in spec. And, you know, I just listed a whole bunch of industries where that didn't happen at all. Yeah. So I think those kinds of things, you know, that's where we're very lucky that we have the kinds of supply chains. We have varied supply chains. They're relatively short. We have people who've been in the industry a long time, lots of experience, and that's there's no substitute for that kind of experience and bringing that to the party.
Yeah. You know, Mark was saying that earlier, the importance of, you know, asking yourself as a business, what value am I adding, right? What value am I adding to this entire, you know, to the supply chain? And if you can't answer that question, then then I understand people saying, well, what's your purpose and why are you here? And the resilience of the industry, I think, there's no, you know, it's huge. But I think that, you know, that resilience comes from experience, that resilience comes from working together. And it comes in a lot of things that people do that, again, we don't talk about because it's just a part of your job and your everyday. So when you're talking about horizon scanning, you're talking about, you know, looking at weather patterns and understanding, right? So these are the things that I think people need to know and understand, right? So you're looking at weather patterns to know that, you know, there are no rains in this particular area, and that's going to affect the upcoming crop in the season. And because of that, we're going to have, you know, reduced crops, you know, less tea into the auctions, higher prices, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're looking at what is happening in auction prices and what is buying where and who's buying, and making those recommendations and taking that back then to your customers to say, listen, I think you should be now taking a look at purchasing tea from A, B, or C because of X, Y, and Z.
And those are exactly the conversations,
right.
and they apply in reverse as well. You know, it's going to be a really hot summer. Guess what, folks? You know, let's ship some iced tea ingredients a little bit earlier. You know, so that you're making sure that you mitigate those potential problems. You know, as we go along, and it's interesting. I jotted down a couple of words going through the day, and relationships came up a lot. And you know, I think, just going back to the chains of middlemen sort of cliche myth that go back, all our customers, even at the commodity end, they know exactly who their suppliers are, who we deal with. We travel with them to the tea estates. So, you know, there's plenty of transparency that's happening here. And that's all dependent on trust and relationships. And I think we're very, very lucky. I think it was Jenny Dodd who was saying that early in the day, that we have a great camaraderie and trust and relationships. I can't remember the exact words, and that applies a lot in our business as well. We couldn't exist without it, to be honest. So yeah, those sort of things. You know, I pricked my ears up when Anna was saying fertilizer's gone on Sri Lanka. So that was interesting. You know, there's things like the country being short of foreign exchange. They have to buy their fertilizer. A lot of that comes from Russia. So, you know, geopolitics comes into these things into a huge amount. And, you know, similarly, you'd be looking at the other big exporting origins. You know, Kenya, have they bought their fertilizer yet? So all those sort of horizon scanning issues, as well as the daily nuts and bolts of negotiating with customs brokers and ocean shippers and all the rest of it. So that's the daily grind that we're looking at. Which hopefully people don't notice you paddling below the surface,
Well, no, but as I've said numerous times today, I think that is the skill of when you're doing something really well, is that you make it look effortless, right?
Yes, that's very true.
And that's the idea. It's meant to be. You don't want people to see you pedaling underneath the water surface, but at the same time, it's a bit of a catch-22, because that also makes them think that it's easy and that you're dispensable. And in fact, you're not dispensable, because when it comes to a situation like COVID, you realize the importance that so many parts of the chain play, including an importer, and the value that is required in the relationships that you have to get my product from point A to point B. Which
I think, first of all, everybody is dispensable. Everybody. There is nobody who is not dispensable.
Excuse me?
Present company accepted, of course, but I think you have to have a mentality is that there is always somebody around the corner to do a better job than you are, and that's what keeps you sharp and keeps you coming to work and keeps the competitive juices flowing. But I think it's important to remind yourself, and I think sometimes it gets lost in the shuffle. There's a huge difference between value and price.
Sure.
And I think we do live in an age where everybody wants a cheaper price and a cheaper price. And I'm not just talking about tea. I'm talking about everything that we buy, and it's all about how low can it go. And I don't think it's very healthy. Not in the longer term, obviously, to squeeze unnecessary costs out of the supply chain, and God, that's what I've been doing for 38 years. Absolutely, I completely agree with that. But if we get to a point where nobody is making any money at all, there's no room to invest, there's no room to progress, and all we're doing is commoditizing, which is the true word for homogenizing. You were being very polite earlier on. I think we're going to lose the scope of what tea is. We're going to stop elevating it to consumers, and I think we're actually at a point where we really do need to. And I think was it Kevin or Sebastian mentioned the word elevate, and that's what we need to do. There's always room for economy, blends and brands and homogenizing and that sort of stuff. The Blue Nun and the Black Tower as the wine, but let's get tea back up to Chateau Lafite 1947, and have people trading up. I think we really need to do that, or we will have a situation where hand-produced tea for the mass market is going to disappear. That's a reality in our lifetimes, unless we are very careful about how we value tea, and I think that would be tragic.
Well, I am an optimist, dear Jem. I am indeed, and I have much faith in this industry. I get really happy and excited when I'm speaking to Kevin or Shunan from Tea Drunk, or Sebastian, or there's more to come. We're not done yet, but just the factor, or even Mark is talking about making beverages for the what was he talking about? For the athletic industry, right? For energy drinks or sports drinks. That's what it was. Sports drinks. I have great faith in not only the innovation of this industry and the resilience of this industry, but also in the excitement that does exist. It does it's not, you know, it's, we sometimes tend to forget about it because, well, squeaky wheels always get the oil, right? But it's the, there is a lot of really interesting and fun things happening, and some beautiful, beautiful teas that you know, we have access to, that people are talking about and are sharing, and more than that, consumers that are actually interested in it.
Yeah.
You know, when consumers, when bankers are actually talking about, you know, an oolong, that to me is optimism, and I say, okay, there is light, and I think we're going to be okay. I think we will be okay as an industry overall.
And I think expanding our horizons, diversity for farmers, diversity for producers, you know, dual manufacture, seasonal manufacture, and you know, did you know parts of Ford motor cars are made from coffee beans from McDonald's? You know, that's it's the waste product that's used to do that. You know, that kind of out of the box thinking. I think we've got a little bit into to let's just produce more and mass market everything, and I you know, you can get tea in candles, you get tea in skincare products. I'm sure you get tea in Ford motor car fenders as well. You know, because that vegetable fiber, that technology exists.
I'll tell you who already does innovation in that, and that's Ito-En.
Yes, they made that that bench, didn't they? The garden bench out of tea fibers. Yeah. And I think for producers, extra streams of production, so they can have their economies of scale.
Absolutely.
You know, and they can diversify their products and businesses as well. You know, I think, you know, we should all be encouraging in every respect. You know, it's not just about more teas for more supermarket shelves. You know, pilot high, sell cheap. We need to move away from that as a global industry. But,
Hear, hear.
Yeah. Anyway, but
so you know what's
I am an optimist as well. Really, honestly.
What was that?
I am an optimist as well. Really, honestly.
Sure. Okay, we'll go with that. So you know what's coming next, right?
Prost.
Prost. Your question is, what do you value most in your friends?
Ooh. I think loyalty and longevity. I think I've got a few very good friends who I've had for many years, and I truly value them. Yeah. I think that's, and I would include my family in that as well. So, yes.
So, thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
I really do appreciate it. Not that you had a choice but to say it. But in all seriousness, thank you. Thank you for, first of all, happy International Tea Day. Thank you for joining me on my virtual sofa. Thank you to the work that you do, because I know the passion that you bring to the industry and how much you truly care about it. I think that, you know, there are a lot of people that I talk to within the industry, but there are few that are genuinely, passionately concerned about wanting it to survive because they love this industry, and you're definitely one of those people. So cheers to you.
Cheers to you. I'll see you soon.
Okay, bye. All right, we are going to, what are we going to do? I'm going to just give you a pause for just a quick minute and be right back before I bring on my next guest. All right, and we're back. So I am going to take great pleasure in introducing my next guest, Bruce Richardson. Hello, how are you?
Well, thank you. Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day to you. You have beautiful jars behind you.
Well, I decided to do this at our tea bar tonight. So the staff is all left, and it's just you and me, Shabnam. I have to tell you, I'm drinking tea in honor of our Canadian friends. This is a 1939 cup and saucer set celebrating the arrival for the very first time, the King of England in Canada. So this is George VI and Elizabeth, who is the mother of our present queen. This was a commemoration set that came out in honor of
wow, look at that.
arrival there. It was very important in history for Canada too, because this was in May of 1939. And then, of course, the war started within 4 months after that. And so they spent nearly 30 days in Canada and the United States, and then sailed back to England, and then the war started. So it was an important time in Canadian history.
Beautiful, beautiful cup. Look at that. So, Bruce, let's actually catch everybody up and tell them who you are.
Well, I'm old enough to have been a lot of things, and that's
not old enough to have been around for that cup and saucer set, Bruce. Come on.
No, that's true. But my background, my wife and I were both professional musicians for many, many years. We met in an orchestra back in 1975, and we were both musicians, educators. And in 1990, just on a whim, we bought an inn here in the middle of Kentucky and restored it. And since we had traveled a lot across Europe, we had a passion for tea. And so we said, let's start a tea room. And we did. And I always tell my students these days, back in 1990, there was no place you could get good loose tea. There were no books. There were no educational seminars. There were no tea associations like we have today. If we were interested in tea, we became, as Okakura Kakuzo said, if you want to enter the way of tea, you must become your own teacher. And so that's what we did. So for 14 years, we ran a tea room in the middle of Kentucky. John Harney would often introduce me as this guy who can sell tea in the land of bourbon. If he can do that, anybody can sell tea. So that's what we were known for many years. But then we started importing blending teas. We've produced, over 24 books on tea. We just got back last week from being in Europe for 15 days and doing some studies there. I also do the contributing editor for Tea Time magazine, tea historian for the Boston Tea Party Ships and Museum. I teach college courses on Okakura Kakuzo and the Book of Tea and art. So that's kind of what I do in this world.
You just gave away the answer to one of my teasel clues.
Yes.
One of the clues was the Book of Tea.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so you have you do a lot in tea, clearly, and I think that most people within this wonderful world of tea that we're in tend to, put their foot in a lot of different areas because they're passionate about so many different areas.
Right.
So you initially, you're also known as the tea maestro, and that's connected to your musical past.
True.
Which isn't really a past. Is that ever your past? Music is always with you.
Well, often get the question, how did you get into tea? And my answer is, well, tea got into me. And as I look back at my path in tea, I can look back at certain times in my life where tea was always with me. It's this creative spirit within you.
Yeah.
No matter if you are composing music or composing a concert, for years I used a baton.
Yeah.
Now I use a cup of tea as my way of life, the way I communicate with the world. The other thing that really helped me too was I grew up on a farm, so I understand basic husbandry. So that when I go to Japan or to India or Sri Lanka, Taiwan, China, and I sit with a tea farmer, even if I can't speak the language, we immediately communicate with each other. I often tell the story of being in Japan a few years ago, sitting at the top of a mountain with the man who had won 2 or 3 international green tea championships. And people said, well, did he speak English? And I said, no. They said, do you speak Japanese? And I said, no. How do you communicate with each other? I said, we're both just farm boys. So when he hands me a cup of tea that he has made, and I drink it, and I hold it in my mouth, he watches my face to see what I'm going to do. He watches how I breathe. And then we're communicating at a higher level. Yeah. We communicate as humans with each other. We don't have to speak. We have this deeper language, which is the language of tea. As Okakura would say, it is the cup of humanity.
It is the cup of humanity indeed. Now, one of the things that you are very well known for, besides obviously your tea business itself, is are your books.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, as I said, years ago, there were no books. And so my wife in 1994, Shelley, wrote a book of just her recipes. She got tired of everybody asking for her to write down the recipes when they left the inn. so it took a while, but a light went on. I said, well, maybe we should print a book. And so we had our first book. It was A Year of Teas at the Elmwood Inn. And it's now sold over 50,000 copies and keeps on going because it is a primer for people who want to start a tea room. And when I go with Tea Time Magazine across the country into tea shops and places where we're producing stories, I'll go into the kitchen and there will be Shelley's book with egg and flour all over it. And I know it's been well used. And so
that's the best sign of a good book.
It's a sign of a good book. And so we honor that. And so she did 3 of those. And then we loved England. So we did this beautiful pictorial book where I'd go every 2 years to England and photograph tea rooms. And so that was called The Great Tea Rooms of Britain. And then we did The Great Tea Rooms of America. And during all that time in England, I got to know my great tea author friend, is Jane Pettigrew in London. So we've been friends now, since 1994. And we've produced 6 different books. And probably our best known book is The New Tea Companion, which if you go into Twining's shop in London and you have a question about tea, they'll pull that book out and answer your question from that book.
I have several copies in my house.
Well, I appreciate that. And so now we have the 3rd edition of that book is out. And it was just right before the pandemic, was purchased by a Chinese publisher and has been translated into Chinese and is now being circulated in China as well.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you. I can't wait to get back to China to actually talk with my Chinese friends there. So we're looking forward to that.
That is very exciting. And I guess coupled with that is, it's printing of books, yes, but it's about education, right?
It is. When you're trained as an educator, you are an educator your entire life. You never stop that. So even in our shop here, our retail shop, before the pandemic, we were doing monthly classes where people would come from, a 5-state region just to come in for classes and for 20 years, we did a starter 3-day course for people who wanted to be jump started into the world of tea. And so we trained over 350 budding tea entrepreneurs during that run. So that was fun as well. My favorite thing these days, I just finished in January, a 3-week course on Okakura Kakuzo and his influence on art, architecture, and spirituality of Boston at the turn of the 20th century. So this is the 2nd time I've taught that class here.
Sorry, stop. 1 second. The influence of Okakura Kakuzo on Boston?
On Boston, yes. So, see, a lot of people don't know that he came to Boston in 1903 And he became the spiritual guru of Isabella Stewart Gardner, who has the Gardner Museum is one of the great museums of New England. She even gave him a little place in her mansion where he could have a retreat. And then he was working just down the street from her at the Museum of Fine Arts, where he was the Asian arts curator. So the Book of Tea sprang from so many people asking him to interpret Zen Buddhism or interpret tea to the way he was living. Because here he was, a Japanese man who wore beautiful Japanese traditional clothing, but spoke perfect English and could quote Shakespeare or the Bible as well as anyone in Boston. And he was just the person everybody wanted to have at their dinner table. So he was there for 14 years in Boston, and made a great influence on the art and architecture. Frank Lloyd Wright, George O'Keeffe, yeah. It goes on and on. The people he influenced over his lifetime there.
What a fascinating course. And where do you lecture this?
I'm in the town of Danville, and here we have the best liberal arts college in Kentucky. It's called Centre, CENTRE.
Right.
And so it's in the art history department. And for 3 weeks, every year, we take 18 students to Boston, where they are in residence for a few days. We go into the archives, and we touch the things that Okakura touched there at the MFA or at the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. So it's fascinating.
That you're allowed to do that is astounding more than anything else. Right? I mean, that you're permitted to, is...
Well, yes, it's because we've worked up relationships with the curator there. Yeah. And he's responsible for the MFA in Boston having the largest collection of Asian art outside of Asia.
So, how have you seen? You've obviously been doing this for a while, and as I think I said this to both Sebastian and to Shunan earlier. U.S. is tea country, and they have the benefit of being in the Northeast, but you're in iced tea country, dear sir.
Yes, I'm in ice. If I go to a family reunion, I have to take my own tea because I cannot drink the sweet tea that is usually offered there. So and of course here in Kentucky, we're known for a different beverage. It's called bourbon. And if I'm not giving lectures on tea, I'm giving lectures on bourbon. And occasionally I'll mix the two together and do a lecture on pairing tea and bourbon. That's always
Oh,
fun.
that's a good one.
But the tea industry can learn a lot from the bourbon industry, because we use terms here in the bourbon industry like single barrel,
right?
Which would be like maybe single garden, and we really focus on the unblended bourbons as well, and tasting them for their own inherent beauty before you add other things to them. So we do a lot of that in the bourbon industry, and that transfers the way I talk about tea in the same direction.
Mm-hmm. And again, it's so much of what I was just saying earlier. I think it was again with Shunan and Sebastian and Kevin as well, that these are all transferable things. We're not recreating wheels here. We're not recreating concepts. We're not recreating methods. We're not recreating customers. It's the exact same thing. We just have to learn to talk about tea in the same way that we prize and talk about so many of these other products.
Right.
But for your customers at the inn, I can only imagine that must have been a huge learning curve.
Well, it was because people knew nothing about tea.
Yeah.
And people would come, and this was by reservation, 4-course English style afternoon tea. We always offered unlimited pots of tea. What was ever on the menu, you could drink tea until you couldn't drink anymore. So there was no limit on the teas, which meant that people sampled more and more teas. I always get upset with tea shops or tea rooms that maybe only offer 1 or 2 teas or charge you for an extra pot or something. Let them drink tea. because the more tea they drink, the more tea they're going to buy. And that's what we saw over the years. People would go out the door and we would talk to them and say, well, they would say, I've never drank tea in my life other than iced tea, but today I drank 2 pots of tea. What did you do to this? Where could I get this?
Magician, you, what did you do?
I'm an alchemist here. So what happened was, people would say, for the first year or two, they'd say, where can I get tea like this? And we'd say, you can't buy it anywhere. So finally, again, a light went on to say, maybe we should offer tea for people to take home. And so we did, and we started packaging teas. And that then eventually turned into a wholesale enterprise as well.
So you started originally as a tea room. You weren't actually selling the tea, besides obviously to drink.
That's right.
Okay.
That's how naive we were back in 1990 when all this started.
You had no idea what you were.
We had no idea that people would want to buy tea to take home. Although every time we would go to England, we'd bring home suitcases of tea. You see, and so I remember that when we started, we offered 4 different teas. And and
today,
and today, it's over 150 different teas to choose from. But we've seen this. It's fascinating the way consumers, and especially men, because for years people didn't pay attention to men. They all thought this is a frou-frou women's Victorian thing. And we soon got out of that mode and realized that men really are very fascinated by tea. They study it, and when they buy tea, they don't buy 1 tea. They'll buy 4 teas because they want to take it home and they want to share it with their friends and they want to compare and all these kind of things. So it's fascinating now to see a pickup truck here in the middle of Kentucky pull into my parking lot, and a man get out with his Wellingtons and his work coat on, and he'll come in and he'll say, I'm here to buy that tea that begins with the letter P, but I don't know anything else about it. I said, Pu'er? That's it. That's what I'm supposed to be drinking. And so when you can make a change like that in the middle of Kentucky, things are happening. So that's exciting.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think that, pigeonholing people and pigeonholing customers is the worst mistake that you can make, especially if you're in retail. Don't ever assume you know who that person is.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Yeah, and then the other thing that I do too is I have around the room here, I have photographs that I've shot in tea gardens all over the world. So that always starts a conversation. So people will look up and they'll say, or if I'm selling them a Darjeeling, I say, well, it comes from that garden right there. Or that Sri Lankan tea comes from Lover's Leap. That's the estate right over there. And so they look up and they'll get fascinated. These are people who actually pick that tea, and they are drawn to the provenance of it, and they fall in love with the images of those people on the other side of the world who work so hard to produce their tea. And it's that emotional impact that we make with people that will change their tea drinking habits.
Yeah. It's that emotional connection that you're talking about is inherently part of tea drinking, whether people know it or not.
Exactly.
So, I need a cup of coffee, but I want a cup of tea. We use very, very different language when we talk about these 2 beverages.
Right.
I enjoy my cup of coffee, but I've never gotten to a stage in my day where I say, oh, I really want a cup of coffee, but I do that with tea, right?
Well, I've weaned a lot of coffee drinkers off of coffee, and they come in oftentimes to say, I need to quit drinking so much coffee.
Yeah.
Show me the way of tea. And that's just wonderful. I always say that the only thing that coffee and tea people have in common is hot water, because they're 2 completely different lifestyles.
Yeah.
So I think we've come a long way in introducing tea to a coffee world.
The North American coffee world.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's right.
because I've said this as well before. I was, I think it was an interview I did for World Tea News, where the question I was asked was whether I thought, tea would ever reach coffee. And my response, whenever I'm asked that question, is we already have, just to be clear, tea is the second most consumed beverage in the world. Just because it's not the second most consumed beverage in North America or the Western world does not mean that it hasn't already reached coffee. It has.
Right.
Globally, it surpassed coffee.
Right.
We just need to catch up in the rest of the in this part of the world.
I just did a TV interview in Boston, and there's the whole subject on that was why did we become a country of coffee drinkers,
right,
rather than tea drinkers? And it's complicated, but the Boston Tea Party, all that rigmarole about George III's taxes did have a lot to do with it, and that was maybe the start of it. But it tried to make a comeback in the early part of the 20th century, but then Norwood Pratt and I often say that tea just lost its romance for a long time. It became all about the cheapest tea for the most colored cup, and it just lost its romance. And finally, over the past 25 years, we're starting to see that romance come back to us. And that's exciting.
There's some, I just said this earlier, I think that there's a lot of exciting things happening. There's a lot of innovation happening. And there's also, different industries that are paying attention to this product now.
Yes.
It's not necessarily just the world of tea that are innovating it. It's other industries like the sports industry, like the wellness industry, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
And I think that's all positive for tea all around.
One of the most exciting projects I've had in the past few years has been, I was approached by a Chinese company in 2017. They owned 400 fashion stores across China, and they wanted to introduce a line of tea into their stores.
Right.
So they invited me to come to Shanghai and to design a line of teas for their summer 2018 runway show.
Okay.
So we were talking to Stefan and other folks about tea industry coming together and sharing things.
Yeah.
So here's what I did. I went over. They gave me all their boards and fabrics and colors and ideas and all those kind of things. So I had a year to come up with a line of 20 different teas.
Wow.
To coordinate with that runway show. So I came back to Kentucky and started working on it. So I reached out to my friends in Hamburg. Hamburg has been blending teas and botanicals for years. So I invited my Shanghai friends to meet me in Hamburg. And so I took my recipes. We went to Hamburg. We just played. I call it the Willy Wonka land of tea. We just played there for a couple of days in the laboratories and perfected the blends that would go with their runway show. And then we had them blended in Hamburg, shipped to Shanghai, where they were beautifully packaged, drop dead gorgeous packages. And then we go back in 2018 summer for the runway show with 87 international models, buyers from Milan and Paris, and we set up pop-up tents and stores with tea, and everybody goes home with a beautiful box set of all these teas. So it was a creative melding of fashion and tea and art all together. And that's what I love to see is all these things coming together.
And it must have been magical when it did.
It really was. So
yeah.
That was really fun.
What a fascinating life you've led so far, Bruce.
Well,
there's so much more to come.
There's more to come. There's more to come.
And more to come. Oh, I wasn't suggesting it was done. Don't you?
No, I do. My wife Shelley and I are moving towards retirement in the fact that we don't have to be here every day for the business operation. So my son continues to run all that and with the staff, and so we're free now to go out and do the fun things that we love to do.
Like teas for fashion shows.
Exactly.
So, Bruce, you have been watching, so you know that Marcel Proust is up next. And my question for
let me
you...
just say that Okakura Kakuzo and was influencer of Proust as well.
Well, there you go. Then we've gone full circle. So my question for you, Bruce, is other than where you are currently, if you could live anywhere in the world, where would it be?
You know, we were in Vienna 2 weeks ago. We hadn't been to Vienna since 1979, and it's one of my favorite cities in the world. It is so beautiful. And if you're a musician, you're drawn there because we were at the Vienna Philharmonic concert in that beautiful hall. We heard an organ concert at St. Stephen's Cathedral. Every place you go, it's such a culturally rich city and a beautiful walking city. I mean, they love parks. They love good food. They love their coffee in their coffee shops and their strudels. But also in our hotel there, every morning they brought us for breakfast a tea properly made in an iron pot. Nice. And we had several to choose from. Because usually when we travel, we take our own tea. But there at the Park Hyatt in Vienna, they made perfect tea for us. And wow, that's perfect. That's what we love to see.
So Vienna is your choice.
It is, yeah.
All right. Well, you know what, Maestro, that makes perfect sense, I believe, because I have been to Vienna and I can totally understand how, as a music person, that's where you would just be drawn to.
Exactly, yeah.
So, dear sir, I say happy International Tea Day to you. Thank you for joining me with that very beautiful cup.
There's
gorgeous.
Elizabeth and George.
Yeah. Thank you for what you bring to the world of tea, not only what you have done and what you've already brought, but what you continue to bring, because it's so important to continue to do what it is that you do. Thank you.
And we always will say, it's our company's motto, is that for us, tea is a lifestyle. It's not a commodity. Cheers.
I will definitely drink to that. Cheers. Thanks. Take care, Bruce.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Tea should be a lifestyle, and I agree with that. And I think that everybody who's been on my sofa so far would absolutely agree that it is a lifestyle that you are dragged into, sometimes kicking and screaming, but you never, ever, ever leave. And with that, I welcome my next guest. Hi, Chris.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Hanging in there. It's a beautiful day here in Seattle, so can't complain. And a cup of tea on International Tea Day sounds just right to me.
Well, there you go. I see the sun shining in your background, so that is nice to see. So, Chris, tell everybody who you are. I know, but they need to know.
Hi, everybody. My name is Christopher McNitt. I am the tea development lead here at Starbucks. But my tea journey really started when I was 8 years old. My parents started a tea company in West Palm Beach, Florida. I was raised in that business and ultimately ended up joining that business at the age of 19 and did tea blends for them and quality and really just found out that I had a knack for that sort of thing. And then obviously 5 years ago now, I transitioned to taking those same skills to Starbucks. So I've dabbled in kind of the small business world and the more corporate world, and both in relation to tea. And so it's been an exciting tea journey thus far. So
it sounds like an exciting journey. So you were doing tea blending before you got into Starbucks. So let's start there. Tell me about that. Why? You say that you had a natural, expand.
Well, I think so. The company's Teas Etc. And so I happened to be working for them and had some pu'er and thought, how do I make this accessible to everyone, right? Because sometimes I wonder with tea if there aren't barriers of entry
Yeah.
that are kind of stopped up by pretension. And
Mhm.
so how do I make pu'er accessible to everyone? And so I had an idea about a chocolate orange, the holiday chocolate orange that you like smash and then eat the slivers off of, and
Right.
pu'er, chocolate orange. So I put it all together and it worked, and never really looked back from there. Just started making more and more things and thinking through how I could take tea, the underlying tea characteristics that I tasted when I'm drinking a straight tea, like the Baochong that I'm drinking now, and make them so expressive that everyone gets to experience what those flavors are, but just more pronounced, so that everyone has access to that experience.
So, I mean, it's because, I mean, when you're talking about something like a pu'er, it's got such a distinct earthiness to it that, I mean, let's face it, you either love it or you hate it, right? I mean, I love it. So I'm going to use words like, you know, beets and, like you said, chocolate and earthy, etc. But if I didn't, I'd call it dirt.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, yeah, totally.
They're both right. I mean, dirt is right as well. It's not wrong, but it's not. It doesn't exactly evoke a desire to go and have a cup of that. So, but by blending it with something that is accessible, you open it up to a whole new group of people.
Right. And that's the point, is like,
Yeah.
everyone's tea journey starts somewhere.
Yes.
Right. And it's an incremental thing. It's one step at a time. You know, the old adage, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So if we give someone an access point, right, to enter the world of tea, I think that really helps for people to understand and enter and have a familiarity. Everybody knows chocolate.
Right.
So if that's an access point for people, then that
Yeah.
allows for them to come into the world and maybe let down their guard a little bit and really kind of play in the space and find some things. And at the end of the day, I've seen people who have tea journeys that are just that. They find the thing that they like, and then they just continue to drink it. And then I see the people who want to explore more, and then the people who want to explore most. And so it allows for everyone it opens up the circle of the number of people who can really come into the tea space.
So you just described, you know, how you got from pu'er to chocolate to orange and combining that together. And you make it sound very easy. And I appreciate that maybe it comes very naturally to you. But blending is a skill and it's an art in and of itself, right?
Yes.
So explain that art.
Now we're talking about very deep things. I think the way that I would describe the art of blending is it's about, once again, it's circling back to that expression of what's already there. I'm not taking something in the tea and trying to make it, so taking a green tea and trying to make it taste like something that it isn't, right? It's, I taste a floral, a jasmine note, or whatever it is, butter, chestnut. We can go through so many different flavor profiles, and then saying, how do I make that so that everyone can taste that particular note? And then arranging things that have analogous components in order to create that space where they have access to experience that particular note that I want them to. In the case of the pu'er, a lot of people speak to dirt. A lot of people say earthy. Leather is another word that you see thrown around in relation to pu'er. But what I tasted was there's an underlying chocolate note in that particular pu'er. So how do I make that chocolate note something that everyone can experience? Well, I don't know, throw some chocolate pieces in there and some orange peel, and you find kind of the right mode to get to that space of really having something that's very expressive and accessible to people.
And I think what's really important in what you've said is that it's about bringing out what's already there, as opposed to changing it or masking it or altering it in any way at all. It's about celebrating what already exists, right?
100%. The celebration piece, I think, it's a celebration and a respect for the people who are up the chain from me, right? So I'm getting a finished product in and of itself, and then making it more accessible for people. And so if you respect the work and the dignity of those who had their hands on the leaf before, I think that it's very natural to have to take that work and effort and really try and maximize it so that everyone can enjoy that work and effort, even if they don't necessarily meet the person who made it or know about those places and spaces.
So let's talk about that, because obviously today I've been celebrating, bringing out or showing sort of this chain, all of these links in the chain, and we've now reached. We started this morning with Eastern Produce of actual producing of teas, and we met a few of those, and brokers and importers and packers, etc. And we've now reached the point. You are the last point to the consumer, right? And I mean, we've had a few people before you, or just before you, in the very niche specialty area of that next step to the consumer. And you're now in a company that is, I would say, one of the most recognizable brands in the world. And there's a lot that comes with that. There's a lot that's expected of that, and I mean, I'm gonna throw around the word responsibility, I guess, as well, right? So, how do you think a company like Starbucks has impacted tea for consumers?
The way that I would say is that if we look at, I'll give a more abstract answer, but I'll start with kind of a specific example.
Yeah.
If we look at matcha, particularly matcha imports into North America, in the U.S. in particular, we have watched drastic growth of those imports over time.
Yeah.
I would contend that on a micro scale, on a very specific scale, the size of our footprint for retail space has allowed us to be a very active part of that growth as it relates to it becoming a ubiquitously understood product that is matcha. Matcha, which isn't necessarily so easy to grasp on its face. I think there's been a proliferation, and I think we've been a very big part of that particular piece. In the abstract, I think that it's a mission and values thing, nurturing the human spirit and really looking at it, one cup, one neighborhood, one person at a time. If we really look into what those words mean, and we often think about that in terms of how we approach our work in the tea space, I think that keeping those things at the forefront helps to make sure that we're making the right decisions on quality and making the right decisions on what to bring to consumers, and to really find those avenues to give them the best experience that they can possibly have. And that's tea, but that's also beverages. And so it's not, there's kind of two end products of the chain, the tea itself, and then the beverages that are made from said tea. And so lots of different spaces to play and give people access points for their own tea journey, right?
Yeah.
It all circles back to everyone's individual tea journey, and how do you make that tea journey something that's easily accessible and fun.
And I think I have to say that I would say that that's one of the things that Starbucks has done remarkably well is what you talked about earlier in terms of making it accessible, right? Matcha on its own, if who knew, who in North America, who in the Western world knew what matcha was? Most people, if they would have had it even in its pure form, probably would have turned their nose up at it because it's too grassy, it's too vegetative. There's nothing that they can identify with this. And I spoke with somebody, I think it was Hong this morning from Vietnam, about especially, you know, our Western palates, we associate bitter with something bad. It's not something, we don't appreciate the flavor of bitter as something desirable. And everybody would have said, yeah, no, thank you. And I'm willing to venture that if I would go out onto the street right now, there isn't a person that I could pass that wouldn't know what a matcha latte is. Everybody knows what it is. And that accessibility, I think, is extraordinary. And I think that that's one of the great things about how a company like Starbucks has made this product, and yeah, we're talking about one particular product right now, accessible to a much bigger market. And by doing what I've been talking about with a number of people today, and that's making tea fun.
Yeah, right? It's all about fun. Once again, tea journeys are such an important part, and the more that we stick our pinkies up when we drink tea, and the more we don't say this boat is for everyone and everyone can, you know, I always tell people I haven't found a person who isn't a tea drinker, even if they don't drink tea right now. I can find and or make a tea that they will drink and enjoy. Right. And so it's really about an effort and an access point and bringing people into the fun of it and drinking tea for fun. It's not enough to just drink tea for, you know, every time that tea gets associated, sometimes I think we get lost in the health benefits side of it and health and wellness and all that stuff. And at the end of the day, you know, I'll go back to being, you know, younger and seeing people who came to buy tea for health benefit reasons and then never seeing them again. The people who came back and returned and continued to buy tea were the people who enjoyed tea for what tea was. Exactly. And, you know, I'm going to steal this from my folks, but, you know, the greatest benefit of tea is it requires that you take a moment for yourself.
Right.
And no truer words have ever been spoken on the benefits of tea.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I absolutely. And, you know, we said this earlier as well, is that, you know, health might be, it's possible that health might be what brings somebody into a shop, whatever shop that may be, but health alone isn't going to keep them there. Health alone isn't going to keep them coming back, because the next health trend, the next health whatever is out there is going to get their attention, and off they go. It's the lifestyle, it's the fun, it's the I like it because it's my beverage of choice. Yay me that it's also good for me, but I drink it because I like it, not because it's good for me.
Yeah, that's the value add, not the core reasoning.
That's a really, really good way to put it. So we talked about you know, how you've impacted the tea story, and I think it's a big impact, and I think it's a good thing to celebrate that and to embrace that, because it really is. But there are also challenges in you know, in being the name that you are, and you know, within that industry. So as I said earlier, there are, you know, how you impact, and everything that you do has a huge reverberation, like making matcha a household word. But it also has challenges, because it has then, you know, other types of expectations. So what would you say that is?
I think that consistency is always a thing that we have to think about. The same customer experience. So this could be on the tea product side. This could be on the interpersonal side. I think one of the great strengths that Starbucks brings is the interpersonal relationships that baristas build with their customer base.
Right.
And so that's another aspect of it, right? So it's that enjoyable experience on top of having a really enjoyable tea product when they go to the stores that is the same tea product that they expect and meets their expectations every single time. I think those are two aspects that really can, making sure at scale, 32,000 stores in 80 countries. I mean, making sure that you have that consistent experience is certainly a challenge. And then there's the supply chain side.
Right.
How do you get that? How do you find that right, great quality that you can deliver every single time in every single store?
In every single country.
Yeah, in every single country.
Yeah.
And then there's obviously, regulations. So, this tea can't go there and that tea can't go there. I don't know how much people experience that on a daily basis, but that is certainly another space in which we have challenges and have to navigate trying to create similar experiences with very different teas. And so I just think that, it keeps us on our toes for sure. Keeps us on our toes for sure. And I think that from the supply chain and the partnerships that we have to leverage in order to deliver these things globally and making sure that those qualities are right. I mean, there's a lot to do.
A lot of moving pieces when you've got that many shops, for sure. What is the one myth that you want what's the one myth you would want to dispel for everybody of what people assume Starbucks is about?
I'm not sure that I can speak to myths about Starbucks.
Okay.
I can speak to myths about the tea team at Starbucks. So, there's a very small global team that deals with tea globally and is dedicated to tea as a product that we deliver to the teams in international markets, and there are 5 of us. So it's a very small, yes. Yep, one hand. Yeah. So it's a very small team. We're a very small team relative to the size of Starbucks, but we really are dedicated and passionate about what we do. And so we really dig into all the ways in which we can deliver things efficiently and at the same quality every single time. So
I love that. 5. I would have, you learn something new every single day that you're alive. You truly do. I had no idea. I did not I knew you were a small team, but I didn't realize that you were only 5. What is your favorite blend that you have made besides your chocolate pu'er orange?
I would have to say that it's like picking between, I don't know how you pick between creations, but
okay, let me ask you differently. Which one has surprised you the most?
Well, I think the one that surprised me the most is when we did a coffee cherry chai in our Japan roastery. So we delivered a tea that had cascara in it and was a chai style blend that we were able to deliver into that roastery space. So kind of unifying all of the aspects of Starbucks, which is your coffee, obviously cascara. The original sign had coffee, tea, and spices in it. So it has some tea, it has some coffee, and it has some spices. And so it's kind of this great unification of all things.
That's a really good one. So for those of you that haven't tried cascara, it's the husk, right? It's the coffee husk itself that's being used that is steeped as tea, and it doesn't taste like coffee. So anybody who thinks it doesn't, it's got no coffee taste to it, but it has there's like it's cherry. There's a sweetness. There's a sweet sourness in cascara that is really, really interesting and beautiful.
And not dissimilar to rosehip.
Yes. Yeah. And rosehip is so one of the things that I always tell people if they want to start to try to blend, and I know you'll agree with this, is that you need to understand what individual flavors taste like on their own before you can learn to combine them.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a good starting point.
Yeah.
Then again, there's the other school of thought where you just throw it all together and wing it. And
yes, except that you don't know how to fix something if you don't know.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Right? I mean,
100%.
you could luck out and end up with a great product from the very beginning. But and one of those things is even individual ingredients like the botanicals, because we think we know what things taste like, but the truth of the matter is that there are a lot of botanicals that most people have never tasted on their own. And rosehip is a really good example of that. Rosehip to me tastes like tomato water.
I've never thought of it that way.
And I may be the only one, but.
And I think because I view it in a utility, in more of a utilitarian space, and less necessarily about like the specific flavor. In a lot of cases, rosehip is color. Rosehip can give body and mouthfeel, and so it's not necessarily the driver of flavor. So I think that that's another thing that we can kind of split out when we look at like herbs, because certain herbs are for visual, certain herbs are for oral sensations as opposed to actual taste. And so understanding those nuances, it becomes starting to slice things out a little bit finer than you necessarily would. But once again, you do this long enough, you just kind of absorb the knowledge, I guess.
Art that you make look effortless. I've said this a few times today. It's a special thing. Are you excited about the future of what's happening in tea?
I'm always excited. I'm an eternal optimist, and I know that there are headwinds. I think that how connected we are as an industry, the more we can do that level of connection, the more that we can kind of drive things forward and develop new things and really help to innovate, I think the better off we'll be. I think there are lessons out there, and there are challenges in other commodities, most assuredly. But I think that in the tea space, we actually have lessons in success and directionally have things to point at and look at that could potentially be avenues for exploration that could help to create more differentiation between the more commoditized areas and the more specialty areas. You just look at some of the famous teas that are out there, and you can see people who are finding lots of value in their leaves, right? And so how do we help people unlock what's innately interesting about tea and tea processing? And then also, how do we unlock the next way to process? How do we create the special thing that goes on in Sri Lanka? How can they have something that's completely uniquely them? And they do already, but how do you potentially do that to a greater extent? I think that pushing on all the levers is potentially a way for us to help, create lots of levels of distinction so that everyone has value in the chain. Because once again, the more you think of it all as black tea, the more it all flows into the same pot, and the prices go down. The more you say that is a Sri Lankan tea, and that is a Kenyan tea, and that is an Assam tea, the more those things become so distinct as to not be associated with the other. So
elevating the product every step of the way. Totally agree with you. Okay, dear Chris, it's time for your Proust question. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, what are we giving you? No, had that a few times. Okay, let's do this one. Christopher McNitt, if you could change one thing about yourself, what would it be?
I don't know. I'm pretty content. I would say that a better understanding earlier about a better appreciation for the journey earlier in life.
That's a good one. I like that one. That's a very good one. See, everybody thinks that they don't have an answer, but they always have answers to everything. So I raise my cup to you, Chris, and say Happy International Tea Day. Thank you so much for joining me on my virtual sofa. And thank you to the work that you do, not only in the blending that you do and what you do within tea, but also I think I raise my cup to Starbucks, the company that you are currently, your journey is in at the moment, because I think that the scope and size and impact that a company like that has within the tea world is something that elevates everybody in tea. And I say thank you to the work that you do there.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Take care.
Have
Bye,
a good
Chris.
one. Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. I am on my 6:30 clue. The 6:30 clue for Teasel is 29 down, and the clue is propagating tea from cuttings. 29 down is propagating tea from cuttings. And with that, I am going to pop up 1, 2, 3 guests.
Wow.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello to
Dr.
Yan Li.
Yes.
Hello to Zen, and hello to Phil. How are you all?
We're great.
Good. How are you?
I am really good. So I'll get to you in a minute. You're in your car, and that's because you're in the Ottawa region as well.
You got it.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
I know.
Yeah, we
So
got a.
hats off to you. But John Lee, you are dialing in from China.
I'm gonna be the translator
translate?
because my mom doesn't speak English.
Okay.
妈，她在问你，就是你现在在哪里？
我现在是在福建省安溪县铁观音的产地。
My mom is at Anxi County, which is the production region of 铁观音 of oolong tea.
Of oolong tea. Well, you can tell your mom that I love her already because they're my favorite teas in the whole wide world.
Oh wow! 她就是她最喜欢的一个茶，她非常开心在安溪现在。
And I say that because, and I should never ever admit what my favorite teas are because that's generally against the rules if you're in tea. But I say that because I have the deepest of respect and admiration for the art of making oolong.
他说他不应该说他最喜欢的茶是什么，因为这个一般都很难说。然后他真的是非常尊重乌龙的这个制作方式，而且非常喜欢乌龙茶。
I hope you're translating what I've said. I don't know.
I think so. Yeah, I'm doing. Hopefully I'm doing a good job.
I don't doubt for a moment that you are. So, Jen and Phil, tell me about your company. Tell me what it is that you do. Tell me how you started, because as I said to everybody, you're in Ottawa, so you're here in Canada. To explain to everybody why they're in a car, as I mentioned earlier, we had massive storms in Ontario on Sunday. Huge weather warnings, trees ripped out from the ground, and all kinds of power lines down. And Ottawa was really badly affected.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is where you found Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So just to give a bit of context, we actually did lose. We're all okay. For those who are wondering, our house is fine. So but we don't have power. We haven't had power for a couple of days, and indeed the Wi-Fi is out, the LTE is out in our home region. So we drove to a nearby park, and we had to make this happen. We're so excited. So here we are.
Well, thank you. Thank you for making it happen. Tell everybody about your company. What is it that you do? And
our company is called Zhentea, and we specialize in tasting great Chinese tea. It's kind of interesting how it all gets started. I have been a tea drinker, and for tea drinker, tea is like a daily essentials. I want tea every day. And before I came to Canada, when I was in China, we heard that tea has become more and more popular, and you can get tea anywhere you go. So I didn't pack much tea with me when I come here to study. And part of what I heard was correct, which I have access to teas in supermarket and tea stores. The other part I didn't know is I couldn't find the tea that fits in my criteria. So a lot of commodity teas, but I love tasting great, really quality teas. So I have problem finding those ones. And when I finished the school with my mom and Phil's encouragement, we started a tea business called Zhentea. And we specialize in those teas that really bring you the tasting experience and teas that really leave China.
So it was out of necessity because you needed good tea.
Yes. Simply speaking, initially, yes.
And then as we explored, we realized there's this whole niche of tasting great tea that's not really getting out of China, and people did seem to be hungry for a certain niche.
I was in doubt initially because it's so personal and it's such a niche. But throughout the year, with customers' feedback as well as the tea lovers we met alongside the road, I'm very confident that this is something people are asking for. There are people looking for quality tea. Yeah, it has been a very fantastic journey. Like I never imagined this.
When did the two of you start your business here in Canada?
2014.
2014. So you're still a baby.
Yeah.
You're still a baby. And your mom, tell me, she's in the area that produces tea Guan Yin, and what's her tea story?
Yeah. 妈，她问你就是你和茶园有点什么不解之缘呢？
我以前虽然喜欢喝茶，也很喜欢旅游。然后呢，在上个世纪90年代，我才开始进入这个茶的行业，才有机会到茶园去考察。
She has been loving drinking tea and loving travel, but not until in the 90s when she started to be part of the industry, she has the chance to finally explore the tea regions.
Okay, so she got into tea in 94?
In the 90s.
Yeah, in the 90s.
Yeah.
Okay. And you, Phil, you grew up, you're a good Canadian boy, and you grew up on your the teas that we all grow up here on in the West.
Sure, Red Rose maybe.
Sure.
I mean, to be honest, I was a pretty meat and potatoes coffee drinker before I met Jen. And, I'd heard of tea. I had had a few, probably the finest tea I had tried up until the point I met Jen was something maybe from Murchie's, if anybody remembers that wonderful shop up in Vancouver. But what a world it's been. So my role has been to really to reflect the questions and to kind of bring out the questions that sort of my fellow tea drinkers who are getting into tea, because I have all the same questions or have had them over the years. So that's been my role. Yeah.
So you're the one who's coming into this with fresh eyes, completely fresh eyes.
Yeah,
but also
like
the perspective of your customers, right?
exactly, yeah, and kind of with a bit of compassion too, because once you, as you know, right, once you fall into the rabbit hole, it's like, whoa, there's really no bottom, which is great because some people are looking for that kind of experience where they can dig deeper and go further, and other times people are just looking for something to feel a specific taste or a flavor. So I can hold myself back sometimes if I have to.
So we're talking about in normal times. I'm not talking about obviously during COVID times. It's travel has been impossible, but you go to China quite regularly.
Well, yeah, we had initially we go once a year. At least Jen goes, and in 2018 and 2019, I was able to go over to China and enjoy the several different tea regions. It's been spectacular.
So tell everybody about your business model, because you're sourcing direct from China. Is it only Chinese teas that you import?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we're sort of the niche in the niche, right? We're tasting grade fine Chinese tea. So the model is to bring sort of authentic teas from China, to source them. So we've got Jian Li, who is completely entrenched in the Chinese tea market since the 90s, and so when I went over, I got to see what it is that she does, and it's pretty hard to sum up the depth of her experience. She's an author of 7 books. She's a certified I'm trying to get the term
China
right.
Certified tea master, tea appraisal master,
and a teacher for the people who are becoming certified tea tasters and tea masters. So her role is really, so rather than just going and looking for tasting great tea, she's actually getting called out to visit farmers and producers to assist with their tea production. So it's one of the biggest things I probably learned is the remoteness of China is very profound and hard. It was hard for me to understand. Jen told me there are really remote villages that can't get their tea out. I'm like, okay, remote villages. I kind of picture a remote village, what that means to me.
Yeah.
Then we got there and I hear stories about it takes, to travel 20 kilometers takes 5 hours. We're talking back in the late 90s. Like just for 200 kilometers in 5 hours is unimaginable for us. 20 kilometers, I didn't misspeak, in 5 hours. So you have these villages that Jian Li fell in love with because the people, she's living with them, she's eating with them, she's making tea with them, and they're maybe having they're making a great tea and it's just not getting out there. So she has this desire to bring that out. So her role, we're actually an echo of her role in China, was to get these teas out of the backwoods of China and into the mainstream in China. We're the global echo of that. We're getting the teas now, these great teas, masterfully crafted by people with a similar passion that Jian Li has, a real passion for the tea, because crafting a great tea, it's not always the most economical. It's often not the most economical option. So it's a real passion and a drive that leads somebody to do this. And so she's going there, and not just to find a good tea, but to actually assist these people because of her experience across all the variety of tea types. She might be able to notice that there's this part of the process or that part of the process is extremely technical. I mean, she's got the laser gun out measuring the temperature of the wok when they're pan frying. She's getting her hand in there. She's eating the leaf as it's being processed. She's talking with the farmers or having a conversation constantly, because it's a colloquial language. The village has their own way of describing the process. It's been passed down generation to generation. So she's got to learn their terms so that she can speak in the more professional terms that she's come to know with her breadth of experience. and then convey the information back to them in their language, so that, you know, it's a win-win, right? We get a great tea from that producer, and that producer can now make a great tea and go to market with something stronger. It's absolutely, it's heartwarming for me. And as well as it's like learning through a fire hose when I'm out there. I mean, the amount of information is staggering.
It's fascinating, I think, and I love the words that you just used. That you're an echo of what Jen Lee is doing in China, and I just wanna find out, what is it that got your mom into this? Because getting into teas, I mean, she wasn't born into it. It's not she hasn't been in it for, you know, her whole life. So where did that passion come from? Like, how did she get into tea? Why tea?
Sorry, I just want to quickly explain. When you guys are talking, I'm also translating. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
on
know.
the phone, and my mom is gonna
Oh,
watch further.
okay.
So she could understand what we just roughly talked about. Yeah. So 妈，她问一下你是怎么进入这个茶叶这个行业，然后就是怎么来对去茶区这些事情这么如此的感兴趣和着迷的？
其实进入这个行业也是因为过去喜欢喝茶，然后我老家是江苏的，我们当时只是喝绿茶，而且其他的品种呢了解的不多。后来无意当中接触到其他的那些茶类之后，发现茶非常神奇，非常有意思。就开始去喝各种不同的茶，然后在喝的过程当中就发现，其实我应该去看看这个茶是怎么做出来的。
So my mom says she has been always a tea lover, and in our hometown, which is in Jiangsu province, most of the tea we drink is green tea. Then she, by some friends introduced her, she started to have a chance to drink different teas like oolong or black teas. That also made her felt really interested and wanted to explore a little bit more about the tea world, what's out there, and down that path gradually she's interested to know how the tea were made, where it's grown.
Did she but there's a great skill that she's obviously developed over the years, right? I mean, what you just described, Phil, in understanding, and obviously she's now at a point where she's teaching and she's certified and all the rest of that. But there's a process that she needed to go through to get there. I imagine, and it's actually a question, I would imagine that can only happen by being immersed in it. How did she do it? Is that how she did it? Was it an immersion in it? How did she become an expert?
他问你是如何成为一个茶叶专家的？
因为走了茶区之后，才发现中国是所有产茶的地方，其实都是在一些边远的地区，而且是一些山清水秀的地方，所以我呢也是乐此不疲。就在去茶区的这些过程当中，我跟他们同吃同住同劳动。然后看着他们怎么去做茶。
So most tea regions in China are in the rural mountainous area, and those areas also have very beautiful views and scenery. So she really enjoyed it. In the process, she also lives, eats, and work with the tea farmer, where she could learn a lot from them. And
so immersion, the best way to do
immersion.
it. Immersion, right in it. So how have you two found bringing this very, very specialized, I mean, your words, Phil, you're the specialty of the specialty. How have you found bringing that into this market, into this Canadian market?
It's been interesting, and like Jen said earlier, like it's been a great journey. I mean, customers have loved finding us, and the tea community has really they've been so wonderfully open and embraced us. Like it's been really really wonderful. I think it's an interesting market in that it's definitely growing. Like you commented that we're a baby as a company. By all means, we're definitely a baby. The tasting grade Chinese tea niche also seems to be a baby,
Yeah.
right? It's out there. I mean, the door has been cracked open. People are finding out about this, and you know, it's a really. I think it's shocking for people who are wine lovers or whiskey lovers, maybe even cigar lovers, anyone who's a taster, maybe it's a foodie, that the depth and the breadth, both aspects of tea, of even tasting great tea especially, are so deep. You know, you've got the 6 types, you've got in the 6 types thousands and thousands of different teas. I mean, it's been amazing finding people who are looking for that and sharing the knowledge with them too. Sharing Jianli's knowledge with them really has been just super exciting.
Do you see that market growing in Canada?
Oh, by all means.
Yeah.
And Canada and US and internationally, to be honest. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's certain nations that might be a little bit ahead of us. I don't have a great view into those, but I think Canada, the US, it's definitely growing.
Especially old times when we used to do more like tea festivals, that's a kind of intensive concentration of tea lovers. The level of knowledge, like we can really see the growth year after year.
It's definitely changed. I've heard that now from a few people in the Western markets, where they say exactly that, how over the years, how immensely it's changed, right? There was a time when if you would say to somebody, I'm in the tea business, it was like, okay, whatever. And now they're excited because they want to talk to you about the different types and what they've had. And maybe it was on a travel, or somebody brought them something, or they were in a specialty shop or a restaurant, or whatever the case may be. And that's when I think it becomes really interesting, because when people start to differentiate beyond black and green, and now know that there is an oolong and there is a white tea, you're taking them into they're now in that next stage where you now come along and say, within this world, there are so many different nuances and so many different varieties, right? Like now we're getting into the inside of the inside of the inside, right? And that's very cool. What are you drinking, Phil?
This is a black tea from Ansi Guanyin Home. So it's a black tea made with Te Guanyin cultivar, made by the producer where Jianli is sitting. So I wanted to kind of connect us. We haven't been together in so long. So it's really great to sit kind of on the virtual sofa with Jianli.
That is very cool. I've never, that's very cool. I'm going to have to try that. Has your mom been to Canada?
Yes, she has been here twice.
She's been here twice?
Yeah.
Hopefully
both in the winter for the snow.
I was just going to say, I hope not in the winter.
That's what we want. We're from the south, so she was so excited when she saw.
Yeah, I should explain something that I've learned about Jianli that's been wonderful and fascinating, is that she is a very adventurous spirit, and you could probably guess that by her, diving headlong into these remote mountains in China in the 90s. We had her in snowshoes. She was having so much fun in the snow. I mean, we had a great time.
I'm just meeting Jianli for the first time, and I can see what it is that you're describing, because it takes a very special person to do what she is doing, and not only to do what she's doing, but also that it's not an easy path, and to not only learn it, but to immerse herself in it, become an expert in it, and then want to help to bring that out, not just within China, but now through you beyond into the world. So she's doing a very, very special thing for her tea community and her world.
他说他虽然是第一次见到你，但是他能感觉到你是一个很特别的人，因为你整个茶的经历，你到处走，然后学习，然后成为专家，能帮助在中国的茶圈的人能够更多了解这些不为人知的茶，同时也把知识传给我们，然后在这边也帮助更多的人了解到中国的茶。
I'm fascinated to know what your mom did before tea.
他非常想知道在你做茶之前是干什么的。
Oh, we lost her. I think we lost her connection.
Yeah, I think so.
Darn, I was fascinated too. I actually never.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't even.
I don't know. I expect like lion wrangling, or I expect something really exciting.
I was really little, but my memory was fabric related, clothes
fabric related.
Okay.
She did make me those sleeves.
Right? Yeah.
She did make me a set of sleeves for cooking. When you do stir fry cooking, they have these sleeves they wear, which are awesome because you don't wreck your clothes. So she did make those.
Wreck your clothes. It's very, very clever. Well,
she's trying to reconnect.
Yeah. Well, we had her for a good long time, so I'm really glad that we were able to connect with her at all. I know that you were a little worried about that. Oh, there she is. Hang on. Let me add her back in.
Fingers crossed.
Oh,
yeah. Now you can ask her. What you do?
他很想知道你在做茶之前是做什么的。
现在网络不好。
网络不好啊？能听到吗？
我做茶之前，我是做。
She was about to answer. I was doing.
Oh. Well, it shall.
On our end.
That's okay. It shall remain a mystery.
I am gonna ask her through my cell phone, see if she can answer us.
Yes, and then let me know, because now we're all dying to know.
Right.
I'm fascinated by your mom, I have to say. I love your stuff and what you guys do, but I'm fascinated by your mom. I really truly am. That's amazing. Okay, so two of you. Maybe that's why your mom froze up. She didn't want to answer the Proust question.
Possible. Freeze again. It seems the internet is like she joined and it freeze again.
Yeah, no, she's frozen right now. So your Proust question is, and you can decide which one of you is going to answer first.
Okay.
What is your personal motto?
Oh my gosh.
Personal motto?
Personal motto. M-O-T-T-O.
Oh, motto.
Like, right? The sort of words you live by kind of thing?
Yeah.
I don't know how to say that in English. In Chinese, we say 尽人事听天命, means something like I do my best and let the universe handle the rest. Kind of
That's a good one. I like that. All right. Yeah. I do my best and the universe will take care of the rest. Okay.
Yeah, I like it too. Can't really steal that, can I?
And you cannot steal that, Phil. No.
I don't know. No. If at once you don't succeed, try again. I am persistent. I'm not very smart and I'm not very good at things the first time, but I keep trying, So hopefully that'll serve me well.
That is an excellent motto, and it's actually a really good way to live. It really, really is. And I think that the tea world probably does the same.
Right. That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, to all of you, to all three of you, Jen, Phil, and Jen Lee, thank you. I raise my cup and say happy Tea Day. Thank
We're just
you
going to
so
top
much.
up here.
Yes, top up quick. top up your beautiful teas that connect us with your mom in China. Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for making all the effort to join me today. I really, really appreciate it. I know it wasn't easy.
It was really our pleasure. We wouldn't have let it slip.
Aw, thank you. It's been lovely to have you, but I want to say thank you for being part of the supply chain. One of the things that I've been doing today is wanting to connect this chain and to have each of us appreciate the importance of what we all do, and bringing the specialty of specialty into this fine country is definitely part of that. And the great work that your mom does is, I truly honor and raise my cup to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers. Take care. See you soon.
See you soon, hopefully. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, that was a nice treat. Unfortunate that connections got lost, but that's okay. We got there in the end. So we are now traveling from China and Canada, and I'm just gonna zip on across, and I'm going to pick up, whoops, Thibaut in Australia. Hello.
Good morning.
It's Tuesday. I've been on for so long. Tuesday.
Congratulations. Good morning.
It's Tuesday. Good morning. You were with me when I started.
Yeah.
I hope you went to sleep.
Yeah, like it's funny because I actually fall asleep with you and wake up with you. Good morning again.
Wow.
So sweet.
It's been lovely going to sleep with you, Thibaut. Anyway,
how are you?
I am very good. I'm very, very good. It's really good to see you.
Really good to see
Before
you.
we get started, I have to read everybody the last clue from Teasel. The 7 o'clock clue is a full meal served with tea at tall tables. 45 down is full meal served with tea at tall tables. So Thibaut, tell everybody who you are and what you do.
All right, so I'm Thibaut. I am French. I'm sure can everybody guess with the name straight away. So I'm personally specialized in and been working in hospitality since, well, nearly 15 years now, especially in fine dining restaurants back in Europe, mostly in France. So I'm originally from the northern part of France. I moved quickly as well to the south, working as well in 3 Michelin stars and in the UK. When I was 21, to be like, oh, you know, classic French kind of sometimes be like, don't need to speak French, don't need to speak English. And then you realize, oh, I do need actually.
Yes, you do.
So quickly moved to the UK actually to be lucky enough to work with Estem Blumenthal. And actually, that's where I met as well Kevin Gascon. That we were working for the restaurant, and he was supplying all the teas. And that's where actually my passion for tea started as well. And then, you know, like everybody at one point in their life, we feel like it's time to move a little bit further. And then I moved to Australia, I would say 4 years ago now.
So I'm going to pause you right there just to make sure that everybody caught that. You were with Fat Duck, right?
Yeah, so I was working at the Fat Duck when they came back. So they spent a bit of time in Australia. This was like 5 years ago, and they came back to the UK to reopen the restaurant. And then the Fat Duck's been working for many years before that with Camellia Sinensis, supplying the selection of tea as well, and Gong Fu Cha ceremonies they were doing at the table. And then that's where every year usually Kevin used to go. I think he's still going as well, probably a bit less with COVID, like everybody. But every year Kevin was taking the time, of course, to go to Yorkshire, but he was also taking the time to come to Berkshire in the south and come to the Fat Duck for training for a day. And then every year was making the whole team, you know, traveling around the world with amazing tea, and also, of course, Darjeeling. So that's where really much my passion for tea started, and, you know, the connection between gastronomy and the fine dining world, and as well how tea can be bring to this high level at the same time, and recognition as well with what the farmer are doing.
So that's where you got stung by the tea bug.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the
You got
little
stung by
one,
the
the
tea
leaf
bug.
hopper again.
There you go, exactly. And for those that are listening that have never heard of Fat Duck is amongst the best restaurants in the world. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, like
Mhm.
used to be and is still very much like, you know, one of those places. So Houston, when started the Fat Duck back in the day, is very much the connection between food and science
Yeah.
together, and how to understand how the food and the flavor profile actually work together, and connection. Like some of the dishes will take 4 to 5 months to be created in a lab before to be on the menu, and sometimes spend a year in a lab to be finalized. And at the end, like, it's a crazy experience, of course. But it was very interesting for me how, you know, all the scientific part to create a dish, and at the same time we had like just a raw product and beautiful
Yeah.
drink we all love, and bring it to the table as well. It
Yeah.
was quite interesting, and also like for me, I drop into tea very much by the connection to people, but also the history behind it. I
Right.
just find that funny. I'm a country boy from north of France, and then, you know, when you read the story about, you know, all the dynasty and the change of tea as well, and how it affected the history in the world, and, you know, it brings you and it wants you to travel as well. So that's why
Yeah.
after that I decided to move to Australia.
Well, so that was my next question. How does a Frenchman who was in the UK end up in Australia?
And in Melbourne, where the weather is the same than the UK.
How does that happen?
So yeah, so I was like at the Fat Duck. I really enjoyed my time and everything, but at one time I was like, I wanted to get a little bit further, and get closer. In my mind, I don't know, I should have listened more to school. Be like more like Australia is not that close to China, and I was like, oh, it's maybe not so far, still a bit far. So the Fat Duck was actually for 8 months in Melbourne. And when I joined them, they were just coming back 2 months before that from Melbourne. So everybody was speaking about how the city is incredible, the mix of culture as well, the food scene and everything. So I decided to spend a bit of time, travel a little bit in China. So not to the tea plantation that time, but it was more like traveling to Beijing and discover like a lot of beautiful things, and time in France. And then after I moved to Melbourne, where I actually joined one of the famous restaurants as well called Vue du Monde, French originally restaurant, but focusing definitely more on Australian culture and Australian food. And I was lucky enough to be offered the position of tea sommelier, where we were doing like a tasting menu. So like 12 to 16 course tasting menu with every course paired with a different tea as well. And that was a very incredible opportunity as well, to connect once again high quality food with very high quality tea, and be able to meet a lot of suppliers here, and now friends as well in Australia. Definitely.
And so you had a whole bunch of things that you did to celebrate International Tea Day on Saturday. Tell me
Yes.
what you were doing.
So right at the beginning of COVID, back 2020, I got offered the amazing opportunity to be able to open a tea bar in Melbourne. So it was supposed to take 6 months to open. It took us 2 years. So I think most of the world know Melbourne was one of the cities we were most in lockdown as well.
Yeah.
But you know, always see the positivity, and when you have more time, you finalize more things as well. So we opened the tea bar, Yugen Tea Bar, back last year in 17th of November. And then quickly 4 months ago, our executive chef, Stephen Nam, discovered that we have International Tea Day for the last 3 years. And then the idea came up to create actually a small festival to celebrate it as well. And then we came to the idea to create 4 different workshops. So we did last Wednesday, our first workshop at Yugen Tea Bar was more an introduction to tea. So Tea 101. Follow after that a collaboration with Makers Monger, a very good, amazing Makers Monger, amazing monger, cheesemonger based in Melbourne here, who traveled for a year and a half in Europe, visiting every cheese farmer and maker. And we did a cheese and tea pairing. So
Cheese
that
and
was,
tea pairing.
yeah, tea and cheese.
Okay.
Tea and
Yep.
cheese pairing together,
Yep.
and then the follow after by a tea and sake pairing,
Tea
to
and
connect
sake.
together amazing drinks as well. And then on Saturday night, we did our tea and food pairing. So we did a collaboration with our sushi chef, Alex Yu, created a menu of 6 courses with every course is paired with a different tea. And we even took the challenge to pair 5 different sushi with 5 different Japanese tea as well. And this was very amazing. It was a bit challenging for 34 covers to pair like 5 tea per person and prepare 5 sushi and 5 tea, but amazing brewer as well. So it was quite an interesting. I'm not sure if you try, but if you have the opportunity, we discovered last week gochicha from Japan, the pickled tea paired with tuna is incredible. It's
With una.
very nice.
Okay.
Very nice balance together between the sourness and the meatiness of the fish. It was very cool.
Okay. So I have to tell you, you and I were introduced by David Lyon.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as I said earlier to, I think it was Jem, everybody in the tea world is connected somehow, because the tea world is actually about this big. And the connections are all very small. So we're not only connected through David, we're also connected through Kevin, as you've just said as well. But what fascinated me about what you do and the way that you've approached tea is you've come at it from your culinary, hospitality, gastronomy world, where, and especially not just from that world, but also from a part of that world where everything that you do in that world, every ingredient is elevated. And we've talked a lot about that today with different people. And, you know, how do we increase the value of tea? How do we elevate the product? How do we get people to think about it and talk about it in a way that is as special as it deserves to be, and really, you know, improve it globally for everybody. And what you do is, I think, a really, really interesting way of approaching it, because I think that you look at tea in the same way as you look at every other ingredient that you're dealing with in a restaurant. Right?
Yeah, it's very much like you have is the respect. And I think that was touched me when I started the industry back. Well, I don't know if it's legal to say that in Australia, when I was 14, back in France. But you know, when I was like 13, 16, 18, is how a chef will be careful on every single ingredient, he take care of it. How a front of house or general manager, every single detail will count. And for some people, they do not think so, but the way you fold the napkin, the way you welcome people. And that's why for me with tea is every single detail will affect the final product. And always, and it's something for me who I have this kind of little motto as well since I was at the Fat Duck. And when I was in charge in Australia at Videmont of the pairing and brewing tea, is like we have the responsibility to brew the tea for our guests. So we need to have respect to people behind it. We need to brew it and respect the product that behind us, maybe 20 or 50 people worked very hard to make it for years and years, for us to be able and be privileged to serve it and drink it as well. And I think that's
a really good word that you just, I think that's a really good word that you just used, and that's the fact that we're privileged. We're very, very privileged. And you know, I've used that word a lot over the years in what I think my place in this industry is. And I feel very, very privileged to be in this industry. I'm delighted to be in it, but I don't forget the fact that it is a privilege to be a part of just this small part in this big picture of tea that has so much history before me, will have so much history ahead of me, and that for this small moment in time, we get to take care of it. And with that comes great responsibility in taking care of it. So one of the things that we've talked about, and I really want to get your insight on this, because you are coming at it from the restaurant perspective. One of the things that we've talked about with a few people is how do we do that? How do we elevate tea within the industry? How do we elevate it out of home and in food service? Because there's a big divide and a big disconnect between what people take and come home and brew themselves at home, and then what they experience in restaurants. Right?
And I think in that, and you're specialized on this thing as well, and this part, and I think it's all about education. And you know, when you go for dinner in a fine dining restaurant, or nowadays as well, casual, it's an experience. And taking a guest and taking people on an experience and on a journey will bring to their mind the fact that tea is not just a beverage, is something that you can enjoy every day in a different way and bring into a different experience at home as well. And I think that things will bring tea to a different perspective as well. Show people, and that's why I think last week the event we did will be a lot of people, of course, been doing tea and cheese pairing, and because of course it's so delicious. But I think tea and sake and using, start with a week with tea, introduction to tea is good basic as well, and started the journey of 4 days. But then have to pair tea with products that people love and know very well about it. And then after finishing with on Saturday night, a tea and food pairing, and one of the most common answer we had during the night is like, oh, I have many sake pairing and many wine pairing, but I never experienced how tea could be paired so well with food. And it's actually so much fun already to do it, to enjoy it, because there's so many different varietals in the world and so many different makers and farmers that even if they use the same tea at the end, they will be so different if they grow 100 kilometers apart. And that's why it offers such a possibility in different flavor profile as well. And I think that's how we can bring people to the mind that tea can be consumed differently and can be also, a little bit more fun. Because at least in Australia, I do think, and as well a little bit in UK, we still do see tea as something, a grandma drink that is less and less. And, I'm not sure if you've been to Melbourne, but Melbourne is a huge coffee drinker place.
Flat white.
You have to visit soon. I heard last night that you need to go to Kenya, to Vietnam. So on your way, you have to stop in Melbourne as well.
Well, I was just going to say, while I'm there, I might as well pop into Melbourne. Why not?
Yeah, just do around the globe. Why not?
Why not? I know, and not just on my virtual sofa.
So I think that's one of the points is to bring to people the way that tea can be consumed differently.
Yeah.
But it's also the way we serve it, instead of, and there's nothing wrong as well of brewing Western style. And, tea there's no boundary. Like everybody enjoys the tea the way they do. But we decided at the tea bar to actually brew tea in Eastern style. So we only brew all our teas. So we have 40 tea on the menu from 10 different countries. And we brew all our teas in traditional way. That's been either on a gaiwan, either in a Kyushu as well, or Japanese style. And this was very strange for Western drinker to arrive in a venue and be like, "Can I get a coffee?" It's like, "Oh, actually, we're not serving coffee here." And
they must have been floored. Now, so the consumer education is a big part of it, and I had this conversation recently with a group of tea tasters, and I think that the approach needs to be in, I think, what you're just describing right now, and that's educating the consumer, because the consumer then will drive the restaurant in elevating how it is that they serve their tea. The other approach, of course, is how do you get, you've been very fortunate to work for operators, owners, managers, whoever it is that has made those decisions. You've been very fortunate to work in venues and in environments where they've actually placed the value on what it is, on tea. That's not the norm. You know that, right?
That's pretty rare.
So,
I still cannot believe we open a tea bar and thank to the owner and believe on them to, invest in tea. That's not many people will have done to create a venue that coffee has been banned to the plate and focusing on tea and tea cocktail at night as well,
Yeah. So, how do you get restaurant operators to embrace this in the same way? Is it education on both sides, or is it educating consumers so that the consumer drives the restaurant? I don't know what the answer is.
I think it really depends on the mind of people. You know, sometimes we all know that sometimes some people you can explain whatever you like and make them test all the things. They will never change their mind, and that's the beauty of humanity. We're all different. But I think it's educational on both things. It's like once you educate a little bit, it's not education is a good word, but sometimes we like to say at T-Bar that we not especially say education because not everybody like to be educated. They
Yes.
feel inappropriate. So we always say smooth education. So you make them taste different things and then they understand as well. But I think for hospitality part of it is like we have seen a lot of chefs come into the bar, to the T-Bar, and surprised how, by making them taste 5 different tea, how they can realize that there's so different flavor profile as well. And they
Yeah.
connect straight away as well, to their palate and what they use to test as well, and creating dish. And I think that's both parts. It's educational on our clientele and the guests, because if those people want and require when they go to a cafe or a restaurant to have a better tea, as well as when they want a better wine and better coffee as well back in the day. And after, by educating people, we will make the move for hospitality side of it and owner by, instead of using the water for the coffee machine, we'll just buy a kettle on the side with filtered water and make it in a different way. And instead of leaving the tea leaves for 25 minutes at the table, it's the small things that make the difference. But it's also how it's more after branding part of it as well, but how we are branding the product as well to sell it. If you have as many information for people to be able to brew it in the correct way, is much easier, and they understand that, of course, if you brew your green tea at 100 degrees, it will be bitter. And I really like the conversation you had with Hong last night, or this morning for you, about bitterness. And
That was 11 hours ago.
Yeah, time flying, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. It is.
But it was actually very interesting how you describe and Hong as well about bitterness, because I'm someone actually in our team who I'm the most sensible to bitterness compared to some of our team members, Keshan or Sue, who have more like a Eastern palate, so would be more, for them bitterness is different as well, and that's very interesting. I think it's part of education as well. Once again, to understand what's happening in palettes at the front, at the back, and connect together.
Yeah, I mean, what the point that I was making, and I think I mentioned this just recently as well with somebody else on that bitterness is something that our Western palates, whether it's European Western or North American, we've grown up associating bitter as something negative. And it's not necessarily a negative. It doesn't have to be a negative. And I find that interesting because there are some areas where we're okay with bitterness. Brussels sprouts, for example, has a bitterness. Oh, you don't like Brussels sprouts?
The only way I eat Brussels sprout nowadays is with a lot of cheese.
With a lot of cheese?
Cheese. Yeah, that's where.
Okay. Take a Campari. Or Pernod, right? They all have a bitterness to it that though there's some things that we're okay with, but not necessarily all. And
just
expanding our palates is important. What were you going to say?
Is it just a balance? I think it's very true. It's it's interesting because like in Italy with Campari, we accept it with but once again blend with as a Negroni would bring the bitterness in a cocktail very well. But then like where I'm from in the north, we have like this small salad with like very bitter, but that will be the bitterness food we eat compared to the country, or is like the bitterness is appreciated. I wonder how. I don't know. I would like to know why. Why is that? Let's make a research for next year, for next international summit.
I will write it down. I will write it down on my list of projects that I already have put together. You and I will figure out the reason for that. I don't know. I think I'm sure somebody has an answer somewhere, and maybe there isn't research on it, but I think it would be interesting to find out why it's this one flavor profile that we have this aversion to in the West, and the East it's not. It's quite the opposite. Bitterness is not necessarily a bad thing. Dear Thibaut, tell me what do you see for tea in Australia? Do you think it'll continue to grow? Do you see positive things for the future of tea?
Definitely, I think more people getting to the fact that they're getting in touch with tea and high quality tea as well. So I do see the positive. We'll say Australia is a huge community and a huge blend tea drinker as well. And I think by having more and more venue around Australia focusing on loose leaf tea and high quality loose leaf tea as well and blended, I think people will start to discover and appreciate it both as well. And I do think people, and there's so many different type of tea, and also that was interesting. So many different type of tea drinker as well. And I do see through. I've been on tea with, and I'm still a baby probably, over the last 5-6 years. But like, it's interesting to see how people start to drink tea, with as a blend, or discover it with additive flavor to it. And then at one point, I feel like people start to want to discover more as a single and untouched product as well, and balance between. And I do believe that there is a lot more possibility in Australia. Like, you would have told me 4 years ago when I arrived in Australia that we will be opening a tea bar focusing on tea, creating and brewing at the front of people, making tea at the front of people, and be fully booked on a Sunday in 4 hours of service and do 100 people and brew 150 tea. And like, I would have loved. And then now I'm like, everything is possible with tea, and that's what is incredible, because it's such a project. I do not categorize, but see tea as similar wine as wine industry.
Yes.
People are full and want to learn about wine because of the flavor profile, but also the origin between the new world and the old world. And I think it's the same things happening with tea nowadays. Like, the old world will be China, Japan, Taiwan, India, as well, those three. But then the new world will be India, getting there, Sri Lanka more and more, but also in Europe. So many exciting things happening. I learned last week that there is tea happening plantation in Brittany. In France. And that's exciting. And I think that once people realize that there is more and more to see to it, and I do see positivity coming up to Australia, definitely.
Some of that is sadly because of climate change, but
yeah, kind of.
but yes, you are right. We're definitely seeing far more than we've ever seen before. I love personally, as I said, I was always excited when I first met you, and it's always been virtually. We've never actually met in person. The way that we will, maybe from Australia, you're going to come to Canada someday.
Definitely, it would be fun.
You never know. You just said that with tea, anything is possible.
Yeah.
But what I love about what you do, Thibaut, is how you truly elevate and you celebrate this product as something special. And by doing that, you are truly honoring the precious hands that are responsible for the craft that goes into this beautiful tea that we are privileged enough to be a part of.
Very true. Thank you.
So, monsieur, Marcel Proust.
Marcel Proust, there we go.
Yeah. What is going to be your question? I have one for you. What was your favorite journey?
Favorite journey? Favorite journey will be to growing up. Because I think a lot of people see it as negative, but I think we change and we learn every day. And I think be a human being and as well just growing up is an exciting journey. You see so many different things and you never stop. So
I love that. See, 3 years of asking these questions and everybody always gives a completely different one. Growing up, I love that. Well, Thibaut, I wish you a happy International Tea Day. 3 days late for you, but nonetheless, here we are. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for joining me on my virtual sofa, for starting with me in the room at the very, very beginning and being with me at almost the end. And I say thank you to you for what you do in elevating tea and making it the special, special product that it is and as it deserves. So cheers to you. Thank you.
Cheers. Happy International Day. And thanks to you, Shadna, for organizing as always.
Thanks,
Thank you so
Thibaut.
much.
We'll speak
Bye-bye.
soon, okay? Bye-bye.
Speak soon. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so I'm not at the end. No, I know it's 7:30 and I know we were going to end at 7:30, but guess what? We're not ending at 7:30 because I have one more guest for you today. And your last guest on my sofa this evening is David DeCandia. Hello, sir.
Oh, well, is it good morning or good evening for you, or what is it?
It's definitely evening. It's 7:30 in the evening. I have, if you see the clock in the top corner,
Right.
that's how long I've been on.
Oh,
So we're approaching 11 hours.
well, you look great. I mean, you seem all bubbly and energetic. Is it all the tea you've been sipping the whole way through, or what?
Yeah,
Okay.
Teas. That's the only thing that's been in this cup that I
Okay.
will admit to.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. Well, this was great opportunity here. Of course, you and I, how we stumbled on each other with
Yeah.
this call was fantastic. So, it's been a while since I've had some nice tea conversations over the last couple of years. It's been difficult, to do that. So I was really excited to be able to talk tea.
Wow.
Found out a little bit about you too and what your favorite tea was. So that was kind of cool.
You did. So let me tell everybody else who you are. This is David DeCandia, and he is the tea of what I know you like to call tea leaf and coffee bean.
Oh, how did you did some research, didn't you? That's what I call the company. That's what I've been calling it for a while.
You have indeed.
Yeah.
Of course I do
So
my
funny.
research.
So funny.
I don't just flip on a camera and talk
Yeah.
for 11 and a half hours. I actually
No,
know what I'm talking to.
I guess not. Well, was that Stefan who told you that?
No.
Okay. I'm just
Nope.
double checking. All right.
No.
Okay.
So officially it is the coffee bean and tea leaf, but
Mhm.
you like to call it tea leaf and coffee bean, and I couldn't agree with you more. We have a show here in Canada called the Coffee and Tea Show, and I will not call it the Coffee and Tea Show. I call it the Tea and Coffee Show.
There you go.
You need not explain. I totally understand. So you start, David, by telling everybody your tea story. How did you get into tea? Why tea?
Well, I'm gonna, obviously have to make this a little bit shorter than its reality, but essentially, I needed a job, so looked in the newspaper. There was an opening for a position in a warehouse, and the founder of Tea Leaf and Coffee Bean, hired me to run the facility, which contained coffee and tea, and I just took to tea on the side, purely on my own, just because it seemed interesting. While I was running the facility, doing the productions and so on, I just took to tea, and the more I had the opportunity with tea, the more I grabbed a hold of it. So that was 24 years ago.
And never looked back.
No, I never looked back, and made my first origin trip 22 years ago, and out of necessity or need or desire. And once I actually got there, I knew that this was sort of meant to be. Everything before that was just sort of experimental and trying to understand what is it like to blend, to taste. But once I actually made it to origin, then I knew this is really where I needed to be. Felt like I had been there before, but I hadn't.
You come home.
Yeah, something exactly like that. You never know what you're going to get into, right? Until it's in front of you. and wasn't a tea drinker, wasn't a coffee drinker. So it took me by surprise.
You weren't even a tea drinker before that.
No, neither. It's just your average person, just drinking whatever is there, and but apparently I had an aptitude for tasting, creating tea blends and such. That's what I've been doing since then. So it came with a lot of work, but it just sort of came naturally. I found that it wasn't a sort of a, oh my goodness, I got to cup 40 teas today. It was, wow, I've got to cup 40 teas today.
I get
so.
Yeah.
So it's been a great time doing this.
So I'm a big believer in the universe putting you where you need to be, and obviously the universe put you exactly where you needed to be when you saw that advertisement in the newspaper.
Yeah, and it's given me a lot of other sort of avenues. I wrote a book. I'll throw it out here, not to sell, but Master Davy and the Magic Tea House.
Love it.
And there's a YouTube trailer for that, so you don't have to buy the book. But so that came sort of out of this, and in addition to a lot of programs at Tea Origins where giving back to the estate worker. That's one of my biggest platforms.
Yeah.
Obviously quality, tasting, creating blends, but my deep connection to tea really came from how you're leaving a footprint wherever you go on a tea garden, the community and such. How do you give back to that situation? And so my big platform has been the welfare of the estate workers. And I've always tried to impart to people that when you're sipping that tea, think about that person or persons who plucked those leaves.
Yeah.
What were they thinking? What were they doing when they were doing that?
Yeah.
And you're sitting in your home or cafe drinking that tea. And I think people, when they make that connection between a person picking those leaves and then you actually drinking those leaves, it's really an amazing thing. And I've been fortunate enough to see it so many times all over the world firsthand, but it never ceases to amaze me when I drink a cup of tea that in my mind I'm thinking, someone got up at 6 a.m, early morning, plucked these leaves, and here I am drinking it. So.
And that exactly has been the mission today, is connecting, is making that connection. I mean, we talk a lot in the tea world about that, but helping people understand first absolutely what happens in that plucking stage, but then also everything that happens in between, what it takes to get that leaf from here to here, what it takes to get it, and all the people that are involved in that process, and how important every single element of that is, without which this would not be possible at all. It just wouldn't exist. Tell us how many stores do you have?
The Coffee Bean Tea, I couldn't be exact in that. I'm not a store tracker guy, but it's anywhere between 1,200 and 1,500, somewhere's in that general area. I of course started when we had 12, so it was. I've lost count. Really couldn't keep track of that kind of a thing, but it's been growing, and fortunately for me, tea has been a big part of that growth.
Yeah.
And as you already know from 11 hours, in any kind of coffee and tea environment, there needs to be a catalyst to push the tea along with the coffee, especially in North America.
Yes.
But so I've been sort of that person who's always been championing tea internally as well as externally to just keep it in right there in front of everybody's mind.
And well, it helps when you call the company Tea Leaf and Coffee Bean, doesn't it?
Yeah, it helps. Can't hurt. Can't
Well,
hurt.
it certainly can't hurt. So,
Yeah.
how have you seen tea change in the United States in the
Well,
past 2 years that you've been doing this?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I've seen it obviously in 24 years. You see it, go from. I hate to use the word premium, and I think I'll stay away from that today. Is that its perception is what's changed. I think over the years, what people have thought about tea, and then because I think initially tea was just tea. Drink it when you're not feeling well. And then there was that sort of hump where I think tea found its way into sort of a, wow, it's a bit more than what I used to drink, and what my grandma used to drink. But then I think it also found itself dipping back in another direction of it's just tea again.
Right.
So obviously us tea people have struggled with how do we make tea a little more sexy, a little bit more in front of people. And it's difficult because in its inception, I believe back even in the Boston Tea Party, it was just tea.
Yeah.
And there's still a lot of people who feel tea leaves are just tea leaves. So I think it's been up and down, up and down, up and down. There was a period of time, maybe 10 years ago, where I thought this whole leaf phenomenon was just going to, everybody wanted the loose leaf and the pot, see the leaves. And then I felt as if that wasn't what people were really gravitating to, because I think there was more of a push for quick, make the cup.
Yeah.
And I remember doing a talk on drinking tea to slow down, reflect on life, take time. And people came up to me after and said, thank you, because tea helped me with panic attacks. Tea, because during a person was saying, I was feeling like I was going to have a panic attack, but I started to make that pot of tea, get the leaves,
grounded
measure
them.
the leaves. Yeah. And it was gone. So I think it's been an up and down, in my opinion. It hasn't been steady in terms of overall, what the world thinks of tea. And that's why I've tried to stay on certain platforms that I felt were really important, regardless of the up and downs.
And where do you think it's going? Is it up or is it down?
I think now, again, and I'm not a virus guy, meaning I don't keep using that as the last 2 years. I mean, let's just, sort of scratch that for the moment. But I think it seems to be heading back up into the origin is important. Traceability is important. And that connection to sort of what went into this tea. I believe it got lost for a while.
Yeah.
But I'm sensing that more people are really wanting to know sort of what's behind that leaf, regardless of whether it's in a boba or whether it's a latte. If there's leaf in there, they're like, where does it come from, and how is it benefiting the other end?
Right.
What's going on there? That seems to be what I've been seeing more and more.
Yeah. And I would totally agree with you. I think that we're sort of at this cusp right now where that is so important. And if we can just push that forward, then hopefully we don't have to go back down again. Maybe it can be an upward, because otherwise, you have to wait until the next time that something comes along. And those are missed opportunities, I think, for this product. And that would be a shame.
Well, I don't feel this is a marketing thing. I feel like it's a human thing inside every one of us, because I've heard you talk, you travel. I've had tea everywhere, not just from the cupping room at the origin, but in the cities, in the communities, whether it's in a tin cup, whether it's in Vietnam off the street, wherever it is, somebody's drinking tea.
Yeah.
And I think inherently tea is in everyone to some degree inside their heart. and in their mind. And it's somehow just getting that out there to have everyone realize, wow, you know, this is a special thing.
It is.
It doesn't have to be promoted, marketed, or put in a capsule or something. It's just so special, and you just have to appreciate the fact that it's there for you now in whatever shape and form it is.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and you're right. I think that sometimes we tend to overthink things and overcomplicate things. And it's, you know, we're talking about a leaf at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Right. It's a very simple leaf, the humble leaf. And I said this earlier to somebody, I don't know what it is. We all feel it. We all know it. All of us who are in it, we get it. We don't have to explain it to each other. We know it. But I don't know of any other commodity that invokes this in people. You know, I said this earlier to somebody, I'm not sure that the corn industry is sitting around, you know. I don't know, maybe they are. Maybe they're having their own SOFA summit talking, you know, waxing poetic about corn. I'm being silly, but you know what I mean? Like, I just don't see that of any other commodity.
I've thought about that myself too. You know, I mean, wine is somewhat similar, but you can't keep drinking that all day without having the, you know, what happened to him? Where is he? Oh, he's on the floor. You know, but yeah. I think with regards to tea, that's exactly it. That people have so many stories about tea and how it's affected their life, and that's what we need to embrace. Yeah. More things like what you're doing, have these sort of talks to where people can express some of their personal feelings about tea. I think when people do that, that's what's going to help the growth. Because I remember many years ago when I started, I thought, wow, right? There's FBOP, BOP, all that, you know, all the technical terms. And you're like, okay, as a buyer, you need to know that. As a blender, you need to know that. But what really matters about this cup of tea? And I've been fortunate enough to read my book around the world, in hospitals, daycare centers, all around. And I've also had tea with people in that way. And that's what prompted me to write the book, was like tea and reading. Sit down, read, and have a cup of tea. So it was kind of like a real good match. And I found, especially with youngsters, they are, you know, tea parties, right? You've heard of them when you're a little kid.
Yeah.
But this kind of was sort of a connection to that. You know, read a book about tea, a journey about tea, and also you know, read. And reading is still great from a book, an actual book. So it's simple. Tea leaves, simple, and a book that actually has pages that you can feel and turn. So I'm pretty much that way. There's a technical side to me, but I think back to our original point, the ups and the downs, I think we want to find just sort of an equilibrium to tea. And whether it's specialty, whether it's premium, those are just labels.
Yeah.
You know, and what you think is quality versus what I think is quality is totally different at times.
All of that. Yes, exactly.
But what your tongue ting, how it makes you feel when you drink it, is like my oolong from Thailand. It's how it makes us feel when we drink it. And I think deep down, how it makes us feel is not that different.
No.
And if we can all come to that and go, yeah, does it make you feel warm? Yeah. Does it make you feel in the moment? Yeah. So these kinds of things, I think, will help stabilize tea's growth, because people will be like, wow, this is what tea's really about.
Well, I think it would excite people that aren't yet excited about it, want to be excited about it, because who wouldn't want to feel like this?
Right.
right? Who wouldn't want to say, "Hey, I want some of that too. How can I get some of that?"
Right.
There's a really good I don't know if it's a documentary, movie, whatever you want to call it, made in the U.S. a number of years ago. It's been at least 20 years now, called The Meaning of Tea. Do you remember that?
I think I remember hearing about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've got a book as well, and basically it's a very, very simple premise, but they traveled to, and I don't think it was made by anybody in the tea industry, but they traveled everywhere and talked to different people about the meaning of tea, what it meant to them. And it's exactly what you're talking about right now. It's whether it was, you know, a very traditional English afternoon tea in the countryside, or whether it was, you know, the Red Hat Club, I think in the U.S., you know, the ladies with their red hats, and it didn't matter what kind of tea they were drinking. It could be the most what you would call the most commoditized teas, the most accessible teas. It could be the rarest of teas in China, Japan, India, Sri Lanka, whatever. It doesn't matter. Everybody was describing a very similar emotion.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that if we can all just come back to that.
Yeah. That's exactly it. And even the gauchos who drink the yerba mates sat around the campfires. So, you know, if we kind of look at tea holistically in that way, I think that's what's going to help tea grow, and be sustainable in that sort of, how does tea make us feel, rather than getting caught up in the grades or those things. Let's leave those to the buyers or whoever, but to the consumers, to people who are sitting there enjoying the cup, and let's make sure they know they're in tune with how they feel when they're drinking that cup of tea, because that's what really matters, you know.
Yeah.
That's what I believe. Yeah.
I couldn't agree with you more. So you and I share not just that in agreement, but we found out when we chatted that we also share the love of the same type of tea.
Mm-hmm.
So I did confess, and I said this earlier as well, that you know, I probably shouldn't say it loudly, but I do. That gun to my head, and I have to pick. My absolute favorite category is oolong, and within oolong, Chongqing oolong is my absolute favorite. But the reason I do is because I have this deep, deep respect for the craft that goes into making oolong.
Mm-hmm.
There's a craft in all teas, so nobody message me later. I know all teas are special, but there's something really unique about the flavor profiles within this one category alone, and the art that goes into it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you said that, you know, I was a little bit nervous or bashful about telling you that oolong was my favorite as well, because, you know, I usually get asked that question, and I usually try to avoid the answer because I don't want to seem partial. But for basically the same reason, I love the technical aspects. I love what goes behind, because in my opinion, when you're just drinking oolong, aside from the job, when you're just drinking it, you can appreciate everyone's oolong wherever you go because of what they put into it.
Yeah.
Take away the cupping, the comparison. Forget that for the moment. Just take oolong, what it is, and you're like watching them toss the leaves, or watching the inside, outside withering, or inside withering, whatever it is that they're doing. You're like, it's not bad, it's not good. It's just different from somewhere else, and it just comes out in a great color and a great flavor and a great aroma, and you take it for what it is. It's now other teas. I'm not going to say, like you said, that that's not the case.
Yeah.
Specifically, but I feel that the processes on the other types are a little more stringent.
Yeah.
Less room to kind of, I've never seen anyone tossing black leaves or green leaves in the air or anything like that. So I just really feel that unfortunately there's a lot of people who don't know anything about oolong, which more oolong for us, I guess. But yeah, I know it's a secret. It's a really secret. But I wish it was more popular, globally. But unfortunately, as you and I had talked about before, it just seems to be. It falls in the middle of a tea that people just don't understand, maybe, and they just don't want to take the time to figure out what is an oolong. What is it all about? And only way to know is to just try as many as you can get your hands on till you find the one you really love. And I drink them all day. So
I absolutely agree, and I think that exploring teas and finding something that speaks to you, and whatever category that is, whatever area you end up with, that's really what people should be doing, right? And because you're not going to find something new and different until you actually try it and push yourself outside of, the box that is, the comfort zone that we all like to operate within.
Right. Yep. Blind cupping is the blind drinking, cupping, whatever you call it, is the best way to do it. You don't have to know the name. You don't have to know where it came from. Just drink it, and then you can find out after and go, wow, that was a Dong Ding oolong? Oh, man, what's a Dong Ding? And then before you know it, you're on that journey to find out more about Dong Ding. So I think it's an amazing type of tea.
Then you fall down the rabbit hole, never to be seen again.
Yeah, something like that.
So, David, everybody who visits my sofa must answer a question from Marcel Proust.
Wow. Okay. Do you just pick the question randomly, or what?
Kind of.
Okay. Go ahead.
You ready?
Pick a card, any card. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I've already picked the card for you.
Oh, yes. All right. I'm ready.
It's my game.
Yeah.
So, David, your question is, what or who, it could be a what though, is the greatest love of your life?
Ooh, wow. Okay. Who or what? I would, depending on who's watching this, I have to be careful on that one. Yeah. I think I'll go with the what for $50. Okay. Go for the what for $50, please. Yes. Is that the what is being in, really, to be cliche, in the moment. I hate to use that term, but I've found myself continually always wanting to find that sort of way to be in the moment, and tea's been great at doing that. But sometimes you drink tea so much you take for granted, and you're not in the moment because you're just drinking it, and you're like, I'm thinking about a million other things. But so that's what's important to me, is to find myself more and more in the moment, rather than sort of peripherally looking in, going, I wish I was in the moment, in the now, because I think as infrequently as it's happened to me in short spurts, the times that it has, it's been like so enlightening. You see things you hadn't seen before in the same path that you walk every day. You smell things. You experience so many things differently by being in the moment, but it's not simple. And
the moment is the only thing that we have.
It definitely is, but peripherally, there are so many other things that just keep bombarding us. So I think that's what's the most important to me, because if I can continue to perfect that, it's just going to improve everything else around me. And even a cup of tea will get better, because I'll be able to sit and drink it and enjoy it and not think about other things at the same time. So
Well, I will raise my cup to that and say Happy International Tea Day, David. Thank you so much
too.
for joining me. Thank you for what you contribute to the world of tea, because it's not little. And I know you say I don't know the exact number, but 1,200 to 1,500 is a lot of impact when it comes to spreading this beautiful beverage to consumers everywhere. So for that, I say thank you, David.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. All right.
Take care.
We'll see you soon. Take
See
care.
you.
Bye-bye. All righty, lovely people. I do still have a voice, and I'm still here. So that brings us to the end of our journey. I am going to, before I even say anything, I'm going to end you the same way that I started you, and that is with a celebration of our supply chain. And then I will say my last words. So let me first show you this, and then I will speak. So like I said, I am at the end of my journey. And I told you at the beginning of the day that I had one objective, besides giving myself tasks and projects. But I had one single objective today, and that objective was to celebrate our supply chain. You've heard me say this today. You've heard me say this before. I consider it a great privilege to be a part of this special industry. I think it's an honor to be able to do what I love to do. And that's what I do every single day in the world of tea, but also the opportunity to share this really special day with all of you. Some of you have been with me all day long, crazy people, but I thank you for it. Some of you have dipped in and out, and I thank you for that as well. But more than anything, I thank every single person that is part of this precious supply chain. And that goes from the field right to the end cup. Get to know your supply chain, whether that be you as consumers that are getting to know the supply chain and understanding everything that goes into making your cup of tea. Because if you have noticed, one thing is that we are all crazily passionate about what it is that we do. And for those of you that are in the industry, get to know somebody else who isn't necessarily in the area that you work in. Because that link that connects our chain has to be connected with each other and needs each other in order to exist. And you need to understand what somebody else does in order to value what somebody else is. And together, we can do that and bring this gorgeous cup of tea to consumers everywhere. I hope that we work together on elevating tea. I say yay me for not crying today. I got to the end with no tears. Thank you to each and every one of my guests for being here. And I say cheers, happy International Tea Day to you all. And I'll see you again next year. I already have ideas in my head of what the plan is and what our theme is for next year. So thank you very much. For those of you that went to sleep because you were in different time zones, of course I understand. This is recorded. It's we're streaming live on YouTube, but it's still available on YouTube. So you can always go back and you can always click on where you want to catch up on. So thank you to each of you. It's a privilege and an honor. Cheers.